Mr. Winborn, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Schroeder, good morning, sir.
Great. Hey, Mayor. How are you, sir? Thanks for having me here.
Mr. Schroeder, good morning, sir.
How are you, sir?
Commissioner Carey, good morning.
How are you, sir? Good morning. I see you as well.
Good morning, Commissioner Carey. What the hell did you call it? We fly to Europe and Mr. Mayor? One minute. I gotta come on. I'm gonna talk about it. Okay. By the way,
I know. We're going to have new corrected graphics. Yeah, no, not on my presentation.
I can't handle that.
Is that you?
No.
All right, let's go. You ready?
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Let's go. All right. Good morning. Good morning. I call this meeting of the Board of Commissioners winter retreat to order. First, we'll start with the invocation. Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins.
Let us pray. Gracious God, our Father, we come before your presence this morning just to say thank you. We thank you, Father God, for the manifold blessings that you give us. We thank you, oh God, for your grace and for your mercy. We ask, Father God, as we go through this meeting, that you would endow us with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. We pray, oh God, that everything we do today will be done for the citizens of Creedmoor. We ask you bless this board, bless our staff, and bless our guests that are here today. Father, we thank you and we love you. It is in the mighty name of Jesus, our Lord, Savior, and Redeemer, we do pray. Amen.
Amen. Let us all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Kaczynski.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Gleason.
Here.
Commissioner Moss.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins.
Present.
Commissioner Kuczynski. Commissioner Way. Mayor Downey.
Present.
Thank you.
Approval of agenda.
So moved.
It's been a motion to approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Motion carries 5-0. Moving right along, opening remarks. Interim City Manager, Chief Troy Willis.
Good morning, Mayor, Chairperson, and Commissioners. Welcome everyone to the City of Creedmoor's 2026 Annual Strategic Planning Workshop. Mayor and Commissioners, today we have assembled for you several informative presentations from our local partners, stakeholders, and city department heads. Our ultimate goal is to provide you with some detailed information that helps you guide you in your discussions and deliberations, which will provide the city manager and staff in the direction we need to enter into the 2027 budget process. Before we begin, I'd like to recognize Creedmoor's elected officials, Mayor Downey, Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins, Commissioner Gleason, Commissioner Kuczynski, Commissioner Dartmouth, and Commissioner Robert Wade. I would also like to recognize a member of our team that is unable to be with us today, as he is at home recovering, City Manager Mike Turner. We pray for his continued healing and a speedy recovery, and I can't wait for him to get back to the I told him about yesterday, and he has to express his regrets for being absent today. That he's recovering well, and he will begin his cardio rehab next week. Right now, he plans to return to office only before March 2nd, 2026. Other visiting elected officials in attendance today are the chairman of the Graham County Board, Willie J., District 6 Commissioner from here, District 7 Commissioner Jimmy Gooch, Graham County School Board, District 5 member Indiana. The distinguished guest we have today is the Graham County City Manager, Graham County School Superintendent, Dr. Shane Winborn, Executive Director for the Block, Scott Shorter, and Creedmoor Volunteer Fire Chief, Billy Fisher, and Matt Foley. Other participants include our city staff, Finance Director, Lee Bain, Community Development Director, Mike Pringle, City Engineer, Carl Barclay, Park and Rec Director, Chastity McCurry, Clerk of the Board, Robert Rouse, Administrative Service Director, Bill Lockley, Works Director, Steve Evers, and Executive Assistant, Sarah Sproul. Thank you, Sarah and Camille, for coordinating on Mills, and helping us get all that set up this morning. I would also like to personally thank the mayor, the members of the board, county manager Drew Cummings, and all the department heads for having the confidence in me to do this job, help during my transition into an interim city manager role, and for all the hard work they have put in to make this as seamless as possible. Our program begins this morning with the block of Scott Shore and Chairman Gooch, followed by Graham County Public School Superintendent Dr. Shane Winborn, leadership from the Creedmoor Volunteer Fire Department, Graham County Manager Drew Cummings, and other elected county officials. Then Finance Director Lee Faves will give us the city's financial update and projections following our presentation of our department heads. Following our lunch break, Finance Director Lee Faves will facilitate the 2027 strategic planning discussion. And without further delay, I welcome Mr. Shorey and Mr. Gooch.
Mr. Shorey, Mr. Gooch. Welcome. Good morning.
How many of you guys know about the South Carolina Water and Sewer Authority website? I mean, visited it in the last 6 months. Okay. I see most of you have, and I'm thankful for that. And that's why we didn't bring a big slideshow of anything. All the information that we will provide you in a slideshow is readily available on the site for you to view anytime you want to at your convenience. Not only you, but anyone who chooses to go to that site and do a little simple research. So, that's why I didn't feel there was need to put on a big strong dance routine here. Let you peruse through it at your own convenience, your own timetable. I will highlight some projects we're working on. As everyone distinguished, we are working on the PFAS mitigation project. We have completed phase 1, which is our pilot program. And we're moved on to phase two, which is the, design and bidding process. And this is design of what we're gonna use to mitigate PFAS and put it on a bid form where we can put it out for contract. This project is $25 to $30 million project estimated. We won't know the exact cost until we get, the actual bids in. We do have $5 million in a grant from the state that, Representative Frank Sossman got for us a couple of years ago. So we do have that we're drawing from for engineering fees and such to get the project kicked off. I-85 sewer upgrade project, which is replacing the Joe P. Road pump station and all the lines from Joe P. Road all the way into Butler. That's underway. And it's on schedule, and we should be finished by 2028. Just as a side note, I think you probably saw the news where Durham's running the problem. If you view the clip on TV, they show you a nice picture of the North Durham wastewater treatment plant. That's one of two plants Durham has. That plant is rated at 20 million gallons per day. The South Durham plant is rated at 20 million gallons per day. And it leads you to believe that the problem is at the wastewater treatment plant. The way I heard it and the way I saw it, I kind of see some agreement there. If you read the actual article that was written, it shows a different story. That their problem is in the piping. That problem is getting the wastewater from certain areas within their system to the wastewater treatment plant. The same problem we have with, or had with Joe P. Road pump station. You know, and for those of you who've been around a long time, you probably know that that pump station and line was put in, late 70s, early 80s, best I remember. And it was rated a maximum pumping capacity of 1 million gallons per day. That's maximum pumping capacity. You actually had permitted capacity of just over 400,000 gallons a day. And that's what has led us to basically shutting down Creedmoor, everything coming from Creedmoor. And I have some information on that from the state that will explain it in its entirety, if you're interested in it. The other thing that we're also looking at is filter media replacement in the water treatment plant. And I understand one of you council members made a statement that you didn't believe Suwasso was going to do more than just one filter. Is that correct? Did someone make that statement?
That is not me. I didn't make that statement.
Okay. Well, anyway, just for your information, we've completed one filter already. 95% complete on the second filter. That should be in service within a few weeks. And due to the ability to increase the flow through these filters with the new media, it looks like we may be able to take the final two out at one and do both of those at one time. So that's kind of just a high-level overview of where we stand. Any questions?
Yeah, the statement I did make, I didn't think the filters would be done by the end of the year. I did say that.
Okay. I wasn't in here, so, but, you know, it was, you know when things get.
By the time it gets to the end of the room, it's a different statement. Yeah.
You know, it doesn't reflect.
That's fine. Just want to be clear.
Yeah, and that's why we're here, because, you know, with social media being out there, you have a lot of hearsay. You have a lot of bad things going on, but yet and still there's a lot of good things going on as well. That's why I'm glad everybody's here in attendance, so we can hear the meat and the beans of what's going on.
Yes. So. I do want to bring your attention to something that, you know, we make a lot about PFAS and PFAS in the water, but PFAS is everywhere around us. Let's see, I found an article here, actually Tim sent me an article, and it showed that bottled water it's far more dangerous for you than tap water, as far as PFAS is concerned, especially if that bottled water has been subject to 85 degrees or higher temperatures. In other words, you got a bottled water, you leave it in your car. When you go back, temperatures rose above 85 degrees, the plastic starts to break down to a certain degree and release PFAS right into your water, and you're drinking a very concentrated part of it. Of course, it's in, you got waterproof boots, you got water-resistant clothing, you got Teflon pans or any kind of nonstick cookware. I'm probably the worst in the world for saving nonstick cookware past its lifespan. You know, when you see those scratches in it, well, you also not only consume what was on the surface of it, you consume what was beneath the surface of it. So we have to be careful with our health and careful with where we consume things and how we consume things. Is there any questions?
Now, I believe the survey I read, Mr. Gooch, was that the most dangerous is unfiltered tap water. Plastic bottles could be as dangerous. And the best for you is filtered water. So your point is well taken.
That's debatable, and you know, the use of filters is debatable, and you know, the legality or the you know, filters should be a personal choice, in my opinion. If you want to use it, you use it. If you don't, I personally don't at home. I'm good with what comes out of the tap, and I haven't seen anything to convince me otherwise. I know people have different opinions in different areas, and you know, we've been debating this filter issue since you were on the board in 2017.
Yes, sir.
You remember the presentation?
I do.
And you also remember that, do you remember the response from, that presentation? Let's see if I got it here. Okay. And this is a response from Tim Karen, who was on the, Ross board at the time. And, in his board member comments, he welcomed the public and the new elected officials who then asked the attorney to explain the statute 15A NCAC 18C.1529. Attorney Wren explained that this statute states public water systems shall not use bottled water or point-of-use devices to achieve compliance with a maximum contaminant level. Bottled water or point-of-use devices may be used as on a temporary basis to avoid an unreasonable risk to health. The state has determined that the notices that was required to send out that the issues Seguasa is facing were not considered an unreasonable risk to health, and therefore the filtration system should not be an option for Seguasa. And, you know, Tim went on to say that he appreciated the information. He wanted to understand that we could not use the filter system recommended by the company that made the presentation that night. And, you know, it's just, that's where it goes back to. We also have a,
Mr. Gooch.
Another one here.
Mr. Gooch.
Is a,
I'm sorry. That opinion, as you just stated, is debatable.
That's a legal opinion.
Some other statutes that make it debatable, but I don't want to get into that now.
Could you elaborate on which statute?
Not today.
Let's just ask questions.
Here, if we can.
Yeah, I mean,
Here,
from what I want, I just want questions and answers.
okay.
So not a debate, just questions and answers, because it can get out of hand.
All right, but, Eric, we had some correspondence with Eric Hudson, and this was, February of last year. And, Mr. Mayo posed a question to Mr. Hudson, about, would you know if there is anything DEQ lists as being illegal for water utility to provide home water filters for its customers. My understanding was they can provide, although they would still have to operate in compliance with state and federal regulations, etc. And in Mr. Hudson's reply here, the rules governing public water systems, 15N, NCHC, 18C, the exact same one that we talked about in 2017, we're talking about in 25, do not prevent a water system from providing home filters for customers. However, it is not common practice. And, let's see here. Also along that same line, Tim Karen wrote Mr. Hudson says, I was given you an email by a citizen who would like our local water and sewer authorities to also provide home-use water filters to customers who would like one. I understand this is not common, and I'm wondering if you know of any systems in the state have done so. And Mr. Hudson's reply was, I'm not aware of a water system that provided home-use water filters. We also had the same discussion in 2018 with Bob Pagetti, who was a section chief, and he stated that he'd never seen water filters used on a system with more than 10 connections or 10 customers. So that gives you some background. If you, and take it for what it's worth. If you disagree, you disagree. If you agree, you agree.
Mr. Gooch, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The filter medians, that are being replaced.
Yeah.
Can you explain what's going on with that and what they filter out? And, I mean, just because we're YouTube and some of the customers don't know. Some of the customers don't go to the website.
Yeah. So, I would rather for them go read about it rather than try to spoon feed information. We have enough of that going around.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Shorty, would you speak to that? Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Gooch.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
For the record, Scott Schroeder, Executive Director of the South Granville Water and Sewer Authority. Don't do many presentations at this time in the morning. Usually they start about 10, so it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you very much for the overview, especially on the projects. So the question was regarding the filter media material at the water plant. Long story short, you're all familiar with water filters in general, as far as media was inside a filter tube, if you will, made of different stands and different materials within that filter. Think about that on a larger scale, 1 million gallons of filtration, so on and so forth. We have 5 filters at the water treatment plant, and there's a composition within those filters of different stand materials that basically filter out part of our water process to help us with impurities that are in the water as it's going through the process itself. Filters have been, the media has not been changed out for over 15 years at the water plant, so once we discovered that this last year, we put on an aggressive program to go in and look at those filters and do rectification projects. So that's basically what's underway now as we speak. Will be concluded here in the spring. It's going well. So thank you for that question. I would like to, if I may, just for the board's consideration, we talk about strategic planning, and I think that's part of what you're looking at as far as this afternoon. I think that one thing I would like to have the board, as far as the takeaway, be aware of is basically with the I-5 project completing here in a couple of years, which is really important as far as the sewer capacity in this area. Mr. Gooch referred to the pump station, Joe P. down here in 1 million gallons. I'd like this board to understand that ultimately that station has the capability of treating 6 million gallons per day. Just to give you an idea of the scale. The reason we designed that is basically to give a look into the future, 15, 20 years as far as service capacity. I think that greatly affects the community. Something else I'd like you to be aware of, especially on the short term, is that throughout the length of this project as far as design and construction, we've had numerous inquiries about development over in this area. And I'm pretty sure that the board's aware of this, the planning department's aware of this as well. But ever since we started doing the design for this project 3 years ago, we started to get interest, especially in this area, the surrounding community for development. And it's gotten to a point now that when you look at less than 2 years to go, as far as completion, it's starting to ramp up even more throughout the area. So I want the board to have that as a takeaway this afternoon as part of your discussion, that you're probably going to see, if you haven't seen already, more plans coming into you, more interest in the area, more development that's going to be surging in these areas as well. I'm sure you're aware of that, but I just want to emphasize that 4 years ago, I'd get about 1 call every 6 months. Now I'm getting about 3 calls every week in terms of what's the capacity, what's the project going to be built, where can we build, how can we connect those things. So those will bring out some challenges for the community as well, that you should be aware of in your discussions. But I want that to be one of the takeaways this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Gleason?
First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Gooch and Chairman Schroer. Water is something that we all need. This is my, not 85, I hope, degree bottle of water. And as you know, I know I spoke at the first meeting you took over as executive director and told you about taking over a lame horse or a dead horse. And when you took over it, we were just about a dead horse. You have made significant progress in a lot of things. We got water levels and contaminant levels to where they should be. PFAS is another problem. I'm going to be 80 years old. And believe me, I've had enough PFAS. I was a firefighter for 25 years, running through AFFF foam, had our kids running through AFFF foam. We had no idea. Now, if I lived in New York, my bladder cancer that I had 5 years ago, I probably could have got an award from the state of New York. My biggest problem that I've seen with this whole operation since I started going to meetings over 10 years ago is that the whole system was set up wrong by the state, by whoever. The federal government gave the problem to the state, and I think, honestly, that the state talked to Butner into taking over this thing because they just wanted hands off. And now we're left with a system that needs upgrades. It needs PFAS taken out of the water, which it was told in 23 by 29. I spoke at that meeting. You guys were pretty much on it and are still on it. People got to realize there's 6,000 roughly Sigwasa customers. Everything Sigwasa does, we have to pay for as a ratepayer. So I don't want this on the record, but whatever it costs to run the Joe Pede Road pump station and the under 85 lines, everybody's paying for it. The people in Butner, the people in STEM. So I think the bigger problem here is not so much that everybody's not trying. Even this board is trying the best it can do legally to help, is figure out a way that Sigwasa can get more money. Because at the rate that it's getting money and the rate that they're spending money, and they may have caught up on some debt so that when they take on this debt, but the bottom line, they're always working on the margin. Always on the margin. And so my biggest thing is if we could get this board and we could get Sigwasa and we can get our state representatives to sit down and say, let's make this a state water, some water authority where taxing can be done. Because I think right now, sooner or later, Sigwasa and we're going to run out of money. I mean, we're just going to or my water bill, which is now, I figure, reasonable, is going to be $200 a month because we have to pay for this. So I just want to thank this board, and I want to thank Sigwasa for doing what I've seen them do in the past 4 or 5 years.
Absolutely.
Thank you for being here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins.
Yeah, just a minor question, on your report, you just sent out your monthly report. I understand the Southern Interceptor is on target. What does it mean funding at risk? I was just curious about that notation.
Yeah, let me explain that to the board and to the public. So the I-5 project, the large sewer project through the area, has many components to it. I don't have the map in front of me this morning, but we have a large map showing all the improvements to the area. And I will focus on just in words that there was a northern interceptor and a southern interceptor, basically, and there were some components outside of that. And our intention was to do as many of these pipe projects as we could with the amount of money that we had. And when the bids came in, it exceeded our budget. But we basically had to do some value engineering and determine priority-wise what had to be done. So we moved forward with CP1, which is basically the Joe P. and the East Middleton section of sewer pipe and pump stations and gravity main. And that connects to the southern interceptor. And the Seguasa Board awarded a contract to Department of Construction last year for the southern interceptor. Now, the southern interceptor portion is the portion that connects to CP1, or the Joe P. lines, if you will, and then connects it all the way to the wastewater treatment plant. One of the projects that we couldn't award at this time because of funding was a $6 million piece for the northern interceptor. So the board did not award a contract for the northern interceptor. The northern interceptor pipe, which is closer to Highway 56, it goes under 85 in that region and south through Buckner is the portion that wasn't financed at this point. So we've had discussions last September. We have some upcoming discussions at our board meeting, finance committee meeting at the end of this month to talk about how are we going to move forward with the northern interceptor, how are we going to finance it for that, in addition to the competing financing for the $25 million PFAS project. So in the report, that's what that call out was for, to say that, our goal was to get the northern interceptor completed as well as the southern, but we've got the northern on hold at this point until we can work through that.
Thank you. And I just want to say, I echo Commissioner Gleason. What Seguasa's done is commendable. We're not where we want to be. We thank you for what you've done so far.
Our pleasure.
Probably the last question, Mr. Schroyer. What other avenues are we looking at for funding? I know consumer bills are one avenue, but are there any other avenues that we could look at for funding to get some of these projects through?
Well, I think that one of our strong suits has been over the last 4 or 5 years has been able to get grant funding to help offset the costs associated with these projects. So, for example, on this $75 million plus sewer project, we received $35 million in grant. That's huge.
That's a chunk.
The customers aren't paying.
Yes, sir.
The PFAS project we just talked about, as far as the design that we're doing, the bidding, and some of our construction work, a $5 million grant for that, just to demonstrate that. We've also received, we've also received grants for other work. So we're always pursuing grant funding. We're always pursuing low interest funding, especially through the USDA and other opportunities. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be a portion that falls back into the ratepayers.
Yeah.
Sure. One of the things that, as I mentioned at the beginning, was with the tremendous growth that's anticipated throughout this entire service area over the next 5 years or so. We look for a lot of growth, especially after the project is completed here in 2028. Some look at that as good, some look at that as bad. But you could look at this as potentially doubling your customer base over the next 10 years. So think about an additional 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 customers in addition. So, of course, the more customers that you have, you basically can spread those costs out through that as well. So that's part of the mix that's on the horizon, but we will still continue to pursue the grant funding and other funding sources that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Thank you, Mr. Moss has a question as well.
No, I thought Mr. Gooch had something to say as well. I do have a question.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Sorry, Steph. When Scott mentioned the northern interceptor line, the north interceptor line, that line, mentioned that the southern interceptor line, or the one from Joe P. Road, was built in late 70s, early 80s. The northern one was built in the late 60s. It predates the interstate. It
Wow.
was put in prior to the missing link from Oxford to Durham,
Okay.
the 4 lanes. And it was put in, as best I remember from what others have told me, because 1968, I started high school. But anyway, what others have told me is that that line was put in order to get sewer for the, industry along East Line Station Road. Mainly it was put in with Northern Telecom, Northern Telecom when it first moved here. And it served other businesses that popped up in the area. So, we're basing really old line there at both ends. And that's what has stopped up our sewer, so to speak. It kind of ground is still hot. If you remember when Seguasa was set up, each municipality was given 100,000 gallons per day discretionary to use for planning and use for zoning, planning. And once the plans reached Seguasa and they approved the plans and it was built out and taken under Seguasa, it became Seguasa's capacity, and the 100,000 was whatever portion was restored to the cities. But see, when you've got a line that only has 400,000 gallons or just over 400,000 gallons of permitted capacity, it's impossible to give that out. When you're using 100,000 of it, it's possible. Using 200,000 of it, probably. Using 300,000, you get into that area where you don't have the 100,000 to use. So I've heard some discussion on that, what happened to that portion of it in Bass. Okay. And I'll shut up now.
Thank you.
Unless anyone has any questions.
Commissioner Moss?
Closing statement.
No, sir, no questions. I just wanted to, for this board, I think, as I've sat here and listened, I think Mr. Schroyer kind of, articulated what the key takeaway is, the anticipated growth that we're talking about for the entire service area. That's the key thing that we'll need to keep in mind. And, the other discussions that we will have with the superintendent, with the county manager, those are things, all of that's gonna dovetail in at the end of the day. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Wilson.
I just want to finally say, Mr. Schroeder, Mr. Gooch, thank you for being here. Mr. Gooch, you started high school in 1968. 1968, I was done with high school. Thank you.
Showing your age. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Moving along. We have the Granville County Public Schools, Dr. Stan Winborn.
Oh, we didn't even close. I didn't see anything going. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything right now. Did you push the button?
Hey, Dr. Winborn.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners, acting manager, and Mike, sir, if you're watching, hello, hope you feel better, and get back in action today. I want to thank you all for the invitation to come today. I'm happy to be here and share some updates with you about Granville County Public Schools. Of course, I hope you're all familiar with our motto, focusing forward. We are very much forward-looking, and we've adopted our state's motto, Esse Quam Videre, which I think is be rather than seem. It's what we aspire to. It's part of our efforts to be as transparent and as candid as possible when sharing information about our public schools so that we can get better. That's what it's all about. We also have, which I provided to you a copy of our strategic plan. This is extremely important. You'll notice it's a nice sized plan, right? It doesn't need to have a 3-ring binder to hold it together. This is something that we use. This is not just a prop or a box that we've checked. You can see our 5 strategic priorities there. Every single one of our board meetings is organized around these 5 priorities. We have a standing committee to our Board of Education for each of these priorities. And when I have our leadership meetings with our principals, this is how our agendas flow. So this is truly how we operate. If it's not in our strategic plan, we don't do it. Okay? This is what I say focus. We are focused. And you can see the plan itself is, we have our 5 priorities, and then under each of those are action steps and strategies and then actions. Those are measurable, comprehensible actions. We try to take all the jargon out of it so that members of our community, parents, families can read these and understand what it is we're trying to do. And then lastly, what I think is really important is the fact page. This is how we know if we're being successful. These are targets, real data points that we're trying to hit. And we're trying to get better and better every single year. So again, I just say all this to let you know that we do have a very, very strong plan. And I'll add, this is not something that I created. Not something that our Board of Education created. This was created over, I think, 3 years. It started before I became superintendent. Every year we revisit it. We do this with parents, community members, family members. So this reflects the work of hundreds of people. So that being said, I thought I would dive into a couple of these. Our first priority is safety. Safety and the well-being of our children and our staff, and any visitors on the campus. And I just want to stop for a second and look over here at this man and thank him for all he has done to support us in that effort, Chief. You've done an amazing job. Hand in hand, he'll answer my call whenever. Text, it's just an incredible relationship. Our 3 school resource officers, Dave, Peace, and Wallace are fantastic. They are part of our school cultures. Those men are not just there as security officers. They're mentors, they're coaches, they're big brothers. Chris Day, who that got energy elementary school, jokes with me that when he's there during the day, he probably gets 100 wet little handshakes. So he carries a bottle of sanitizer. It's a wonderful thing to have him there, and Jessica Laws as well is very supportive. All of your team is really great for our athletic events. They're out there in force, building relationships with the community too while they're there, which I think is really important. And of course, they collaborate closely with your former chief, who is our district safety officer. And again, it's just a really, really wonderful relationship. We're very, very fortunate. I'll skip down to our next strategic priority, which is academic success. Of course, after all, we're an academic institution. And I'm very proud to report that this last year was a banner year for us. Yeah, thank you. Our students did an amazing job. They performed so well. Our educators, for the first time ever, our entire school district exceeded academic growth for math and English language arts.
That's a blessing. That's a blessing.
It is amazing. We also had our highest graduation rate that we've had in the history of the school district.
Wow.
I'll also add that the number of low-performing schools went from 9 to 4 over the past 3 years. And the number of schools that have a letter grade of C or higher has increased. So we're heading on the right track. All the indicators are pointing in the right direction. In addition, our disciplinary referrals are down. And I'm particularly proud of the fact that our most serious disciplinary referrals, the ones for fights, for controlled substances, alcohol, marijuana, THC vapes, they're down. Our long-term suspensions are down by almost 25% over the last 3 years. So that's a big improvement. And our attendance is trending up. This is a tough one, but we're working very hard. We're focusing on the group of students that are chronically absent, those that miss more than 10% of the school days. Everyone has sick days. Everyone, misses school for a variety of very legitimate reasons, but we have this pocket of students that are struggling to come to school on a regular basis. So that's where we're putting a lot of our energy now. And it's showing some improvements year over year. Excuse me. Lastly, I just wanted to touch on this effort around cell phones. When I came on as superintendent, with the support and leadership of our board, we had a new strong policy, and it was cell phones were off and away all day in grades K through 8. For high schools, at that time, we said, okay, off and away in class every day. Well, we did that for 2 years, and it was working fantastic, especially in the middle school. It was a huge difference in the atmosphere and the engagement of the kids. High schools, we're having a lot of trouble. So this past summer, again, on leadership of our board, it's off and away all day, all grades. Bell to bell. That's just not cell phones. This is earbuds, watches, whatever new devices are coming out with now. We've even seen a couple of kids with the Google glasses now in our school. So, if they're seen, first chance, put it away. Second chance, confiscated. Third, and it just goes down the progression with our code of conduct. And we've seen a tremendous difference. It's been very liberating. Our teachers say they just see the eyeballs of their students again. They're not all looking down in some of their desks. So the videoing of the fights and that type of thing has gone way down. Is it still a problem? Sure. I mean, we have some students who they'll have a fake phone, it's a burner phone or a broken phone. Then we'll have their good phone hidden somewhere.
Let's give that one up, yeah.
My son tried that.
For real? 17
Teenagers, they're gonna try to get one over.
Yeah. I had to go get the other phone.
We lay out the expectations, and it's made a big difference. I mean, I could talk a lot about this. Another area where we've really made a big push is trying to find a better balance with the use of technology in general. This school year, I started something called Tech-Free Tuesdays and Thursdays. Most of our students, grades 3 through 12, they have a school-issued Chromebook. Okay. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, those Chromebooks are not allowed to be used. They've got to go old school. Paper, pencil. We have curriculum. We have workbooks. We have textbooks. Our teachers can use whatever technology they want to display or tools to lead a discussion. But our students, we want them out writing. We want them reading. We want them talking to one another, engaging. It was a little difficult at first implementing, especially at our high schools. That's that tool for a loop. But I think everyone's adjusting. I've got a committee that's going to be convening in late February with the teachers and administrators. And we're going to talk about this and how it's going to look different maybe next year. They'd like some additional input on that. But it's been very successful. And again, our board wrote a resolution supporting this, trying to find that balance. We just, in my opinion, we've waited way too far. Just nationwide, it's become an issue. So, next I just kind of wanted to shift gears and give you some updates about school consolidation. I know this has been of interest to many. This is part of the community, part of the county. As you know, last year our board took courageous steps in having a huge restructuring of our secondary schools. And then this past fall, really starting in late summer, engaged in examining our elementary schools. There's two studies that were proposed, one for the closure of Wilton and one for the closure of C.G. Cradle. Both of those were options they worked on and considered throughout the fall. We presented those studies numerous times. There was feedback given. The studies were updated. We had public hearings. We had public and ultimately the board decided in December that Wilton Elementary School be closed, effective with the 26-27 school year. As an aside, this past fall, we ran into some problems at Mary Potter. Mary Potter, what is now called the Mary Potter Center for Education. The former Mary Potter Middle School, former Mary Potter School. That campus had been housing Granville Academy, our K-12 blended school. as well as some district offices. Our Board of Education room was there in the old media center, and our Phoenix Academy, our alternative school was there. All of that had to be relocated because of mold. We monitor air quality in all of our facilities regularly, and we noticed some issues that were starting there. We brought in some experts, got some opinions about remediation. It was astronomical, the prices, to get all that cleaned up. And that was not even addressing the root cause, which is a building that was built in the 60s with a two-pipe system and windows and roofs that are not tight and so on and so forth. So it was not viable to try to fix all of that. So we relocated all of those programs and schools back to the Creedmoor campus, which is in excellent shape. So, the most recent school consolidation savings, and I should have put just Wilton, is a $550,000 recurring savings. And how we accomplish that is through efficiency, primarily of staff. Our school district has an annual budget of about $95 million. With almost 800 employees, just under 6,000 students. So, these numbers they are very important to our margins. When we have more buildings, we get paid based on the number of students we have. And when we have more buildings than we need, when we're not running at capacity, it's extremely inefficient. And not only that, it limits the opportunities that our students have. So the benefits, aside from the finances, which are huge, is that our elementary kids can now have more non-core course options. What I mean by this is, Wilton right now, the only elective or non-core class they have is a PE teacher. We have a teacher assistant that teaches some art-type classes. But in a larger elementary school, you can have PE, you can have art, you can have music, and you can have maybe a STEM lab or something like that. So, the larger the school gets, the more efficient your operations can be, the more opportunities you can provide to students. Also, Wilton was our oldest campus in the southern part of the county, and it has about $4 million or so, $3.some million of deferred liability for the facility. It needs new roofs, it needs HVAC upgrades, so on and so forth. So, ultimately, the closure of that school did not result in any, changes in the length of our bus routes. It did impact all of the attendance zones in the southern part of our county, and it actually changed Cradle to West Oxford just a little bit. But now the attendance zones make a little more sense. If you look at them before, there were these bizarre puzzle pieces that kind of fit together trying to get the right number of students. And our parents still have the option to choose. All of our schools in Granville County are choice schools. All of them. Any family can each year apply for their children to go to any other schools. Now, we don't provide transportation countywide because we're not able to do that financially. But that is an option for them. I'll just add that we still, when we did the secondary consolidation last year, one of the things that we did when we closed Butler Middle School and we closed Hawley, they went to the new Granville Central Middle School, right? The Butler Middle School campus was empty, so we moved Butler Elementary to Butler Middle School campus, which is much nicer and much bigger, and it's beautiful, it's wonderful, they really love it. The old Butler Elementary School, which had some issues, very old, we're in discussion with the county. Of course, all of our facilities, once our board declares them surplus, the county has first right of refusal. And so we're engaged with them in that process, and we should have some resolution to that. Also, in the future, we've got to determine what's going to happen with the Mary Potter campus. Again, I just sort of put up there in parentheses, that's probably a conservative estimate about what it would cost to get that campus fixed. If you think about the old Hawley and the condition it was in, you you will see a lot of similar things at Marion. So the demolition for most of that campus is probably the best solution. And then, of course, what are we going to do with Fulton? Our board has not yet made any decisions. It's not even declared surplus, of course, because we're still having school there. That's a future conversation. I just wanted to lay that out there. I'll add, I've done a tally at the request of our board members, and I'll be sharing this with the county commissioners at an upcoming meeting. Over the past 8 years, the consolidation work of our school district, total savings of more than, and this is a low number, $30 million of savings in cost of living. $30 million. So I know these decisions are really painful and very difficult, but they're very necessary for our school district to be able to provide the services that our children deserve. And I know there's a lot of discussion about growth. And we're maybe not looking ahead enough, and we're not prepared for that. Last school year, Greenville County Public Schools lost 400 students. 400. That's an entire school for our children. When you dig into that number, we only lost 65 of those with the charters. Only 65. You dig deeper. A lot of those children, they don't live here anymore in Greenville County. The number of school-age children in this county is declining. The demographics are shifting. The average age of the resident is getting older. People are not having as many children. The people that are moving here are not coming with big families. We also have private school vouchers that are growing in North Carolina. We're not able to determine that impact. The state is not sharing that information. We can't really drill down and figure out how many Greenville County residents are using those vouchers and where they're using them. Homeschool is another question mark. And immigration, the impact of immigration enforcement that's happening is an impact. But I'll share this trend of a decline in school-age children we're seeing across the state. DPI said that we, for the first time ever, our kindergarten, first and second grade enrollments across the state are declining. That's very interesting. Just think about it. Lee County enrollment for the first time dipped in decades. So this is not unique to us.
Mm-hmm.
With that, I'll close and see if I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Winborn. Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins.
Dr. Winborn and School Board Member Hayes, thank you both for being here this morning. First question came from a meeting from my church this week, so I asked this just to see what's going on. In light of the constitutional separation of church and state, if a local church or faith-based organization wishes to establish a charitable program to assist elementary school children whose families are unable to pay outstanding school lunch balances, 5-part question. Is the church legally permitted to provide funds to cover students' lunch debt within our public school system, provided the assistance is not coercive and not tied to religious participation?
So, great question. Let me start by saying that for the past 2 years, all of our children eat free. All of them. We provide free lunch and free breakfast to all children every single day. No more free or reduced lunch or no more pay. Everyone gets free breakfast and lunches. So there are no outstanding bills. Unless we do still sell a la carte items. They can buy a cookie, right? At the high school, they can buy an extra milk. Sometimes they may run up a little bill on that. But that's not part of the meal.
Well, that takes care of the other 4 parts of my question.
Insofar as the partnership with faith-based organizations,
yes.
Absolutely, yes, and many do and have in many different ways. Some of our schools have strong partnerships with different churches.
And how will we set that up?
Well, it can happen informally. I think that one of the easiest ways is to reach out to the principal. Oftentimes we have lunches, churches that will provide lunches for faculty. They will do special fundraisers for events for students, help raise money for something special in the school, pieces later playground equipment, just, it can vary. Of course, if there's, some sort of large investment from an outside organization, private or, faith-based organization, I would maybe direct them towards the Granville Ed Foundation, which is a nonprofit that is dedicated to support public schools in our county. And they can help navigate large funding infusions to our school district.
Next question, and you talked about this a little bit with the declining population of school-age children, but in light of the district's recent school closures and consolidations, again driven by declining enrollment and fiscal constraints, what specifically enrollment projections, capacity analysis, and long-range facility planning efforts have been completed or underway to account for this anticipated residential growth? Because we've got 1,700 new homes coming. Average age, average children, 2, could be 1,000 students. So what are we doing with that?
Well, the county has provided us with projections, looking out over the next 5, 10, 15 years, and I believe that's based on some of that data. We're not seeing a significant expansion in the number of enrollments for our school districts. It's not translating. So, if we receive some wonderful news that thousands of more students begin to come in the next decade, that's when we would have conversations with our county manager and our board of commissioners about the possibility of building new schools, which we would need. New, modern facilities that our children deserve. I would not want to try to reopen mothballed campuses and throw good money after bad. One of the things our board has been very deliberate about in trying to figure out this equation is these old campuses are huge liabilities. I'm sure you can understand that as you grapple with your own fertility issues. The water pump from the 1960s, do you fix that or do you replace it? I don't know if that completely answers your question, but it's hard to have that crystal ball. What I do know is right now is my immediate focus, the children that we are currently serving.
Thank you. And for the record, I ask these questions because our city and our school districts are separate, but they're not disconnected. And both of us use separate authorities, but our land use decisions directly drive our school enrollment. Again, Dr. Winborn, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Winborn. Commissioner Gazinski?
So, thank you, Stan, for your presentation. That was a lot of great information. The one thing that I know that I have asked before at a school board meeting is state lottery money. And I'm going to let you answer that, but I believe that the answer that I got was low-performing schools and under-capacity schools do not get state lottery money. Or state funding at all?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Okay.
I think, so let me try to unpack that a little bit, because it is very complicated. A lot of people, when they hear state lottery, they think that this is this big revenue stream coming to our school district, and unfortunately, a lot of that money has been supplanted and diverted. If you look back to the original intent of the lottery, but we do receive lottery funds. Some of that flows directly to service debt at the county level from past projects that we've done. Some of it is set aside for repairs and renovations that we can use. A lot of strings attached. It's not easy money to spend. And then there is a state grant fund that you can apply for as a school district. It's a limited amount of money that you can apply for building a new school, refurbishing an old school, combining schools. Those have been awarded mostly to counties that are tier 1, the cheapest goes to have the fourth. Tier 1, we're tier 2 now. For free flop, we were tier 3, which is a little strange. So those funds are mostly diverted to the poorest counties. It's not tied to a school's academic performance, though.
Okay. And the other thing is, a lot of the reason for the debt in the roofs and the HVAC systems has been neglect of maintenance throughout the years. Is that true?
Well, insofar as, yes, because the funds were available.
Right.
It's not personnel neglecting to take care of our facilities, I would say, in so much as it is. Let me give you an example. We're working right now with the county to get an additional loan of $15 million. That money is earmarked for our two high schools. Jeff Webb and South Randall need a new roof. They each need full new roofs. That's $6 million each for a roof. They each need a new track. That's $1 million. Jeff Webb needs a new parking lot. That's $1 million. South Randall needs the back part of their parking lot finished. That's $4 million. So, you know, these are big ticket items. And, you know, we certainly can't bite those off one at a time. So we rely on the county to help us and try to, you know, navigate that moving forward. And prioritize.
Well, I think that the changes that you are making are that have been made in the last 2 or 3 years have emotionally hurt a lot of people in Creedmoor, but I do understand. Of course, I don't have a child in school, so some people say I don't understand because I don't. But what happens to the citizens of Creedmoor matters to me. And I thank you for the changes and for explaining them.
Commissioner Way?
I do have kids in the Granville County school system. So one of my questions is there something that we can do, staffing-wise, as we consolidate campuses again and move around? I think when your kids reach the high school level, I understand that we do have the guidance counselors present on campus. We may need to look at adding some, because we run into the issue where you make an appointment, it gets canceled, you make an appointment, it gets canceled, you make an appointment, it gets canceled, and then I have to send an email to the administration saying, hey, can we get this taken care of? I understand that they may have other duties or they get called away to do something else. But what I've noticed in the recent years are, as technology has become more apparent, it creates more stresses on our children, because it's more readily available for them to seek answers and things like that. And what's come to fruition now is the technology-free days, they can't get the answers to those questions. They actually have to study and use their brain to work in school, like we used to have to do. So what we're coming up with now is, how do we help our children get back to the basics and lower the stress level? I think it's a problem that's increasing, unfortunately, due to the readiness and availability of all the technology. And I think our guidance counselors now are being utilized more than they were ever utilized when we were in school. And also with that, they're also trying to help these children get their college applications in and guide them on what courses they need to have to get into the colleges they're looking for. So I'm very thankful for them to be in our schools. But I think we may need to look at maybe increasing the number of guidance counselors that we have, or not necessarily maybe assigned to one school, but have a couple that can travel around, because I think it's needed. And that whole title of guidance counselors, these kids need a little bit more guidance to help them out. As a parent, we do what we can to help out, but I have no control of what class to take and how to get there and what you need and things of that nature. And I just think that our school systems are doing a lot of better things now, and the teachers are getting back to the basics, and it's a great thing. Technology ruined a lot of stuff. it's been very readily available and easy and helpful in some instances, but it's some basic questions and things of this nature that they don't even realize.
Thank you.
I mean, I could just go on and on about it because I mean I deal with it when it comes home. So I mean I'm just saying there are a lot more good days now than there were. I can tell you that.
Glad to hear that. As a father of four myself, I agree completely. I just graduated from high school, but I saw the change, as technology sort of came into our schools more and more, and it was not all good. It was not. The mental health of our children right now is in a tough space. I mean, we're facing some real challenges, and we do not have enough staff. So we rely on partnerships with UC Children's Hospital to provide mental health support. Of course, our health department. There are a couple of other organizations that assist, that offer family support as well, that we can make referrals to. But we have one school counselor. We have to be careful with that. The term guidance counselor was sort of faded down. Now there's school counselors.
I like the term guidance. The children need a little bit more guidance.
One school counselor at each of our elementary schools, two school counselors at each of our middle schools, and three school counselors at each of our traditional high schools. So those staffing levels are supplemented with local funds. Our county is helping cover those, so that's tough. The state does not fund all of those positions. We only have 5 school nurses in the entire county. We only have one per school. We have 3 social workers that cover the entire district. 3. And, they do home visits, meetings with families for, situations where kids have a lot of issues going on. So, I would love to have a much larger student services department. But again, it's just, we're maintaining what we have only because our school board is consolidated. I think you're right about the shift of the pendulum and the technology is making a big difference.
Well, if there's anything that I can do to assist from dealing with it on a first-hand basis, I mean, I'm happy to help. And Mr. County Manager, like anything else in this world, funding is forefront for anything that we do. But one of the biggest things that I've always been a proponent of is we need to invest in our children. That's why I wanted the school resource officer at Creedmoor Elementary School, because it's not there in a law enforcement capacity. It's there to be a role model and get the people all through school that they have somebody that they can talk to. And I believe our chief of police is actually rotating our school resource officers around so the kids know the faces of our Creedmoor officers and they know the campuses that we have. And I can tell you that besides of them being the police officers on campus, that they're also counselors. Because these kids form those relationships with these officers and they feel comfortable and safe talking to those officers. And those officers make these kids laugh and make them feel, better than they did when they came into school that day. And that carries on from their time in the school building to the athletic events that they cover. And I'm very grateful for the officers that are assigned these tasks in school. Because not every law enforcement officer can be a school resource officer. It takes a very special person to do that job because you're dealing with a totally different clientele than what you're used to dealing when you're on the streets as a law enforcement officer. So I think that the mental health and well-being of our children is just as important as those free school meals that they're getting nowadays, which is very grateful for a lot of people. So, thank you, and thank the school board for what you guys are doing.
Thanks, Rob. Commissioner Moss?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Superintendent, thank you for being here today. I was just sitting here kind of chuckling to myself just for a moment. Just yesterday, I got an email from the planning committee for my 50-year high school reunion. And I actually hadn't even thought about it.
You wear it well.
Oh, great. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I think I was just doing the math on it. Let me see. Let me do it again really quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 of us in this room right now actually are products of Granville County Schools, I think. And I'm not quite as old. I'm not part of that greatest generation.
All right, now watch it.
Like the Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Gleason and some others, but I am very, very committed to this statement. And you've been alluding to it in your presentation, which I do appreciate. And I think there is a recognition, or at least that's my interpretation of your plan and what you're trying to get to, is that our schools are incredibly important to the vitality of our communities. And I do believe that. I do. And I say this, I'll be candid, I'll say this, there's probably nobody, at least sitting up here, that has been harder on Granville County Schools than I have over the last couple of years. So I get it. But that being said, I do believe it's important that as you're making these decisions to give consideration, again, which I think that you are trying to do, about what a school closure means to the community and just those long-term implications. So, I think I'm going to leave that right there. But I did want to ask one question, something you said I had not thought about until you mentioned it earlier. And I know you can't give specifics, I'm not looking for that, but just in general, has there been a lot of ICE enforcement in our schools here in Granville County? That's good. Good.
There has been no presence of ICE at any of our schools. Matter of fact, I've talked to some other superintendents about this. There is not any at all in North Carolina. And I think the instances of ICE activity around public schools in general is probably counted on one hand across this country. So that's not to say that it hasn't had a chilling impact, though. That we have had Facebook will light up from time to time about, oh, ICE is here, ICE is there, and it causes ripple effects for our attendance. And I'm not able to provide data, but I do believe it's impacted our enrollment. I don't know why families make decisions, but I do know what our enrollment numbers are. If I can go back to the point about consolidation, I do want to be very clear. As superintendent, it is not part of my authority or responsibility to make any decisions about school closure. That lies solely with our board. My role is to provide information, provide recommendations about the most efficient way to operate our school district. They're the ones that do the research and review the data and make those really difficult decisions. And then my job and my staff's job to execute.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, just one more quick statement. I will say, Billy Fisher back there, our fire chief, he did graduate before I did, so we're in the same generation. He's a baby boomer like I am. I think he graduated in 75. So just make sure there is at least one other person in this room older than
You're both babies.
Yes, thank you. Okay, there you go.
68. Good.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins?
Yes, just to follow up to Commissioner Kuczynski, I believe part of the allocation problem is when the statute was first put into effect, 35% of funds were allocated to our schools from the North Carolina lottery. It is now down to 16% because they want to increase the prize money. Just want to put that out there for the record.
That's quite, I did not know it was that much.
Yeah, 16 now. Yep.
Dr. Winborn, as having kids as well in Granville County Schools, I have a 6th grader at Granville Central Middle. I have a senior at South Granville High School. And I see the steps that Granville County schools are making to better their education. I also have a 22-year-old who graduated North Carolina A&T, graduated magna cum laude, is doing very, very well. So I know Granville County School is capable of producing the best of the best, better than private schools, better than charter schools. So we're capable of doing the best of the best. So I want to commend you all on a job well done with the Granville County Public Schools. Thank you, and there are no more questions. Okay. Commissioner Gleason.
Dr. Wishborn, just like to thank you for pretty much keeping us in the loop. I mean, you let us know when anything's happened and we get an email from you. And again, that's greatly appreciated. I like the mayor, I keep trying to call him mayor because he was once a mayor, always a mayor. Just the analogy about cell phones. The first 20 years of my life after college was many, many things. For 9 years, I was a high school teacher in Long Island. And in those days, every day when the students come into the classroom, they had to put their CD player in the drawer. So the technology has really improved, and for the last 30 years of my life, I've been in the technology business. So, just to thank you.
Well, we don't do this alone. Please thank our teachers.
Yes.
Thank our bus drivers.
Yes.
Thank our cafeteria workers, our counselors, our principals. That we have so many talented and hardworking people that are dedicated to our children, that believe in our schools as well. I want to thank the county for their continued support. Our board works very, very hard. And I really appreciate their dedication as well. So we're in it together, y'all.
Yes.
I think one of you said this is our future, these children.
Yes.
Thank you for
Thank you, sir.
today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Jay. Good morning. Welcome. Yes, sir. I think at this time we're going to take a 3-minute intermission.
About 3 minutes.
I know, yeah.
I did not play
Keep up the good work. How are you? Everything good in the world? Woke up this morning, so. Good feet on the floor, so good thing. July.
That's traded on the margin bank. There's a lot of that's a whole bunch of the state. Yeah, a lot of. Let's get graduation. Yes.
Man, I put it on.
Tell me about it. Yes. He's taking a trip to Europe with the whole family. Really? Yeah. I didn't know a lot of it. Absolutely. Yeah. I go work and
I've been on project, it's taken me over a year to get all the money in my house. Because, you know, the encrypted frequency, they had the thing that went wrong.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Finally, we have the tap channel, and we got all the stuff now, so let's get all that done. So we'll be able to switch in.
Since we're up next, we're going to do this right now, and then I'm going to take time to do this. Hey, look at you. We went down a brief this morning.
Oh, can I get one of those, sir? Do you have enough?
We got our copy, yeah. Yeah, we can give you our copy.
Oh, no, not if you have a copy.
Here you go, you want to make a copy of it?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Give me one second. I got my plate.
Pretty much, I'm prepared. Yes, sir.
You know what it is?
Okay, thank you, I'll check it out.
Yes, sir.
I think there's one in case anybody has questions, let's look it up now.
Everything about the tax increase, or sales tax increase. I'm against it, I'm gonna still.
Hey, you know what? I can't even begin to tell you.
If you don't spend more money on your house every year, it don't get fixed. The bottom line is,
I'm gonna put this one here.
it's not like, if I thought, I'm not for it. Kind of like if I thought they were using the money for really a lot of unneeded stuff.
I'm gonna forfeit my presentation.
My concern is
You get me one, yes.
that what it's earmarked for, they just got 6% for all of those, but we don't get any of that 6%. We would get some of this. Anybody that comes out and says they're for a tax increase has got a problem, because nobody wants to hear that. But the bottom line is, I was just saying, my wife and I put a lot of money in our goddamn house in 18 years. If we didn't, we'd be up shit's creek.
And I'd be okay with that, like you said, nothing specific.
Well, they said it's all gonna be used, I thought, for emergency services.
That kind of vague.
Well, if he's talking about like EMS and
EMS,
that kind of thing.
building fire houses. But the bottom line is, I thought that was what, well, when they started the fire district, said if you're really gonna do it, 6% isn't enough money. But they didn't do more than 6%, but what the county never really came out with and said, that put 6% more back in their budget. That 6%, they never took out of their last year's budget, they used it. So, again, we're between a rock and a hard spot when it comes to, like, same with Chicago. They really don't have the goddamn money to do what they really need to do.
I'm not a violent person.
But how do you change it?
I wanted to say all the questions that everybody's asking.
I almost said something. We need a federal government that's committed.
Oh, we definitely need a federal government that pulls monkey things.
I'm glad you didn't even.
I'm just so,
Oh, hell, my face.
you know, it's funny, I put a quote, I don't put too many political posts about. Yesterday, after his eighth visit,
Yes.
I didn't even post it, I just said, I'm not gonna put a nice picture on the show and.
All right, let's,
My comments, 3 friends' comments, that were all really appropriate.
right. All right, I call us back into order. I'm gonna wait for you.
You good?
All right. So, Creedmoor Volunteer Fire Department, Chief Billy Fisher and Assistant Chief Mr. Foley. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Billy Fisher, 605 Lake Road, Creedmoor, and yes, I graduated South Carolina.
Go Vikings.
Matt went to high school, so we're both Brown County and Creedmoor.
Well.
And I moved to Creedmoor to city, since our time I think we moved from Garland out here. This is gonna be very brief this morning, just give a little update on some things going on with the fire department. Good morning, city, mayor, city commissioners, and, in the room. One of the things you have real quick to start off with is that is a copy of our audit that we just received back in the county. Does have a student, fire department do an audit, and that is something they fund, and we've done that, and give you a copy of it. If you look it over, there were no discrepancies except one line item, which was a few receipts we could not locate. We've already implemented this year's 26, a new policy of a different way to try to keep up with our receipts. This year, my goal is to not lose a receipt. So we'll see if that works, but we've come up with a whole different method to do that. But that's your copy to keep, just to kind of see where we're at in the fire department. It shows you all our funding, everything we spent, what we bought, so forth, everything. So update with that. Just a couple quick number things. Last year, we ran 357 calls from the department. This year, already in 2026, we have already run 46 calls. And the one thing about that large number is, there's only about 3 of those that were related to the last 2 weekends of the snowstorm. The rest of those have only been just general calls throughout other times and dates. So nothing was new, even though we had 2 snowstorms. Last week, we didn't even get a call through the weekend until Monday night. So, I don't know where everybody was, but I stayed home.
Yeah, bless her.
So, that was good. We've got, obviously, some engines coming, they keep pushing our date out. It's, and I laugh now, say this year supposedly. No, we're here in May, so, we're still waiting to see if it's gonna be May or mid-year. We got a new engine, our newest engine that we run right now out of the station is 2002. So we're definitely well past the due date of, replacing engines every 20 years. We really want to get it. Well, we got it running well, running great, so, that. I would give you some updates on our station, but we're definitely still in continuous talks with, builders, trying to look at, things that we can do to cut back. Our station is now 44 years old and it's tired. It's outgrown, and we have no way of sleeping quarters or any way to put people in the station. And we could even put guys in there right now that would stay overnight. We had those, the captains sleep in a recliner or lay on the couch in the meeting room and stuff. So we're still working with that. Commissioner Statisky, she got stuff a couple of years ago with, when Frank Sossaman and Mayor was over in office, and sat down with them, and that's one of the avenues we're still looking at. If you can, kind of one thing we're asking for the city commissioners and the city department is if you can help us in, not only for you to hand us out money, but you can give us some, help us with some avenues or some contacts of some grant money that we put in for the state grant, we put in for forestry grant, we continue to put in for grants continually, fed grants and stuff. But if you know some avenues, can help us with that and give us some direction. And we've got some plans. I did bring this morning, got a call first thing this morning, as soon as I got out of the shower, and got a little behind, but really it's not the time to put it out up here as far as, everybody come around and look at plans. Come by the station, be glad to show you what we're looking at doing. I think what we've done, we've actually cut it back into the original plans that when we were gonna try to have it on Highway 15, we had the property down there, about 15, 20 years ago. The problem is, even cutting it back, it's about 3 times the cost that it was. So just back to
Yes, sir.
and you're familiar with that right now, fixing to build a new, city, police station, so I know you're familiar with funding and costs and how much stuff has gone up. But, Matt, you got any time as far as any other information from the station and?
Just as we all know, the growth is coming, we're preparing for that. As we look right now, we really need to be looking at 2 stations, a substation down 56. The growth is coming, this is the time to prepare for it, we know that. We're trying to take the resources that we've been getting in now and putting it into the infrastructure. The big thing that like Billy was talking about is financing. How do you take a volunteer fire department and finance a $6 million fire station? We need help, and we'd like to ask, what avenues or how to do that, but as a community, hopefully we'll be able to come together and find a resolution to that. But as we've been going along, our partnership with y'all has been great. I know that we are a contractor to y'all, but we're all members of this community, and that's what we're doing here is serving our community. These things that we're doing or trying to do, it's for the community. It's theirs. It doesn't matter what name on the building it is. We need to start looking at coming together, because as we grow, 10, 15 years down the line, the volunteers are falling apart. So we kind of need to look at how we go from here. Do we start looking at planning toward what Oxford looks like? Because they do have a combination department. But anyway, the new engine is coming to the station. The property behind the station we purchased, we have torn down the building, as y'all have seen. We have taken those 2 lots and combined them together so that it is now 1 lot. And that's what we're looking at, building the fire station. The reason is we've looked at consultants, we've looked at our call volume, we've looked at our district. The best place for a fire station is on Main Street, but we can't afford a place. We can't take over Chevrolet. Where we're at is the ultimate area for it, especially with the zoning. We can go 0 lot. We can have a big, huge ramp. We're not going to get drive-through bays, but we don't have to have those. What else? The new fire truck is coming. We purchased a new brush truck. We have an old military Chevrolet. 84 model. We have deemed it unsafe and basically are buying a cabin chassis and putting it in what we call a brush truck. It's basically a pickup truck with a tank in the back to be able to go do bottom ramp fire. But it's also useful to the city because when we get into areas that a fire truck can't get to and our hose lines are only a couple hundred feet, we can get this pickup truck into those lots and stop a fire from getting into the house.
We found it's going to be another resourceful vehicle that we can use also for even medical calls and stuff. It's a small vehicle. It even would be accommodating for even a vehicle fire, like I said, something that can get into a smaller area when you're getting into a lot of times your city neighborhoods and stuff.
down some of the trails and stuff, it would definitely be able to do that as well versus the larger fire apparatus that weigh 80,000 pounds.
One other than $1 million tar truck up and down the road.
The other thing, talking about membership and volunteers, I am very happy to say that we still have 31 members in our volunteer department, and of our 31 members, we have 2 members that do not have their state certification firefighter 1 and 2, but those both are newer members. One's only been in a year, one's been in about a year and a half, and they are continually taking classes to get to that point. But all the many members in our department are now fully certified 1 and 2. A lot of them have drivers, a lot of them have other. I think we have about 12 members that are 12 to 13 members that are full-time firefighters. So we really use the resources from those guys because they're in every day where we're volunteering and some of them run 1,000 calls a year. There are sections in Durham and Cary and Wake Forest and Henderson. I mean, we've got firefighters, and a lot of them are EMTs as well, which again helps us run some of the lifting assistance and CPR calls that we're running now with the EMS program in Greenville County. So we think our department is still strong.
Still working on, there are different certifications in technical rescue or rescue company. We're opening ourselves up for more grants, so we're trying to get that certification. The member-wise, the training-wise, we have that membership. I forgot how many members we have to have, but I think we've got 15 folks in our department that are certified. On the county level, the chiefs are talking about maybe coming up with a county regional rescue team for that. It's very manpower intensive and equipment wise is very intensive. So that concept may be coming, but at least we've got the knowledge to be able to do high angle rescue, trench rescue, those types of things, especially development coming in and construction, you never know.
That's pretty much everything I had this morning.
Yeah, I'm sorry for not being more prepared with the finished presentation.
Okay, perfectly okay.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins?
Yeah, the first one is actually for Lee. Lee, is a volunteer fire department capable of getting a funding loan?
Funding loan?
My bank?
I have to see the legalities regarding that.
Sister Chief, do you know?
Well, a lot of it is also on your credit score, correct? We really don't have, other than, well, like a personal thing, we don't have a loan with the fire department except for Wake Electric, and that was not an official.
Like a financial institution type.
Correct.
So you would need a partnership with the city.
Right.
Absolutely.
As a conduit to fund.
New truck coming, our funds are in place to pay for that truck when it gets here. We're good to go with that. That was the thing that with that new truck coming, we could begin already to put the funds together several years ago, knowing that time frame was coming.
Okay, the second part of my question, is $6 million, does that include the substation or just the?
No, that's just
the building of.
On the same footprint as far as property where we're at.
Gotcha.
And our biggest thing there is the fact that sleeping quarters, number 1, and number 2 is your actual housing units, because you have to have, with our apparatus, obviously they have to be inside, so that's a reason for that cost like that. And let's say you could cut it down, what our original thought was drive through the days, guys can back the trucks in, that can cut expenditures, and let's say we tried to cut that down. Again, we want to not have alcohol, but we want to also be prepared for another 20, 25, 30 years. And our station is 44 years old.
Yes, sir.
It's a garage building, it's not, it wasn't set up for this.
Fire department.
Today's fire service.
Thank you both for being here.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Again,
Commissioner Moss.
Again, for everything the city has done, and that's one of the parts, and I can help them.
We thank you all as well. Commissioner Moss?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to get y'all to talk about 2 things when I met with you. I think it's important information for the community. If you could talk about the fire rating and how that affects our homeowners insurance, I think that's another key thing.
We're about 2 years away, probably maybe 27, but this year, next year, sometime next year, will be about time for us to do another, inspection. The fire rating, obviously, the lower the number is, the better that is for the city, for the district, and it does lower insurance by having to lower the rating. And right now, we're still on track with the new engine and everything. We are really hoping to take that forward down to a 3. It's our goal, and that's what I'll say, we are continuing to work and do the things we need to do that. Daytime pay help was definitely one thing that helped us in bringing those ratings down. And if you look throughout the county, all the departments in the county, every one of them lowered their ratings by having that part in place, because it does cut down on your time out from the dispatch to the time you receive your emergency or whatever it is. And so, that is definitely something that we are definitely trying to do. Along with that as well, Northern Lakeview, I'm sure most of you know, is building a station down on Highway 50. And that will help us again with another mutual aid avenue to help them to come in. Again, we're hoping that cuts down time for them to come into our area to help us as much as us going to help them, again, to help with lowering that rating.
That's cool. Awesome. My second question was going to be, just trying to figure out which order. I know when I was up there, Brian was working on your new reporting system. Are you continuing to progress with that?
Yes. We're actually doing well with it.
Cool.
What he's speaking on there is not only the state, but nationally, the United States went with an entire new reporting system this year, and it's supposedly to make it a bigger system so that, and Chief Lacey can probably remember this as well, what it does is it helps to provide more data down the road for them to begin for future planning of incidents and so forth. And so it's now a national thing of the reporting system. It makes it easier for us to do our reports. As far as obviously it's a learning curve, but when you put them into the state, now the state not only has that information, but now it's national, so they can now get more data at a larger, exposure point of being able to share more data around to help with that in incidents.
Okay. And my last question, you probably know what I'm going to ask about, the alarm. Is it going off less? It feels like it is.
Well, the problem with that is it all depends on Marion County setting it off.
Okay.
It's set off with the radio waves as our pagers would go off. So when we get a call, they set those tones off.
Yeah.
It's actually supposed to set the siren off every single time.
Okay.
Thank goodness it doesn't do it all the time.
Yeah.
We have continued trying to work with them to try to, not only do we get that when we get a call, but when they cancel it, they set the pagers off again a second time, which would set their siren off again. It's a great to have, but you want it more.
I can't hear it. Yes, you can. I can't hear it. I can't hear it.
Especially if anything else goes down, we get that to a limit. But the great thing is once we get a man station, that has no longer affect our rating.
Okay.
Or, yes.
But at this point now, it does help with rating because it is another means of alerting the firefighters.
Because it's an unmanned station.
Yeah, that's something that definitely we get manned station, and that could then be silenced unless an absolute some type of particular emergency that we can come up with the city and something that between us and police department that we might need for like an emergency alert type system.
Gotcha. I'm asking just because I got cornered in the produce section at the food line last week, so I thought I would take the opportunity to ask.
I get it myself. Yep.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Kaczynski?
So thank you for coming, and thank you for this audit report. I appreciate it very much. Like everything else in this world right now, prices have gone up, and I understand that. So just to inform our newest members, that meeting that was set up, you were at it, with Mary Bodie? Yeah. That was when we discussed about closing up the donut holes and trying to get more revenue, because she felt that the little bit of revenue that we would get from closing those donut holes would make a difference. And the bill was drafted and it passed the House, but it never passed the Senate. It was never even presented in the Senate. And with our two new representatives, we have the House of Representatives, Senator. Right now, there's been a stall on the Senate side for various reasons. I won't go into them. But, I know that, and this is for our interim city manager also, I know that I had spoken to the city manager, and this is with Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins' idea, and asked that we set up a meeting with the fire department and Lee and maybe Davenport Financing to see if we could help give them a little guidance. Now, we would not pay for that finance director to do his magic, which he can do really well. But to try and set up a meeting so that you could get an idea of what you could do.
Well, the whole thing here, in my outlook, and everything that's out there and everything we're looking at, it's infrastructure for the city of Creedmoor. Whose name on the building, it doesn't matter. It's things that we need. What's open to a municipality is a whole lot different than a private organization.
Yeah.
But this isn't the private organization's
Property.
You know, it's for the community.
For the citizens, yeah.
If the city of Creedmoor is on that deed, who cares? It's still for the community. If you're able to, as a city, get financing or get other things for infrastructure, why don't we look at that? We're not fighting over whose name it is or whose building it is. We just need this for our community.
Yeah. Public safety is not just the police. Public safety is fire also. And I agree that we have kind of drifted away from this subject in the last at least year and a half, 2 years. And well, it's on all of our fault because the citizens need this. And our chief has talked to us about a substation out east further. So that's already on our radar. I just want you to know that. And we talked about a combination public safety center. But
the other thing to understand too, our main station is just like everything else. We need an area to be able to have all the trucks or whatever, so the people have a meeting room, have all that administrative needs in one building. A substation is cheap, and that's one of the reasons we kind of like thrown it off. You need a bay, a heated bay, and a place for people to sit. It's not anything that's extravagant. Living quarters or whatever can only be thought of later as long as you've got the square footage, but we're not looking at stacking it with a lot of folks. You're looking at stacking it for one truck company, especially if you ever go paid, you're looking at 4 people max, not a huge station.
I didn't know where that came from. I was like, where did that voice come from? The new truck that you mentioned, isn't that truck being designed just for Creedmoor needs?
Yes, it's basically what we call a city truck. You'll notice a lot of volunteer departments have these big, huge apparatus, which are great. You can be able to put all your equipment on it, use that for more than one function. An engine company, put ladders on it, put all this stuff on it. As you go into a municipal department, Cary, Raleigh, Durham, we have specific apparatus for specific duties. We no longer are looking at one does all. It's great when you have just that resources, but as you plan out to be a bigger department, you need a vehicle that does one specific purpose. This is the engine company or...
Was this a planned?
That's what it sounds like.
Saturday morning, 10 o'clock.
I work at a daycare.
Yeah, you hear it.
I work at a daycare. I hear it all the time, but I don't hear it at home for some reason. I don't hear it at home. I really don't. I don't hear it.
We don't have to carry as much water. It's smaller so we can get through smaller neighborhoods, get around cul-de-sacs, turn around in the cul-de-sac. That's what we designed it for. We designed it to have when we can staff it, have an engine crew on it.
That's all I have.
Thank you. The fire department is so integral to the community, but I don't think our citizens know exactly how important it is because it hasn't happened to them yet.
And it's not what we learn now.
Yes.
It's what happens if.
Yeah.
And you look at it as your hazards throughout the community, our schools, our big commercial structures.
Yeah.
Look like if nobody recognizes it until something happens, and then they want to know why you did it.
Yep.
The majority of our community does not know that we're a volunteer department. They don't care.
They don't care. It hasn't
They
happened.
want to know that the big red truck is going to show up when they need us. And we can't do it alone. I've kind of talked to them about this before. We can't afford to be able to protect this community the way they need to be done by ourselves. So we've automatically got mutual aid agreements with other departments. A single structure fire, the state requires us to have 21, 26 people on scene. Mandatory. When they come back in and look at our records, on a working structure fire, we need that minimum amount of folks because it's a hazmat. It's basically a hazardous thing we're going into. We have to have all the resources. We can't do that alone. We can do the town of Cary or City Raleigh does everything themselves. But the city of Durham, we all sign a mutual aid agreement. So when that buzzer goes off, we've got other people coming. Thank goodness, we're going to have another station right down the road from us. The bad thing about that, for our community, the ISO rating starts at the county line. So, for them or to be able to utilize that for our fire protection, it starts going like funding, like Lake County's paying for it, they're not going to allow. We can do mutual aid agreements, but as them coming in to do other things, they don't, anyway, it's kind of a, that's our resource, this is our resource. So we can give away with that, a lot of mutual aid agreements, exactly.
Commissioner Gleason?
We can, go back a long time and find blame, for the volunteer fire service in America. Because that's how it started. Benjamin Franklin, it's all his fault. You're speaking to the choir with me. The situation here in North Carolina is certainly much different than it was in New York, where I came from. My fire department was a fire district, and it was a taxable fire district. So the bottom line is we needed what we needed, and we had a budget, and it was voted on by the taxpayers, and we got what we needed. But in the United States, 70% of the firemen in this country are still volunteer. The sadder part than that, if you look at the 70%, you're going to find out that 40% of them are really at an age where they probably shouldn't even be fighting fires. You two gentlemen might be in that age group, but not close. But the bottom line is, I had a friend on Facebook who, at 74 years old, died getting hit by a car. He was in the fire police. And everybody I see now in my age group that's dying, they're all dying from this. We're caught between a real hard rock. $6 million fire station, the possibility of a fire department that's a combination department that may have one apparatus manned 24/7 is exceptionally expensive. We have a budget here, total budget of around $6 million, which is what the firehouse would cost. We probably could build a $5 million firehouse. We probably could do certain things different. But the bottom line is the fire district. The county started a fire district 3 years ago. I'm still baffled how all of the 14 companies, or whatever it is, 16, get the same amount of money as the upfront money.
Yes, yes.
Wait a minute, you do 400 calls a year and the other department does 35, and they're getting the same amount of money as you as upfront. And I would go to meetings, this is before the district, and all the chiefs would sit there and go, aye. And then Creedmoor got a little thoughtful when they changed that to a district and you were getting 6% of your fire district. We decided to get out of it. You get all of 6% of our budget, which is a lot more money than you ever would have got from the county fire district. A lot more money. If we were to do what you wanted to do as a city, our budget would probably go up about 45% a year. It would cost almost as much to build that firehouse and man it, not to man it for sick days, vacation days. It would cost almost as much as we pay for the police department. And the bottom line is, we certainly ain't gonna go to a volunteer police department. So, the county said with their 6%, they were gonna put money aside and when I said it originally, 6% is a drop in the freaking bucket. When you're talking about a county, not a town like Creedmoor, a city like Creedmoor. So the bottom line is we really have to do some kind of, I don't know how we do it, with the county, with the state, some way to get this financing, because I'll be perfectly honest with you, and I don't think anybody here would agree that this city, we just had to spend $3 million cash for this police department, and then we're gonna pay off the rest of the almost $6 million. So I guess what we have to do is we have to sit down, maybe as a group, and I've always wanted to attend a commissioners meeting in the county, but I met a commissioner the other day, and we had quite a good conversation. But we have to come up, you do need a firehouse. You do need, if you need to build a temporary two-story, a double-wide building on your lot, so you do have a heated place so you can put firemen in there and they can sleep there, if that's something we can finance or whatever. But there's gotta be a solution, and I don't have the answer.
Right, but the good thing right now is we are in a good spot as a department. As you can see, our budget. The only moment we have is the rest of that ladder truck. The city and us are on the same payment plan. 5 years have paid for it. Don't get me wrong on the amount of money. That's one payment. We're getting a nice chunk of money coming in from the county and the city. We have the funds now to use toward the fire station. Before we have to take that money and pay personnel, we can go 5-10 years without having truly paid personnel, and I'm not talking part-timers. Being able to reimburse our volunteers is one thing, but if we use those resources now, that station's paid for. We've got the funding now, we just need a way of getting that financed. I think we can pay for it at the budget we're at now. We have used the money, we haven't wasted it, but we've stuck it into things like the engine, the brush truck. We have bought all the equipment that we need. Those aren't recurring. They are down the line, but our turnout gear is good for 10 years. I got somebody coming in, I've got to replace theirs or get them back, but that huge cost is not recurring. We can use these funds if we're financially not stable, but what am I trying to say? Fiscal. We can do this now. Get it paid for before we have to, when those 5,000 pounds or whatever people get here, we're screwed. Excuse my language. Right, now I've got to pay somebody to go to those calls. Right now we're running 300 calls. When we hit whatever that magical number is, it's one of the reasons we don't first respond, by the way. It's not that we don't have it, not that we're not trained. We don't do first responders because our call volume now will be double. My volunteer that's sitting in the house can only leave his wife so many times before she starts yelling at him. Robin can't leave her husband but so many times before he gets mad. There's that fine line with the volunteers. As we're growing, we have that opportunity to do that. We've got the young kids sitting at the station that want to run calls. I've got a place to put them at night. They'll run calls. They can drive the trucks. They can get those things out. When a senior's happens, I'm just asking, we need that input, your knowledge, your expertise, experience. There's some way we can get this thing done. Doesn't necessarily have to come monetarily.
But so with those comments, I'd like to ask the mayor, if I could be on a committee, maybe appoint somebody else, that we sit down with you guys and get Lee involved, because he knows more about the financing and how you could go about doing that. And we try to come up with something.
Yes, sir. Definitely. I want to be in there as well. I want to be in there.
Robert should be on it as well, because he's certainly more involved with you guys than I am, and I apologize for not making your dinner.
Make you better.
That's all.
All right. Commissioner Way?
Well, as everybody's already heard, since this is our strategic planning session, and something that we definitely need to add for our own set of a 5-year plan. We're hitting to the point where we're gonna have to have staffing. As the chiefs hit on it, we're not a full first responder department. We do have members of our department that are trained and can operate in a first responder status. We are receiving increased calls from the county EMS system to respond. I would say on an average, we probably average between 3 or 5 calls roughly every 2 weeks where we have to go out and assist EMS.
And a lot of those is their cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
Their overdoses. We should only be dispatched right now to basically if they're doing chest compressions, those immediate. We are responding to. I was talking about other medical calls.
Yeah. So the fire department, we're dispatched on, as he pointed out, anything where active CPR is in progress, or they tell us that the person's not breathing, or EMS requests us for lifting assistance. Those are all that Creedmoor responds to, because we're not a first responder department with the county. But as those calls are increasing with the overdoses and the cardiac calls, and as Commissioner Gleason pointed out, some of our members of our department, they just, they're not able to go out and do those type of calls, so we respond on our younger members to go to do chest compressions and lift up these people and do that kind of thing. And we're at the point of a community where we need that coverage 24/7 because our EMS system is strained. It's not just Ramble County's EMS system. It's a problem in Wake County and Durham, all around us. They call for mutual aid assistance for ambulances all the time. It's the way our communities are getting just older. The people in our communities are getting older, and there's a lot more medical problems out there, and our EMS system just can't keep up with it. And one of the things that I've said in the past is I'd like to see an EMS truck back in Creedmoor. I know there's one in Butner, or 2 in Butner at a time, plus a paramedic sometimes, but I really would like to see another ambulance back in the Creedmoor area. We need to figure out, as Commissioner Gleason was stating, with Lee, hopefully, a way to help the fire department move forward with funding for this station. The Creedmoor citizens in this community have supported the fire department over many years with fundraisers and things of that nature. The city has stepped up to help out with the purchase of the ladder truck and also with the tax base that we have now. But we have members on our department that have been members of the department for 40-plus years. And this is the most funding and the most qualified members, and the equipment that we have is second to none. I would put our equipment, our training, and our firefighters, not just because I've been a member of the department for over 20 years now, but it's just, it used to be you would come to the fire department for a training night and y'all might go over a few things or go look at the truck. These guys are going out, putting on their turnout gear, pulling hoses off the truck, doing scenario-based training, and they're doing this after they've worked all day at a job, come to the fire department at night, do 3 hours of rigorous, sweaty, training, and then go home and repeat the day over again. They don't get paid for this. They're doing this because they want to be members of the community and help out. These are people that work full-time jobs and volunteer to help out. And as the chiefs have said, some of these guys are full-time members of other departments. And then we depend on other volunteers for the remainder of it. And the volunteer pool is drying up. These young guys that are getting in the department, we are a stepping stone and tool for them to get the interest and training that they need to be part of those 12 to 15 members that are now members of professional fire departments. So, if you can keep the interest alive with the younger generation, then we're doing great. But the volunteer fire service in communities that are municipal surrounded now, you just can't support a volunteer department. They need the help of a city to get them the funding they need to have the resources as far as sleeping quarters and equipment. And it is our responsibility to be here for all of us to be able to do that. And public safety has always been one of my top priorities ever since I got on the board. And I will tell you that the heart and soul that the members of the Creedmoor Fire Department have is tremendous. And I'm very happy and appreciative to be a member of the department and support them in the capacity of being a member of this board as a representative of all of us. And I can't carry the torch high enough in the air to be able to make sure that we have the resources in place to move forward, because growth's coming. As they pointed out, there's a new station from the county on Highway 50 to support the Northern Wake Fire District. And they're right here knocking on our door. And that station's going to be staffed 24/7. We need to step up and be able to provide the resources to be able to give the same respect to the citizens in our municipality as the county can do next door in their rural area. So, that's it.
Commissioner Walls?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Way, I cannot echo your comments anymore, other than saying this, and I've said this to the chief and the assistant chief, and I've said it to other people over the years, but just sitting here thinking and listening to what you were saying, 2004, we had a tremendously bad ice storm right here in Creedmoor. Power was shut down for probably a week or more. And the old McCombs house caught on fire. And that, I had been mayor for, and I'm sorry, Mr. Gleason, for saying it out loud, but I had been mayor for 4 years. And when that house caught on fire, again, we didn't have any power. We had every fire department in Granville County and probably some from out of Granville County at that house that day. It sits at Elm and Rogers, right in the corner. Big, very big house. And that was the day that changed my view of what the Creedmoor Volunteer Fire Department does. When, I'd seen it happen on TV, seen firemen go up a ladder and fire shooting out of the roof and out of windows. But that day, I saw two people that I personally know do that. Mike Allen and, oh my God, what's his name? Mike Allen and, Bobby Ray's son, Richard, went in the back door. Luke Steele. I'm sorry, I was having a brain cramp there. But Mike Allen and Luke Steele climbed up to the second floor. There were reports that there were animals in the house, and they went up the ladder into the house. Nothing was there, no animals were there. But I saw people that I know that did that under very difficult circumstances. And it changed my view of how we needed to support the fire department. So I echo your comments. And I was just sitting here, and this is, and I will say this, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be quiet, for hopefully a minute or two. But in the spirit of leaving no stone unturned, and I will say, it will be a long shot, but I think it's worth the effort. Up until 2022, I think it was, I served on the Golden Leaf Foundation. And the Golden Leaf Foundation has a funding mechanism. It's for lower priority projects. And it says clearly here, generally projects focused on the following are lower priority and therefore not likely to be awarded funds. And it points out emergency services, including fire departments. But I am of the belief that we leave no stone unturned. And I think we should reach out to them. I'll do some research. I'll send this to the mayor and Mr. Gleason and whoever, and Mr. Way, who's on our committee. I'll send it to y'all. And we'll figure out, we'll figure out how to see if we can apply for it. The worst thing they can say is no. But, we can ask the question. If you don't ask, you don't get. So that is what we will try to do. But thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you all. I know myself, and I'm sure that the board is behind, full service fire department. So thank you all for your time. Thank you all for your dedicated service. We appreciate you all. There are no more questions? All right.
Again, thank you for your time this morning for us, and hearing us, and I will leave you with this. I want to brag on, we talked about the ladder truck a lot because, guys, like I say, this board has helped us with that. Municipality has come in and helped us when we purchased that. Matt, Brian Fisher, my son was on the committee, and the truck that they built through the E1 out of Ocala, Florida, we've had 5 different fire departments come to us, and one as far as 150 miles away, looked at that truck, looked at our drawings, and went back to E1 and ordered that exact same truck for their district, their municipality. And so that, to me, complements what an apparatus these guys put together. So, like I said, we've got talent and know-how of a lot of things on our department, and we identify our services throughout the nation, I guess. I know the city of Durham, because I know a lot of the guys in Cary and Wake Forest and different ones, but even in our department in Creedmoor, I'm an electrician. We've got a couple of guys in the plumbers. We've got guys that do so many different variances of the type of work and stuff. Matt's good with his hands on automotive and stuff. Bobby Ray, of course, has been in the automotive business for 75 years or whatever it is. But that's what I say. We have so many talents. But when it comes to the know-how, when we get to this funding and financing, we can get some assistance with that. I'll put my nose to the grindstone to help, and and I had never heard of that organization you're talking about. So yeah, let's look into that.
Let's do it.
100% on board.
Let's do it. All right. Thank you all. All right, guys. Mr. Drew Cummins.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not a magician, so I can't move us back in time, but I will try to be efficient with my comments this morning to see what questions people have. Good morning, Mayor Downey and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. I'm Drew Cummings, County Manager. I always appreciate your invitation to come see you. I especially appreciated it this morning because my alternative was going with my 15-year-old son to Raleigh to run the Krispy Kreme Challenge. Where you run 2.5 miles, eat a dozen Krispy Kreme donuts, and then try your best to run back. And both because of the weather and because I didn't choose really or want to see partially digested donuts flying everywhere. I'm glad particularly this morning. So, thank you. As you know, Commissioner May is a frequent attendee here. He sent his regrets that he could not be here. He is attending the funeral of one of his agents that he worked with for many years and speaking at that funeral. also bring greetings on behalf of the other commissioners, several of whom are here. So thank you again. I have four main topics and a few tidbits that I'd like to talk about today. Holly site design updates, some transportation updates, some discussion about zoning review, Article 46 sales tax proposal, and a few other bits and pieces. Former Holly School. So the buildings are almost entirely gone. We did just discover this past week that in the slabs there is some asbestos mastic on the slabs, and so looking at several $100,000 additional to cart that 40 or 50 more miles to a landfill that will take it in plastic bags. So it's a lot more complicated when you run into materials like that. Responses to the design RFQ that we have out are due on Monday. Really looking forward. We've had a lot of interest from design firms in that. I'll be eager to see what those responses look like. Our staff and the selected firm, we talked about this a little bit last time I was here, will certainly engage Ms. McCurdy and other key Creedmoor stakeholders as we dive more deeply into kind of project design. Our goal is to keep that project moving as quickly as possible, but lots of big decisions have to be made, not just with respect to that facility, but a wide variety of other county needs. Thought this might interest you if you haven't been out there. This is from January 28th, so a little more than a week ago. I tried to figure out yesterday whether that one last building is still there, but if it is, it soon will not be. Mostly gone? So there you go. It's amazing once these firms get going with their big equipment, how quickly things can disappear. So transportation update number one, I want to talk with you a little bit about kind of a concept for a southern loop, CARTS loop or transit loop. As a lot of you know, there is an Oxford loop that runs sort of during business hours on weekdays. It covers 17 stops going around Oxford, stopping at senior housing, especially senior housing facilities, retail and grocery options like Walmart and Food Line, and medical center, Granville Medical Center, and pharmacies and things like that. So it is very helpful. It's fairly well utilized. There has been interest on our board, by way of advocating for broader and better transit options in, more parts of the county than just Oxford. To start developing some concepts for a potential southern loop. So I had conversations both with City Manager Turner. Hi, Mike. Hope you're doing all right. And I think Mr. Frango's a little bit, and also folks over in Butner, saying, well, if we had one here, what stops would sort of lend themselves to a similar kind of service? And right now we have the Institute for Transportation Research and Education at NCSU have taken kind of a very conceptual draft list of possible stops and are kind of thinking about, well, how might that work? I will say that one of their options, or one of their comments in some early conversation was an on-demand service might actually be more efficient. Which is to say, sort of more like an Uber or a Lyft model, right? It costs a lot of money to have a driver and a bus and run that bus all day long around in a loop, right? To me, the difference though was they say you can't really do that on demand unless there's some fee. They were saying like a $6 fee or something like that, whereas the Oxford loop is free. And so I want to make sure that whatever solutions we end up with are kind of equitable and make sense and are helpful to people who need that kind of help. And certainly, part of what they will do is kind of estimate costs for different kinds of scenarios. That will just give us better information, like what what size nut are we trying to crack here, to potentially bring some transit solutions to the area, and we would obviously be looking for grants and cost sharing and other things to maybe make that a reality. So stay tuned. Your staff have been engaged, and I'm sure they will be even more engaged the more real and more specific the conversation gets. Second update is about the Campo Northwest Area Study. It's always a little bit confusing to me, but their northwest area is our southeast area. And so this is kind of a map of the area. There was another slide that I meant to pull together and didn't, but this proposed study, which is underway at the moment, has kind of three phases. First phase is land use visioning. And so it's sort of like, well, if we did A or B or C, what would that look like? And then the second phase is land use scenario assessment. So what happens over time if we follow route A or B or C, right, with sort of future development? And the third phase is multimodal transportation recommendations, and that sort of maybe involves two main parts, one of which is just reminding ourselves of the existing studies that have been done of different corridors, 50, 56, 98, I-85 interchange work, and then looking back at what we've learned from this more recent process and trying to kind of incorporate and synthesize all of what we have learned through those various studies. So I think that commissioners have helped, county commissioners have helped push for that study. I think because there's a lot in the world of transportation funding that doesn't happen without a plan, right? So if your needs and your recommendations aren't really represented in some kind of official plan, it's hard to get the attention of an institution like NCDOT or the state legislature to help make it a reality. And so that's what we're working on there. Another quick transportation update and change at the county level that may be of interest to you. TIA is traffic impact analysis. I was double checking with DOT a couple of weeks ago. A subdivision has to have at least 500 units in it for them to trigger a traffic impact analysis. Obviously, that's for our frame of reference would just be a gigantic subdivision. And so for a while, the county has had a significantly lower TIA threshold of 80 units, and then as of January, have dropped that further to 50 units. Those changes are your commissioners trying to make sure that that some of the challenges presented by additional growth, which is not all bad, not all good, right, are borne by the developers and not necessarily by the community. Because a traffic impact analysis might come back and say, well, this will add this many trips to this road or to this intersection, and should really include improvements X, Y, and Z, turn lanes, signalization, that kind of thing. And so that then gives us a leg to stand on to say, okay, maybe you can do this subdivision, but part of this will be to add these transportation improvements to keep things flowing safely and efficiently. So, zoning review, some of you may be aware of this, maybe all of you. County has had countywide zoning since 1986. That's about 40 years now, and has changed here and there, been tweaked here and there, but it's largely unchanged in that time frame. And I think we are cognizant that after 40 years, and given what Granville County has started to see development-wise in the last 5 or 10 years, that we need to be looking around corners a little bit and seeing what we can do differently, what we can do better to help make sure that that our zoning is helping us to achieve our goals that we have as a county. Obviously, you all with your own zoning face that exact same challenge. How is it helping or hindering you in achieving your goals? For our part, I think that, and again, this is not sort of fully launched yet, but these are things that we're looking carefully at. I think that some of our potential zoning changes would be to react to new industrial kinds of uses or needs, potentially expanded commercial nodes. If you look at our current zoning and future land use map, I think and you look at what might be possible with current zoning around some of our, what are now pretty main, intersections and crossroads, it's quite limited. And I think as we experience more growth, we may want and need to allow for some further commercial development at those nodes. I think there's an interest in this, in a way, gets back to the Campo Northwest Area Study, but potentially variable densities that might be allowed based on location, availability of water and sewer, transportation, availability, sort of, the ability of the roads to add additional traffic and so forth. And the but there is that the state legislature has been pretty active in this arena in the last couple of years and has taken away a fair bit of authority from local governments to regulate land use. And so we have to be more careful and have more limitations on what we can do now than we used to with regard to zoning, for example. One little distinction that I want to draw your attention to that I think is helpful is when you rezone somebody's property, you just go ahead and rezone it. That gets people excited pretty quickly, right? Almost regardless of what you're doing. So another way of looking at that is to change the designation of a parcel of land on the future land use map. So this is a map, it looks like a zoning map, but what it's showing is, so you might have, let's say we have a commercial node that's this size right now around a crossroads, and we want it to be this size. The area in between those two circles, right, we could change that in the future land use map and say, essentially, publicly, in our plan, we anticipate that in the future this land would be good for commercial development, and we would look kindly on a request at some point by some owner of that property to rezone to commercial and develop in a commercial light. So you're not going in and rezoning somebody right now, right? So they might just have a single-family house there and want to keep living there, and they would be grandfathered in, of course, if we did go change it. But maybe even better, right? So they get to grow old in that house, and as they move out, right, and a new person buys it, says, I'd like to put a gas station here, a convenience store, and they might then be able to easily take advantage of that future land use designation and change the zoning then to move forward with their plans. So that I think is not yet fully launched, but something that I think the next year or two you'll see a fair bit more activity on the county's part. All right, so this is a big topic. I avoid social media for the most part, but I am aware that there's been a fair bit of traffic and commentary out there on this. My interest and the county's interest is just making sure that people have good information about what this is and what it isn't. So Article 46 is a statewide kind of allowance or a program that allows counties to enact a 1/4-cent sales tax after voter approval. And the county commissioners have agreed to put this 1/4-cent sales tax proposal on the March 3rd primary ballot. It's important to note a couple of things. Well, somebody said we're going to have to get a new graphic for this because they're not making pennies anymore. And actually, I think most kids today, the last time they had coins in their pocket, who knows, right?
They don't want them.
They don't want them. All of my pennies are in bookends, for bookshelves.
Right. Doorstops.
I could supply the U.S. economy with pennies for years, I think. Earlier, we had been looking at, this quarter cent sales tax generating 1.5 to 1.6 million a year. It's now looking more like 2 million a year. Sales tax has been doing quite well in Granville County. It's important to note that average resident, right, the way it shakes out, it would equate to about 25 or 30 extra dollars, 25 to 35 per year is what that would amount to. And I do want to reiterate, it's in the brochure, tribal brochure that I handed out to you, but the sales tax, this quarter cent sales tax is not applied to gas, not applied to groceries, not applied to unprepared food, which is to say it is applied to prepared food, like you go to McDonald's, right, you're going to pay that, and also not applied to prescription medication. And so there's some key things that people buy and need to buy that are exempted from this kind of a tax. Granville County Commissioners, in addition to putting it on the ballot for March 3rd, have also passed a resolution saying that the funds raised from this tax, if approved, would go to a combination of education and emergency services. Emergency services could obviously be quite a few things. That's intentional. We know that we have needs across the emergency response system and want some additional tools to be able to pay for those needs. A couple of additional points about the sales tax that I think are relevant. Non-Granville County residents also pay this tax, right? So if you come to work at the federal prison or one of the HHS facilities, right, you stop at Food Lion on your way home to pick up some groceries, you would be paying the Granville County sales tax. If you're driving through on 85 and you pull off to go to McDonald's, you would be paying that. Another thing that I think a lot of people aren't totally aware of is about half the counties in North Carolina have approved it at some point in the past. Wake and Durham have it, so I have seen comments like, well, if this passes in Granville County, I'm going to go do my grocery shopping in Wake County. Like, well, you're already paying it there, right? So why not you got to do your grocery shopping somewhere, right? Put the sales tax money in your local coffers rather than in some other counties' coffers. This is a really interesting one, and I never took Latin, but I'm interested in it, and Dr. Winborn trotted out esse quam videri. I was thinking about another Latin phrase, and I don't even know if this is actually correct, but that might just be applicable in this situation. The saying is nullam gratuitum prandium. There is no free lunch. That's what that means. Well, that's what I think it means. And I think it really applies to all of these conversations that we've been having, right? How do we adequately fund our schools? How do we adequately fund our fire departments? How do we adequately fund our transportation needs? How do we adequately fund EMS? There's not a magical answer to that. We have to support it. And so when you are thinking about what can we do as a board, to kind of help make some of these things happen. You have some things that are within your purview, right? You may find ways to support new fire station and so forth. County commissioners have different things that they're responsible for. And I think it's no mystery to any of us, kind of general sentiment about additional taxes out there is not super favorable, and I get that, but we're going to have to support each other because any of these, investments are going to attract a lot of negative political energy, but there's only so many ways to get there from here, get from A to B, right? If B is better fire service, better education, better EMS, there's only so many ways to do that, and so I don't think commissioners like higher sales taxes either, but they are, because they have to be, interested in additional revenue options that involve some people from outside the county of paying in to try to help us get some of the things that we know our community needs. So I know there may be questions about that, and I'm happy to answer those in a second. Last is just kind of a roundup of some other news. Thursday was a great day for the county. There's always some crazy things happening, but got 2 emails that I really was unbelievably happy to get. We got 2 large grants from the Golden Lake Foundation through their community-based grants initiative. One of them, we worked with the Airport Authority at Henderson-Oxford Airport for a water line extension that will allow some larger hangars to be built and to be sprinkled so that they can be safe and compliant facilities. And that was a $600,000 grant, and $750,000 to the Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Technology that Advanced Granville Community College will be building at our Triangle North facility. So great news on that front. A lot of kudos to a lot of different people for making sure those grants were thorough and well prepared. And talking to people around the edges, right, who maybe, have influence on the decision making, just making sure that we left no stone unturned in that effort. I know that recently with the 2 weekend weather events, that there was a lot of discussion about sort of shelters and things like that. We were prepared to open up to 3 emergency shelters had sort of electricity outages or other conditions warranted that. In the northern end, that would have been the Stovall, North Granville Senior Center in Stovall, which is a new facility up there that has a generator. The Expo, which many of you have been to many times, about a year ago had a large generator attached to it, so it is now generator powered, and we could have opened that up. In the southern end, we sort of had 2 options, and this is why I bring this up, because I think there was some confusion about whether it would be at Tar River or somewhere else. Tar River can potentially be hooked up to a mobile generator. There's a kind of standalone building there, and I don't know the facility well enough to really know what I'm talking about. This is secondhand. But they had never practiced hooking up the mobile generator to the facility, and so, when you're needing to open a emergency shelter in the middle of an ice storm, you don't want to be fiddling with, wondering like, do I connect this wire to this one or over here? And even though it's maybe a little less conducive to shelter operations, what we had decided, and probably would decide for the foreseeable future, unless we kind of do some dry runs at Tar River, was that the South Branch Library / Granville early college has a generator and would be a better place, more predictable place to try to open up a shelter. So we were ready to do all of those things and call in staff and volunteers to help run those shelters. We had some major shipments of MREs and water from the state emergency management that are now sitting in the back of the expo. We need to find a better place to put them because we didn't end up using very many of them. We did share some of them with Cornerstone Community Church that has been running now for 2 weeks straight almost, White Flag or cold weather shelter outside of Oxford, and appreciate their contributions as well. Stan already covered this kind of loan that the county is working with the school system to get, and he mentioned all of the projects. These are just the ones at South Granville High School, right? I thought you would be more interested in those than at Webb High School, although I'm sure you care about all the schools. New roof, new track, and phase 2 parking lot resurfacing will be part of what is achieved through that loan. And that loan will be repaid through a portion of the annual capital allocation that the county gives to the schools, which has more than doubled in the past 2 or 3 years. And so they're carving some of that additional annual funding out to basically repay the loan that they'll get. They just needed more money up front than than they were getting in those annual appropriations. So this was our way of working with them to solve that problem. All right, so again, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Drew. I know one of the things for me was about the shelters. Commissioner May got in contact with me, I think a couple of days before, and he told me that he would get back with me. I just would like to see, because I had a lot of questions, like I'm going to Food Line, I'm going here, going there, so I had a lot of questions from our residents, like, what's the plan? So I would just like that plan to just be, not even in writing, but just to be communicated. So if somebody comes up to me, they're like, what are we doing if it gets 15 degrees outside? Well, we'd have this, and this set up already, not just, the county's supposed to be getting back to me, I don't know. So I would just love that. I mean, just for transparency issue, yeah.
Well taken, and, another interesting observation for me is that it has been a very long time since the county has had to open any shelter. And so, I think now is a good time, right? We've just been reminded that is a real possibility, and that, not only do we need a plan, but we owe it to the community to communicate what that plan is. In the moment, a couple of weeks ago, when that ice storm was bearing down on us, the concern I had was if we said the county may open or is ready to open the expo, for example, people would just start showing up and there would be nobody there to welcome them because we didn't staff it up front. And so, but I think kind of in retrospect and looking forward to future events, communicating that emergency shelter plan more clearly to the community is a good idea.
Cool.
I appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins.
Good morning. Good morning to you, to Chairman Jay, and to Commissioner Karen for being here this morning, and we thank you for being here and your continued service to the residents of Granville County. I understand that the board is considering this proposed increase on our sales tax. While I recognize the need to fund county operations, I'm concerned about the impact this could have on Creedmoor residents. Many are still adjusting to the property revaluation from several years ago and the 10 cents ad valorem tax increase that we adopted last year. At the same time, the county's fund balance, I believe, exceeds $30 million, or more than 30% of expenditures, well above the local government's commission's recommended minimum of 8% for working capital. Given this strong fiscal position, I respectfully question why it is necessary at this time to impose an additional financial burden on our residents. I raise this concern not to diminish the county's needs, but to ensure that any decision carefully balances fiscal responsibility with the real economic pressures facing our citizens. I hope the board will provide clarity on the rationale behind this proposal and consider the impact on community services. A 0.25% sales tax increase coming on the heels of a massive reevaluation driven increasing property taxes by 48% in many cases, and again the 10 cents increase that we gave last year, I believe is just poorly timed, but I believe it's also fundamentally unjust. Residents already experience a compounded tax burden from every direction: higher county property taxes, higher city taxes, and now this proposed increase on everyday purchases. This is taxation piled on top of taxation, with no meaningful pause for recovery or adjustment. While I understand the increase would be about $30, any sales tax is especially harmful because it is regressive. It impacts working families, seniors on fixed incomes, and low-income residents the hardest. Unlike property taxes, which are paid periodically, sales taxes are paid constantly on basic necessities. Thankfully, not on grocery or medicine or gasoline. The families are already struggling to absorb a 48% property tax increase. Even a small sales tax hike becomes another cut in thousands of cuts. This is not about government needs or revenue. It's about fairness, restraint, and responsible timing. Government must recognize when the citizens have reached their financial limit. When people are being taxed more than where they live or more on what they own, it is unreasonable to also tax them more on how they survive. At some point, fiscal responsibility means saying enough is enough. Moreover, lowering a sales tax increase after such dramatic property tax increases signals a lack of coordination and sensitivity in the real economic pressures residents are under. It creates the perception that government is disconnected from everyday life, where paychecks are not increasing by 48%, retirement increases are not increasing by 48%, and grocery bills are already high due to inflation. Additionally, it's my understanding that the county currently remains that fund balance I mentioned before. And if these figures are accurate, then they should be publicly clarified and corrected if they are not, because they're central to this discussion. A fund balance of that size I mentioned before signals financial stability and fiscal health, not financial distress. When a government holds nearly 4 times the minimum required fund balance, the argument for immediate increase in regressive sales tax becomes far weaker. A healthy fund balance is designed to protect against emergencies, economic downturns, and unexpected costs, not to justify stacking new taxes on citizens who are already stretched thin. Before asking residents to pay more at the register every day, the county, in my opinion, should first demonstrate why existing reserves, budget deficiencies, or phased approaches cannot address current needs. This is ultimately an issue of both compassion and credibility. It is difficult to explain to a family facing a 48% property tax increase and a rising cost of living that more money is needed when the county already holds, again in my research, $30 million in cash reserves. That disconnect undermines public trust and gives the appearance that taxation has become a default solution rather than a last resort. Additionally, as both Brassfield and Dutchfield townships comprise over 54% of Granville County's tax revenue, of the $1.6 million that would be raised, approximately $864,000 of that burden would fall directly on the shoulders of the city of Creedmoor residents and its surrounding areas. That is a burden I cannot, in good conscience, agree to place on my constituents. For that reason, I am in opposition to this proposed tax increase under Article 46 of the referendum, starting with the early voting on this February 12th and ending on March the 3rd. So again, I am opposing this tax increase. Thank you.
I have a couple of thoughts about what you brought up, and I appreciate those comments. One of which, just to kind of go back to what I was saying when that slide was up, right? All of our local governments have been trying since time immemorial to figure out how to do things more efficiently. I am always of the opinion that we can continue to find ways of doing things more efficiently. Sometimes by stopping doing things that we're doing that just not many people benefit from, or whatever. But you know, there's especially when we're kind of at that business every year, right? There's a limited amount that we can probably expect reasonably to get out of. Right, we're not going to get millions of dollars out of that. We might get tens, possibly hundreds of thousands. But I mean, point well taken, and we do continue to work on efficiency efforts. But I would say, right, broadly speaking, right, if we acknowledge that there's only so much juice that we're going to get out of additional efficiency efforts, right? And with the limited options that the state legislature has given any of us, all of us, for raising revenue, right, we have basically three options, right? One of which is sales tax, one of which is the property tax, which also is applied to everybody, and the third option is just going without the improvements that those things would have paid for. And again, I grasp that there's not an easy way to get there from here. In terms of getting to a place where we have the services that we need and believe we're entitled to. But, you know, there are a limited set of options out there, and I think, you know, commissioners and I are open if people have ideas that they think would drive, could be an alternative to what is being proposed. Would be interested in hearing those. With respect to our fund balance, which is really our unassigned fund balance, is what people usually look carefully at. I'll say personally that, right now is the first time since I have been Granville County Manager that we have been meeting our unassigned fund balance goal, which is 35% actually of general fund expenditures. I think that's a good thing for the county. You look, for example, at what happened a year plus ago in western North Carolina, and you realize, sort of like our shelter conversation, you don't know what's down the road, and what more significant needs you might have. And so, while you're correct about the local government commission's kind of 8% floor for unassigned fund balance, all of the communities that I have worked for in 20 plus years of local government have all had basically the same goals, more elevated goals that the county currently has. And I'll say one other thing. One of the things that does for us, right, is helps us get a better credit rating with Moody's, Standard & Poor's. And what that credit rating helps us do is borrow money at a low cost, right? So if you're only maintaining 8%, that's one of the key factors that they look at, and they say, well, you don't have a lot of reserves. If other things start going poorly in your community, you may not have as much ability to repay this debt, and so we're going to give you you're more risky, right? We're going to give you a higher interest rate on that loan that you want. And so, I don't believe there is a right answer to how much unassigned fund balance a community should carry. But I am happy, actually, that the county has achieved its goal for the first time in recent memory of 35%, and I think it is a worthy goal, not the only option, right, but to maintain that for serious rainy day needs. You made a good point about regressivity. That's something that I've spent some time reading about and looking at over my career, and mostly my conclusion is, what do they say about democracy? The worst possible method of governing, except for all the alternatives, right? I mean, it's not perfect. I grant you that, right? But we really have been given limited options for raising revenue by the state, and so we have to kind of pick our poison if we want some of these nice things, these services that we think we deserve. And timing, I mean, you're right. At the reval, there was a significant increase in what most people had to pay due to both county and municipal increases. And we do need to be, and I know commissioners are conscious of that. There was no tax increase in the current year, and might not be next year, at the county level. And there might not be next year either. But eventually we sort of run out of the ability to kind of fund new stuff just with natural growth and so forth. And so we have some decisions to make. So I appreciate the comments. I hope some of my responses were helpful and germane.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Moss.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager, for being here today. To piggyback briefly, I'm going to take a slightly different approach. I'm not quite where, I don't think I am at least, not quite where Mayor Pro Tem is quite yet on the tax hike question. I get it. I get all his points. But I did want to take a slightly different approach on the question part. Looking at, and I got this, I'm sorry Mike Turner's not here today because I feel like I'm preempting him in a way. But Mike gave me a document. It's entitled the Granville County Property Tax Collected by Township. I don't know if you have this handy, but it's dated December 3rd. It's from the Granville County Tax Office. And, Mayor Pro Tem alluded to it a little bit, but looking at 2025, Brassville Township, which I guess is down in the Wilton area, Dutchville Township, which is us, and if you add in Tallyho, which is kind of the Butner side, by my math, that represents about 62% of all of the taxes that are collected by Granville County. And the reason I point that out, going back to your presentation, one of the encouraging things for me is when I look at some of the things that the county is looking at doing, and I'll just highlight a couple of them, the Hawley Recreation Site, the shelter discussion. I think Commissioner Way, mentioned an EMS station, possibly here in Creedmoor, looking at something like that. And then on top of that, the work or the loan piece that you're talking about, the work at South Granville. For me at least, it does represent that the county is very much interested in investing in Southern Granville County. I take that as a positive. So like I said, on the tax thing, I'm not quite there yet. I'm working on it. But I did not want to miss the opportunity to point out to this team that there are some investments that I believe that are occurring here in Southern Granville County, and I do take that as a positive. Just a couple of other, I'm going to get off that, just a couple of other quick things that I will mention. Going back to your transportation thing, and I think this board is aware, but again, I just wanted to get this on the record. February 11th at the Expo Center at 10 o'clock, the North Falls Lake Study. There is a meeting for local elected officials.
From 3 to 5?
No, I've got it at 10 o'clock, so maybe I got that wrong.
Or maybe we have different groups at different times.
Maybe, I think the one I signed up for at least is at 10. And
There are multiple sessions.
Yes,
Yeah.
And then, Commissioner May has set up a NCDOT meeting with, I think, Southern Granville County folks for February 24th at 11:30. So I think my point there is a lot of conversation going on about transportation that I think will affect us all. What was my other thing? Oh, yeah, my third thing, going back to your countywide zoning, and this may have been included and I just missed it. Has there been any discussion about, I know you talked about industry, the countywide zoning kind of changing because of industry, commercial development, and density. Those, I may have missed a point or two in there somewhere along the way. But has there been any discussion about what I consider to be inclusive growth? And to give you a little bit more definition on that, affordable housing for working families and the elderly. Is there any discussion around those points, possibly?
So to my knowledge, I think those are important topics. I was at a session that was, I don't know who sponsored it exactly, but it was up at the Civic Center at Vance Granville Community College. Some of you may have been in attendance, run by a group called Strong Towns, which is a national organization that's focused on smart growth, equitable development, and I've been interested in their work for a long time. I've worked previously in a much more urbanized area than I work in now, but I guess what I would say is there were a lot of people from Oxford there. I'm glad there were some people from Creedmoor there. I think that, if I can kind of boil down that new housing normally is the most expensive housing, right? So moderately sized new housing is typically going to be beyond kind of a finite stock of what they call naturally occurring affordable housing, which is old houses, that to get what is meant by sort of equitable development in many cases is denser infill development, multifamily housing, townhouses, that kind of thing. And for the most part, I think not solely, right? I mean, the county could look at that too in unincorporated areas. But I think the most likely places where the market will support larger apartment complexes or townhouses is in more urbanized areas, which is typically inside the municipality, served by water and sewer, right, and so forth. And so I think it's an important topic. I do think it is equally, if not more relevant, to municipalities and their discussions about their zoning and how that works. There could be I think, some recognition in county zoning work for the unincorporated areas that could touch on some of that. But I think what happens in and around the sort of dense areas of denser population is probably more relevant to that conversation than anything we might see.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just, may have gotten a little bit ahead of myself. This is on my list of things to talk about this afternoon for Creedmoor in particular, and you kind of laid it out for me. I've not looked at an aerial, Mike, I've not looked at an aerial photo of Creedmoor from the top in a long time. And I do believe the last time I looked at one, we still have quite a bit of open space inside of our corporate limits, and that might be something that we may want to take a look at, so that, working families and the elderly, which I am one, there's gonna come a time when cutting grass is not gonna be something I wanna do, but I'm very much interested in staying in this community, so I hope that's something that we can take a look at. But thank you for that answer. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, similar to what Commissioner Gleason said about the fire department or the fire committee that he referenced, and this may have already been done, but going back to the Hawley Recreation Site, and I still continue to be very excited. I think this is going to be a game changer for our community. I know it's not in Creedmoor per se, but it is. But it is, you're right, it is Creedmoor, and I'm very excited about it. But I am going to respectfully request that I be one of the folks that represents Creedmoor in the discussions with the county whenever the time comes. As you all have heard me say many times, my parents graduated from Hawley in 1957. I went to Hawley, as did the mayor, I believe. I went to Hawley from the first grade through the 8th grade. So that land is near and dear to me. It's holy land for a lot of folks in this community, and I would greatly be very proud to be a part of, future conversations about, what happens there. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to make that request. And that may have come up when I was appointed as the Parks and Rec person. So I don't know if that was part of that conversation. I can't remember, but at any rate, I did want to get that on the record to having made that request. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Drew.
Commissioner Gleason?
I guess this morning has been a reality check for everybody. I'll be honest, the 0.25% sales tax to me is probably needed, and I'm not gonna campaign against it. Maybe this will give somebody that can write about me in the letter to the editor. When we as citizens look at what we get as far as services from our county, from our schools, from our city, I see on Facebook a lot of chatter, which is chatter. What we realize is we need a good fire department, we need clean water, we need good schools,
Enough ambulances.
and everything costs more. There's no way we can stop it from costing more. We don't have control over that. But I don't see people in Facebook or TikTok complaining about the fact that in the last 4 years, probably my Hulu account has gone up $500 a year.
Crazy. Yeah.
$500 a year. My Netflix account has gone up $250 a year, $300 a year.
I love it.
So the bottom line is, the things that we need to live have to be looked at as important as Hulu and Netflix. I don't know what the county has in mind for, we're in February, and by June, you gotta have a budget for next year. I remember in your presentation last year where all the things in every agency, whatever, was supposed to cut their budget by 5%. If they did, I don't know, but if they have to do it again, now we're starting to really affect services. So the bottom line is, nobody wants to say we need to raise taxes, but nobody wants to give up any services. So it is a rock and a hard spot deal. No matter what we try to do, we're caught. fund balance has been extremely high. And we've, over the years, reduced that somewhat because why charge our citizens more money when we have 20 or 3 million in the bank that we can spend, which we've done. But then we gotta think about, we have a dam, that if the dam ever collapsed, our fund balance wouldn't go anywhere near it. And if we needed to borrow those millions of dollars, our tax rate would go up almost considerably. Just like I live in an HOA that only charges $235 a year, and then they realize, well, if something happens to the dam at the end of the pond, we don't, 60 grand in the bank ain't enough, so we gotta raise our HOA dues 10% every year for the next 10 years. So the bottom line is reality. The quarter of a cent is, we do 90% of our large purchases of stuff outside of in Raleigh or in Durham, so we're already paying it. So on that question, I'm there. On the transportation, I think the on-call service would be much better served in Creedmoor than we have 437 homes in Golden Pond. And if the bus stop was gonna be up on 56, half those people couldn't walk the 2.5 miles to get up there, no sidewalk. But if you come and pick me up at my house and took me to Food Lion, I'd appreciate that. So I look at that and I just wanna say that I think is a better idea than bus stops on Main Street, which would be empty probably 3/4 of the time.
Exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. And it boils down to what's important to us. What do we need? I know, thank you, Commissioner Gleason, because I wanted to say that. Disney has a thing now where they're putting an ad out every minute and 30 seconds, but you know what they do have? They have a clause that you can pay $4 more and not have to deal with those ads. And my wife just did it. $4 more a month for no ads, just because of the inconvenience of that ad in the middle of the show. People don't want to do anything until they're inconvenienced. So hopefully this gets in front of that inconvenience not coming. So, I just wanted to get that out there. Commissioner Kosinski.
Thank you, Drew, for your presentation. I don't know if everybody on this board knows, I know some of them do. I got a scanner in my house maybe 3 years ago because I went to the first presentation that you did, and when EMS stood up and said over 400 times a year, there's not an ambulance available in Granville County. I knew there were only 5 ambulances in Granville County, the whole county. And poor Commissioner Karen has put up with phone call after phone call after phone call before this started to be addressed. And nobody knows it until they pick up that phone and they're told, you got a 20-minute wait. We have police officers who respond in Creedmoor and have saved lives until the ambulance can get there. And I hear it on my scanner. So I am absolutely grateful that this is being addressed, however it has to be addressed. And to piggyback off of Commissioner Gleason, I've had a lot of people say, oh, you need to get on ChatGPT and this, that, and everything else. I'm not spending $150 a year to just get more stuff, and DirecTV is over $300, and all these little things that are fun are higher. But this says that the average person, most residents would pay $25 to $30 more a year to get an ambulance possibly in Creedmoor. I don't have a problem with that. And I'm glad that you guys found a way to do this without raising property taxes again, because, the assessment, you didn't raise taxes last year,
Hasn't happened yet.
Okay, that's right, we're not at budget time yet.
The sales tax rate will be on the referendum.
Right.
Yeah.
And the education part, The track field at South Granville High School, when my son graduated in 2006, is a disaster. It's dangerous. And it's a shame that we have property on a school that we really couldn't use. Most track meets were, at that time, rescheduled for other schools because they're that bad. And I understand the one at Webb is not much better. The roof in South Granville High School has been leaking for over 20 years. And when a roof leaks and it gets into the drop ceilings that they have, that's where the mold is coming from. So I had mentioned to Drew that it was maintenance failures, and I'm not saying that. It's just these issues haven't been directly resolved in many, many, many years. And now that they're finally on the radar, you had a joint meeting with the school board, I believe 2 years ago, where you said between the HVAC systems and the roofs in the schools and the maintenance that's needed, it was over a $10 million charge that needed to be made. And the county was working their way to find that money so that they could help. I think that we're not there yet, but I'm happy that the county is working the way they're working, because I believe the schools are being addressed finally, and they hadn't been addressed as well as they are now. I'm not saying they were never addressed, just saying they're being better. The numbers in the school systems are great. I hope to God that this is not the day that I have to call an ambulance and be told, you gotta wait 20 minutes, and hope to hell you survive a possible cardiac arrest until we can get somebody there. And we have a wonderful volunteer fire department that can come in and help in the meantime. So, I'm not real thrilled that we all have to pay more money, but I'm glad that the issues that this money is being spent for is being addressed, and that county commissioners have found a way to do it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Drew.
Commissioner Wade, did you have?
Do you have it?
Drew, I think everything's been covered. I appreciate you doing it.
Forgive me for moving out the door after another obligation.
Thank you.
I will.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move now to elected official remarks. Chairman Jay? Do you have any remarks? Yeah.
Steve, good morning.
Steve, good morning. Got a couple of minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First thing, I'd like to apologize for being late. But I have 3 problems that my wife, my mother, and my sister. I have to get those straight first.
Yes, sir.
Before I leave home every day.
Ain't no problem.
And when you have a 97-year-old lady that tells you something, I listen. Anyway, I just like that. It was a good mayor and all the commissioners and chief. Well, you know, the road is going. and Madam Clerk, I just like to say, it's been an honor to sit up in this session this morning, to learn that all of us in the same boat. All of us have needs. All of us got to figure out a way how to address those needs for ourselves. And we as the county board is trying to do the best that we can, trying to address those needs. Bear with us. We're going to work along with everybody, trying to get those needs addressed. The county is, send my ambulance, don't go there with me. I have a problem with that too. Last week, the 5th of January, 2 miles from the EMS station at St. Matthew Church, there was a lady that had gotten sick
and they called for an ambulance. And they said there was no ambulance in the northern end of the county. And happened that her brother put her in the car and rushed to Grandma Hospital. And as soon as she got to Grandma Hospital, they rushed her to Duke. And as soon as they got to Duke, they operated on her for an aneurysm.
Oh my God.
There's no need. I mean, it should be somewhere stated we should be covered. Even though if we had to call another county to come in and take out, we're surrounded by good, I call it family members of the county, that we should be able to, we should be covered. I hope we can look into these problems, with that, and fire protection. I understand when your fire chief and them was talking about it. I know. I work. Get off from work and go ahead and do 3 hours training that you had to be for volunteers. Those people are volunteers. They are doing it on their own time. Those people doing it because they see the need and love their community.
That's right.
And help it out. So, I have a attentive ear to fire protection. I have a attentive ear to ambulance. And I have a attentive ear to the citizens of Graham County. And the reason why I'm here this morning, I promised you I was going to be here today. I was going to make a way somehow or other to be here. But a man, my dad always told me a man's word is his bond.
That's right. Exactly.
And my word was to be here today. And I enjoy it. I understand what you're going through. Y'all got tough decisions you got to make. And we as a county, you see us, Creedmoor is in what county?
Graham.
Okay. I didn't want to know. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Jay. Commissioner King?
All right. Appreciate you. I'm glad we didn't have a no phone policy, so Tim Karen, Commissioner Graham County, District 6. Which, as you know, the way the districts go, of course, growth and development and census change those. Right, so when I first got elected to the County Board of Commissioners in 2010, my district went from the intersection of 85 and 56, and 96 and 56, and everything south. Okay, so I had about 7,200 people in that district. My current district goes from the high tension power line that runs next to Holly Middle School, intersects Highway 56 at Kaiser Rock. Okay. And goes to Walters Loop Road, which is at Tar River on this side.
Yeah.
There's another end of Walters Loop Road on the Wilton side, but the Tar River Road, Walters Loop Road, my district stops there at 56. Goes south and follows the three bridges, picks up three bridges and goes down into Lawrence Road and down through the county. So that district has changed from 96 to 56, everything south, to basically the Kaiser Rock building over to the Tar River and then down south. So all that stuff has changed, right? So now my district has over 10,000 people in it. We're at about 11,000. So when the next census comes, you're going to have to redistrict Graham County. If you took a map and sketched out Creedmoor on it, placed it on Grassfield Road and down into Bruce Garner Road, you have more people in that area than you do in this area. Commissioner Moss spoke about there are some greenfield areas within Creedmoor you can grow. Those greenfield areas in that southern end are going away very quickly. The number of residents who don't have any services, you unfortunately have a police department, outstanding police department. They have the sheriff to rely on, they don't have a police department. Fire services, there isn't one in District 6. Okay, so those people down there,
ambulance bays. You've got two of them in the Creedmoor Butler area on Highway 56, and then the other one down here in Wilton, but those folks don't have one that close in my district. So we talk about the way districts change and how infrastructure is located, but one of the things that I wanted to talk about, phone policy here, I'm not running again. Filing period was last fall. This is my fourth term, 16th year now, currently on the Board of Commissioners. I'm tired. And I'm mad. What I'm mad about is, a lot of times people who should know better talk about fund balances and things. Creedmoor historic fund balance for the last 5 years has been near 200%. Near 200%. Taxing people and keeping all that extra money? Now that's rhetorical or cynical, or what do you want to say? I'm saying that as kind of a joke, right? 30% at the county level. How would you, in good conscience, talk about taxing somebody more when you yourself sit on a board that has a fund balance that's 200%? The arguments there on this ad valorem sales tax thing versus the ad valorem taxes versus the sales tax thing has gone off to the rails. This is an opportunity for this county of Granville to ask its citizens, which we can only do on even years, by putting this referendum forward, to ask them, would you rather have everybody pay a little bit, or do you want to just continue to stick with the property tax owners? Property tax owners are going to pay for everything. This is called the share the pain exercise. So we're going to get about $2 million if this quarter-cent sales tax goes through. If you buy a $400 TV, that's $1. Okay, non-groceries, you go to McDonald's, you're going to pay a little tax, right? So what it really nets out is the average person's going to pay about $30 a year according to the chart there. So if we wanted to try to raise $2 million on the ad valorem tax rate, it works out really neatly on mathematics because we raised about $1 million, $875,000, $900,000 on a penny, right? So if we don't do this, we decide that we're just going to, or if the residents decide that they don't want to do the ad valorem for the sales tax, we could just stick with the ad valorem. It'll cost us about 2 cents on that tax rate to the taxpayers to make up what we would get on this sharing wealth. That's just, we're not going to do that, I don't think. During the revaluation process, we talked a little bit about having to show the revenue neutral rate. Half the communities of the mindset that was a promise that we were going to adopt the revenue neutral. We did not. We went up a little bit. We've got a 10-year CIP. You want to ask, well, why do we need a fund balance? Getting those loans, you get those 10-year CIP funded, things like parks and recreation, all those other things cost money. There's nothing that's getting any cheaper, right? The fire department talked about how much it would have cost to build a fire department 20 years ago versus what it costs today. Big change. We don't know that, right? So one of the things that we're trying to do, again, is share the cost, get a good census of where the people are, right? So if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. Lots of other agencies and organizations have gone for this, counties have gone for this Article 46. A little bit over half, a bunch of them failed, a bunch of times they were done. We're going for teachers and EMS. That's what we're going to fund. It costs about $800,000 to keep an EMS wagon on the road, right? That's not the wagon cost, that's the staff cost. We've got 24/7 coverage, the number of people you need, specifications, we'll touch you 10 people, 24/7, $800,000, right? So that's a lot of money to spend on insurance, just in case we need it. And sometimes the ambulance answers very, very quickly. Sometimes it takes longer. I tell people it's like a flat of marbles, a soda box flat, right? Put 5 marbles, that's how many ambulances we have, plus QRVs or QRVs, quick response vehicles, because they can't transport it. And just do this with that. And that's what the ambulances do. They move around, they go here, they go there, they go to Duke, they go to Wake Med, they take people to Granville, they take people to Riparian, they're always moving, right? So it's not a static system, it's moving. So there's a lot of insurance costs in those ambulances. You got to pay for it till you need it. Same thing with the fire protection. Pay for it till you need it. Same thing with the police department. Pay for it till you need it. I hope and pray to God that most citizens don't need a lot of the services we provide, whether it be through social services, our court system, our sheriff's department. I hope and pray that people don't need ambulances. Right? We got them. So it's the cost of insurance. Right? Average citizen in Granville County is not going to utilize most of the facilities that we have. You got your register of deeds, sure, you got your house, there. But as far as all the other things, the courts and the DSS, most people don't use that. So hopefully they use the senior centers, those kind of things, or our libraries. But when you really look at how much we're required to fund, and the amount of money that's left over when we're all done paying for that, it's teeny tiny. If there was anything to be cut, first thing would go is all those expenses that we're not mandated to do. So, these people talk about all this extra money, you know, there's no extra money. So let's be real. You know, there's no graphs, there's no the amount of people who think that every one of the people who are elected have somehow got their hands, you know, the palms greased to get things going through. It's just crazy. So, I appreciate you being here today. I'm rambling. This ad valorem sales tax versus the ad valorem property tax versus the idea of having a quarter of a penny sales tax increase. The discussions on social media is just absolutely amazing. From the waterfront, I'll touch on that real quick. This I-85 collector system with the northern and southern interceptors and the East Middleton and the Joe P. lift stations being upgraded, it could be a huge win for the southern Graham County. However, mark my words, 10 years from now, we're going to be out, flat out of sewer capacity. So, be aware.
Really too deep.
Mark the date. It's happening. We sort of knew about it a few years ago, 20 years ago or so, when the organization was started at Tijuana. And there was some talk about getting into the Tar River, and public sentiment folks pushed that as not to be a possibility. So as far as getting additional water and sewer capacities, that's the big rub with the South Grand Water and Sewer Authority, and the redo of the Falls Lake rules, and the IAIA that's going on right now, and stage 2 for those Falls Lake rules, and what's happening with the EMC and the DEQ and all those other folks, and Raleigh. We talked about the Northern Falls Lake Area Study with Campo. Lots of fun things going on. They all revolve around that water issue. You know, that Raleigh, Wake County does not want Grand County to grow. Right? We were one of only 2 counties that touched Wake that didn't have a 4-lane road to it. Now we're the only one. Halifax County, they got theirs. And they were the other county on the southern end of Wake that didn't have a 4-lane road, but they recently got that within the last 2 years. So now we're the only ones, and it's not going to happen. You're never going to see a 4-lane road built into the area. And ironically, we just decided, and like Frank goes, your staff was there yesterday at the Northern Lake Falls Lake study area with the Campo folks. Mind you, it goes from US 1, basically over to the other side of the Butner. It's a pretty big area, all the way up to Oxford, down into Wake County, because Wake County was there represented as well. Looking at corridor studies. And you know, honestly, the one thing that kind of struck me was the traffic count on Highway 56 and the traffic count on Bruce Garner Road, pretty close. You know, I mean, when I say pretty close, you're 10,000-ish on 56, like 4,000 on the little Bruce Garner Road down there in the southern end. So you want to think about like transportation corridors where all these people are going. You know, 4,000 people in the southern end of Granville County that have to get to wherever they're getting to on the transportation infrastructure that they've got in the state of North Carolina. We're way behind. We always will be. With the proximity to the lake, folks, we just happen to not have the location. So, interesting stuff there. But look forward to hearing what comes to the end of your retreat, and appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope as you go through your budget season, which is the kickoff of that, I'm sure, that you won't have to hit your citizens with an additional tax increase. Thank you for what every one of you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins.
Just for the record, I spoke against the sales tax, but I was the only commissioner that voted against raising 10 cents last year. Just for the record.
Well, that's awesome, and I appreciate the fact that anytime something comes up and it's an increase in property taxes or it's an increase in services, that your vote against the property tax increase will go heard just as well as the vote for it. Because I have fortunately not had the position to say on the County Board of Commissioners that just because I didn't think that the increase was warranted in my own world, that it wasn't a good thing for the rest of the community. And you can say no all you want, but you're still going to spend the money just the same as the rest of the commissioners on the board. So I'm glad that you feel good at night saying you said no. But
I do.
see your hand go up every time you want to spend money, so I appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane. At this time, we're running a little bit behind schedule, so, we're gonna do a working lunch. Grab 2 plates if you need to, but our Finance Director, Lee Faines, will be up after we grab about 10 to 15-minute lunch. Bring your plates back, so we're gonna work through lunch, so we don't be here all day, y'all. All right? Work through lunch.
I wish it was a way that we didn't have to affect the seniors with this, the low income. I wish it was a way that we could, just
Not me.
Oh, okay.
I'm good. I don't go to the restaurant. I'm going to the restaurant.
I know the price.
What did you get? Chicken McNuggets? With our sauce? You got lots of, like I tell my daughter, lots of length to fill. The rest of us don't have so much room. It's all a matter of problem. Just saying.
Oh, like I'm saying, I'm gonna have things that all of the time. No. I had even told you.
When she was on her head, I was so close. I was gonna tell you, man, if you see a gray price of 300 on the road, that's my mom. I'm just pull her over.
I do. Oh my God. It is not just you, sir. Yeah, but I'll tell you, but, I go with, and I sit with her every evening. I don't care what time I get up from my meeting, I go and sit with her. Yeah. And she got it. Mom, we got it. I'm telling you. You know, we have to say, we get feeling bad. Keep Mike out, thumb up. No, exactly. That's the comment. We like that conversation. And then we get to work, I mean, anything to talk about. The email this morning at 5:30. Everybody else. Thanks for your service. We'll be watching. Mike and
reception. And I'm like, we're not allowed to use the phone for a meeting. Okay.
You actually use them?
Yeah,
I have like a drawer full of them, that you use them.
Well, I think the parks are gonna be used, and the one in there, on the rock service. And that's one of the narratives that they tell them that not really.
I mean, it's just first thing, Chris, the microphone, I'll leave it.
Oh, turn mine on. I put, look, if anybody go back there to grab one of them nuggets, don't get the one on the side, 'cause I took the extra nugget out of it. I need a lot of nuggets. I'm hungry. Man.
We're all gonna talk that. Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Board.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Lou.
It's an excellent presentation, as always.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions that I just need to understand. On one of the slides for appropriated fund balance, our appropriated fund balance as of December 31st. That's it. Yeah. I know that we have dedicated 3.7 that we're gonna pay back on the police department.
Come up for the loan or the?
No, the fund balance. Three even, right? 3 million even?
It'll be three.
Okay, so we know that we have to pay back the $2.7 million loan. Can you tell me when we do appropriated funds, why that amount of money is not included in that? Because we have so much time to pay it back? Is that why? That amount?
This number is just showing projected for year in this fiscal year.
Okay,
So the debt payments are spread out into each fiscal year.
right,
So when we budget, I'm gonna budget
that payment.
Right.
each fiscal year. So
Okay.
that's gonna be in our actual adopted budget.
Okay, okay. So the Douglas Drive improvement will come out of the power bill funds, correct?
Yes.
And we've been working on that for 2 years, talking about it? Over a year?
Talking about it.
Okay, so Wooten is doing the design on that, and they've been at it for a while. I'm sorry.
There is no service contract for the design of Douglas Drive.
So we talked about Douglas Drive, we agreed to do it, and then what, it just got dropped?
We never agreed to do it. So, yeah,
I thought we did. I thought we did. Like I said, we were waiting for the mayor to talk to the animal hospital person to find out if she wanted to join in. But yeah, we approved it.
Discussions were had, because at the time, they were also discussing down here where the road at the Holly Creek. So it was doing that discussion that they discussed, but it was never,
We approved Holly Creek, right?
yes, for both of them. Neither of them are under any kind of service contract. Right. We have no design either way. There is no firm working on either way.
That's one of us.
That's where we could
Yeah.
use the power bill funds this year to try to keep from getting reported for having too much money in there. Okay, so there's that.
Chief, can you make sure that,
So when you showed us the vehicle tax money, and that it's $43,000 a year that we get now for the $10 that we collect, it says that $5 of that money can be spent anyway, but where are we housing in the budget the other $21,000?
So currently, this is the first time I'm looking into this. Currently, it is housed in the general fund.
Okay,
But going forward, I have been thinking to create a separate fund, so we can break out that separately, and it wouldn't be included in the power bill fund. It would be
Right.
a special revenue fund just for purposes for streets.
okay. So it'd be under tax revenue and some subsection or anything there.
I can create a special revenue fund that just says,
Because that could be used for street maintenance, and that's why I'm asking the question.
Right.
That's all I got. Thank you,
That
Lee.
additional fund that you added on top of power bill fund to take care of all the sidewalk projects that I know you all have discussed and kind of, deemed as priority.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins.
great presentation, great job as always. Thank you.
Commissioner Ross.
Sir, again, I just wanted to echo, great work, sir. Just one quick question. This may not even be the right place to ask it, but on the new police department, will it also have solar? No? Okay.
The roof orientation was different and it wasn't 100% efficient.
Gotcha.
It'd be okay with me if you suggested it.
I was just curious.
Commissioner Way.
I'm good. I will wait and ask questions when we get to the department stuff later, the strategic plan.
Commissioner Gleason.
Thank you, Lee. Very good presentation, and I'm sure, although I'm not gonna ask any questions now, I'm sure when we get to March and April, we'll have a lot of questions. Thank you.
All right. No further questions? Thank you so much, Lee.
Thank you.
All right. All right, moving along, city department heads, administrative services presentation, Ms. Camille.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Well, I'm Camille Hoffman, the Administrative Service HR Director. So for fiscal year 26, what I'm doing now is obtaining a proposal for FY 27 citywide pay study, because they do it every, 3 to 5 years, and it's about time. What I've also done is updated the personnel policy. We had different things that we had to update, dress code, within holidays. We filled several positions. We had the recreation department, planner, 2 public works, buildings and grounds workers, their part-time administrative assistants, 4 police officers, and 2 recreation lake assistants. They were part-time seasonal. Right now, as far as recruiting, we only have 1 vacancy for the police department, which is a police officer. Also review staff need, job description, work-life balance, and scheduling, conduct exit interviews, so we don't have for retention purposes, so I'll know where we can improve, what we need to do. Plan and execute the city's annual employee appreciation day. There are different events, so I try to do stuff with the staff, games, we go out for a big lunch and different things that we do. As far as the physical stewardship, that's a continual internal auditing where we implement cost savings. So, our service invoices are like with Paychecks and Milner, so each year we get with them to see how much, they're anticipating that we're gonna pay for that year. We had different software licenses with Logic, Content Central, same thing. Each year we get with them to see what it's gonna be, if there's an increase. Some of them there are, some of them there aren't, so it works out. We manage the contracts and maintenance plans for Telware and Spectrum and Frontier. I also manage the healthcare insurance, and like Lee presented, it's usually coming in also, I do the safety and risk management. I review the NIMS and FEMA training requirements, make sure that we're up to date with that. We do different trainings, coordinate with the police department to successfully complete their NCLM, their law enforcement risk reviews, and then that gives us a discount once we get everything in compliance. We conduct regular meetings with the staff to confirm that all is required for the safety measures and implemented. Safety measures are implemented and maintained. Okay, some of the accomplishments for 2026 fiscal year. Updated performance review. Again, updated the personnel policy effective as of July 1st, 2025. I've attended a conference in Wilmington for the Public Safety Human Resource Association, also known as CRASHA. Quarterly luncheons with the HR directors in Granville, Westmore, Oxford, and Henderson. And we had a sexual harassment training for employees and supervisors that we did in person, set up online. We had the health insurance employee training because we had to switch our health insurance. That was in person. So the rep came out, they answered all the questions, any concerns. I've updated the safety manual with along with an inspection at City Hall with Walter Friedland. He's from Paychecks. He did pass, so everything was in compliance. I conducted several team building exercises with employees. And again, we did Employee Appreciation Day at the park, at Lake Roberts Park, October 22nd. So what I'm looking at for fiscal year 2027 is I want to conduct recruitment and onboarding for any new positions approved in 2027 if there's any. Continue to review department staff levels for the future city growth. Develop the FMLA policies and procedures, make sure we're up to date with that, look into different changes with that. And then coordinate a pay study oversight and execute approved compensation changes subject to the board's approval. It is approved. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Camille. Commissioner Way? Commissioner Kozinski?
Just, Camille, I know that your job is detail intensive, and I appreciate you being here. And, since you've been here, I want to tell you that I haven't heard any complaints from anybody inside or outside the city about your performance, and I think you're doing a great job. And I thank you so very much, because I did get them prior to you, but I appreciate what you do. And, I look forward to the new compensation study, because I'm really concerned about where we are.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gleason? Commissioner Moss?
Camille, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You are outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank
In
you
case
so
you
much.
haven't already heard, I will comment. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
I don't want to sell you.
City, Madam Clerk?
I've never been on the side.
You
Whoa. You got the camera on you?
We have the camera on you, that's what I wanted to find out.
Minutes or something, what I need
Yeah.
to do.
Very cool. All right, so I am Barbara Rouse, city clerk. I've been here today for my 4-year.
Woo!
All right, so, I just want to let you know what's coming up. The code of ordinances in the city will be updated this year. Most of it is for Mike, the CDO stuff, so, that'll be part of the budget. Cost a little pretty penny, but then if you go, I don't know if you guys have looked on the city website, you can look at the code anytime. So anyhow, that's what is coming up. I wanted to talk about the newsletters going out twice a year. I just sent this spring one for publication. Also, public service announcements, basic, posting Facebook, putting things on the website, trying to keep our residents as informed as possible. We keep the landing pages updated as we can, especially if there's weather incidents or something's going on. Marketing, Cameron did this for me just so you get an idea of how many people are looking at our stuff. So Facebook, there's like 8,000, if you go down, the music festival Facebook is 3,000, next door we have 2,500, and then Instagram 1,600, and YouTube 79. That is something that hopefully will start growing. Covering projects, the new PD building in the city already, keep people informed of what's going on. Right now, it's about the groundbreaking that everybody knows is going to be the 17th, I hope, weather permitting. Like Rogers, we promoted the water fountain, and then storage and videos and anything else, especially PD press releases, which are constant, which is nice. EOP we just finished, but as some of the commissioners talked about, we need to fine-tune it with more specifics to make it more usable, to make it more of a resource instead of do this and go here. So that's something I'll be working on shortly with the city manager. Looking forward, basically, everybody's kind of going digital, especially with taking a minute. Right now we have Granicus, which I do the agendas through. I haven't started using it for the minutes, although there is a port. Also, we can stream meetings through Granicus. So that's something I can look into other software outside, and I know Mike is looking at LaserPeace. You guys know that? Yeah. So, I would prefer to expand Granicus because we're already using it and we're all familiar with it. So that's something that we will be working on. It's funny because when I started here, Granicus software we had, but we hadn't used it. So in the last 4 years, I think the agendas, remember the agendas?
Yeah.
So I think they've come far. So anyhow, that's what I'll be working on moving forward, is more digitization of the minutes, the agendas. This way, everything is uniform, everything's up to, local, the laws. statutes, transparency, the whole feud, so, that's it.
Oh, look how pretty.
I know. Curtain call.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Thank you so much. You make my life so much easier.
That is my job.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins.
And City Clerk, your work is phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
I love working with you.
Barbara, thank you again. Just a quick question. You know, I really do love branding, I really do. I'm getting better at it.
Good.
I did have one quick question.
Sure.
Like, you know, if I make notes,
On your highlighted plate?
yeah, like,
Yeah,
if I
there's
say
a
something
spot.
bad about the mayor or something, does that capture somewhere?
No, that is yours.
It comes up on all of our tablets.
I know where you live.
That's a good question.
Only about me.
No, that's for you and your life.
Barbara, how much does it cost to send this newsletter out? Do you know of
About $1,800 per send out, so
Okay.
twice a year. Sending out, I just received the updated resident, address list, which they did because of the survey. So
Right.
now I have a very recent, so it may go up. So I say probably a little under two.
Okay.
Give or take.
All right.
And that's with postage, printing, they do it all.
But not all your time,
No, they don't.
because you do dedicate a lot of time, that I appreciate.
But they do that.
Thank you. Commissioner White?
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Chief?
Next victim.
Everybody else complimented right up there. So, first, you know, I would say that in the last couple of weeks, what I've realized more so than even before is that Creedmoor, we have a great product, in terms of all the services that we provide. Can we get better? Yes, we can, but, you know, even some things I'm gonna talk about as far as recruiting and things like that, I think that our city staff is top notch, and I think that we have, we do a great job. So I think we've put together a good product, and it's only gonna get better from here on out. The second thing I would say is, you know, I think, you know, personally and professionally, I think one of the most important things we can have is relationships, is partnerships with people, whether it's your spirit relationship and go on from there. And I am, very blessed to have the relationship and partnership that I have, you know, with a variety of different, entities around the county and around the state. You know, talk about, Dr. Winmore was up here earlier, talk about public schools, so we have a very good relationship with them. I'm proud of our relationship with them. Sometimes it's ongoing and we have to work through challenges, but we do it and we get it done. You know, all the county departments, even with our community, and as we'll talk about a little bit later, I just have the mindset that the police department needs to be embedded in the community, and we can do a lot for the community. And we get so many different returns on, the investments that we make in the community. But also, in addition to that, there's not a person sitting behind me still that I don't have to work with on, now on a daily basis, but, you know, even in my capacity as chief occasionally, and again, they help me out and, you know, top-notch people. So without continuing to speak about things that are on my slide, I'll get started.
Barbara's in front of you, you only talk about the people behind you.
I'm sorry, Barbara does. Sorry, So with the, implementation of CAD in 2023, obviously we've changed a lot of ways that we track things. So you can tell, starting probably midway 2023, you see the property check and the call to general services. There was some confusion about how we labeled those, but now it's more consistent. So you go from 2024, 2025, you can see that obviously those numbers are reflected all in just one. Instead of having two different places where we report them, we just report them one place, and CAD has a lot of feedback. So thank you, Commissioner Wade, for representing that in the budget. The overall call volume and traffic stops have remained constant, you know, over the last 3 years. Property checks have remained consistent over 3 years, and again, we're very visible in the community with our property checks. Other patrol activities, residential alarms, again, been consistent. Vehicle crashes, slight decline over the last 3 years. A lot of that has to do with enforcement. I can tell you when I first got here, we had only a few people that were radar certified. Now we have, we're on the opposite end of that. We have very few that aren't pre-arch certified. And that helps us a great deal when it comes to preventing traffic collisions and crashes and things like that. Parking, warning, traffic tickets have remained steady, over the last 3 years. Depending on who's working, kind of determines those numbers. But, you know, I think it's very important for us to not be one-dimensional, not have all one-dimensional people. I have some people that love traffic stops, I have some people that love walking Main Street, talking to their businesses. I think all of that makes us the police department that we are. Investigations in 2019, the national solvability rate, which means you cleared by arrest or exceptional means, was 45.5% for violent crimes and 17.2% for property crimes. We have a 30-year average, considering our Group 1 crimes, which will be your most violent crimes, of 81.6%. Our Group 2, the property crimes, the less serious crimes, will be 87.9%. With the overall average of clearing our cases of 84.8%. And I can tell you that the number of cases that we have here in 2025, I did this graph a little early because I didn't really know what I was doing, so I had to play around with a lot. So some of these numbers, that number is going to be way higher than it is in the 87.9%. All of those numbers will be higher because I did it probably 1st of December. I can tell you one thing, that in Creedmoor, the case that we get in, we clear our cases, we work our cases, we clear our cases. Now, historically, if you look back, there's 100 and something cases that remain open, but those cases remain open for various reasons. It could be because people who do not work anymore, they never close it out. It could be some cases where we don't close the case unless we make an arrest, so there could be warrants on somebody that we still have outstanding that we haven't arrested for. The case still remains open until we clear it by our arrest. But yes, I'm very proud of our investigation division. I think a lot now that we get a lot of fraud. It's our citizens that work here, but the fraud takes place other places. If you go to many other police departments around the country, historically speaking, where the place that the crime occurs is the jurisdiction that investigates the crime. But I've taken the approach, and our department has taken the approach that if it's our citizens, we're working the crime. We are doing it for our people. And that doesn't happen a lot of it. Personnel, recruitment, and retention. Obviously, for a department our size, recruitment and retention is a big thing, as it is for agency nationwide. It's even more challenging as we've talked about in the past couple of years. Just at a place like Creedmoor, for the limited opportunity to growth for people when they come in. I think that, one, if you treat people good, you send them to training, give them good equipment, and if they can see a path for them to grow, they'll never leave us. So again, that's one of the big things that I work on in this year's budget, and we'll talk about that here in a minute, is just kind of creating different paths for people to go so we keep people in the city. Every year, we exhaust our overtime, and generally our reserve officer fund is trying to keep minimal staffing levels to serve the citizens here. As Camille stated in her presentation, we are working to fill one vacant police officer position. It's not because I don't have applications, and she'll tell you when we talk about them all. It's because I just don't hire anybody. If you're a problem before you get here, then you can be a problem right here, so I prefer you not to come through the door. I can control you coming in, but once you get here, I'm stuck with you, and I don't want to be stuck with a problem. Every once in a while, one might slip through, but I think we've done very well, in filtering and sending the ones out and whatever. So sometimes it's better to have a vacant position than have a problem. That's just how I feel. This year, 26, we received 4 new police officer positions, which allows us to have 3 per shift, which is a huge deal. That is huge deals for coverage. That helps us out again when people call in, sick, and on vacations and things like that. So thank you, board, for that. What I didn't put up there, what I failed to put up there, is our part-time accreditation position, which I'm super excited about, because we are right there at it. I think on February 25th, we have our on-site visit. I'm very confident that with Ricky Buchanan coming on board, in the part-time capacity he has been for the accreditation position, he has done an outstanding job, and probably around May or something, we'll be in Raleigh receiving our state accreditation for the police department. I'm really excited about that. Not because anybody made it through, that's just the goal that I had when I first got here. Again, reorganizing, the department gives people a path to grow, which helps us retention. We've all talked, every department here has talked about anticipated growth, but I can tell you, even with, the cost that it would do to reorganize our department, it would be cheaper than if we had to replace some of our people that are here now, where we had to do the trainings and things like that. So, again, I think if you treat people well, you give them, a place to grow, you give them nice equipment, you send them to training, you'll keep people. That's part of the product we have. So this is just what I'll tell you real quick. Again, we'll talk about this budget, so I'm gonna do too much. You just pretty much moving and let everybody up a level. You know, just to kind of, again, give people places to go and move, so we keep them here. I'm gonna talk about this more at our, next meeting. The telecommunications center. Obviously, the goal is to save money. I put about $90,000 a year, but that number can go up to probably about $120,000 per person there. We have one spot vacant. It's my intention to keep that spot vacant and see how that looks going forward. I'm aware that I have the biggest budget in the city. So when it comes to looking at being physically responsible for things, the police department first department gets looked at.
Telecommunicators, is that?
Go ahead.
That's salary and benefits at $90,000?
Yes, salary benefits, some are more than that, that's just that's probably.
Benefits typically run about 1/3 of that number?
Typically, so.
Just want to clarify.
Again, I have the biggest budget, it's not because we have those people who work 24 hours a day, we have those equipment, we do this training, so I get it, I understand, so when it comes to trying to be physically responsible for things, I take that more serious or just as serious as anybody else on here. And I think it will be physically responsible for us at some point in the future to work out some agreement with the county, to have the county take over the 911 dispatching, and we repurpose our current staff to have them do other things inside the police department that they can do. And they leave when they want to leave. The three that we have, we don't push them out, we don't take their jobs, they leave as they kind of leave. With the goal of, yes, and with the goal of keeping at least 2 long-term, having one person to work the front desk at the police department, and also maybe have someone transition to like evidence, something like that, so they get that off of our detectives and they can do this. This is just the current organizational chart. I think it should be on our website. This will just be the proposed chart, with just adding, not adding new people, but just rearranging the positions and things like that we talked about. The proposal, again, as we get into budget, we'll talk about that more. Again, the main thing this helps me with is retention, keeping our people. We've already invested so much money in our people. I feel it's beneficial to see if we can give them ways to save. Every year we probably have to replace about 4 bulletproof vests. The manufacturer recommends every 5 years. So what we have to do with NCL and UP down there, we have been working with them because they will reimburse us for a certain amount every year. So we're working on that, trying to get that set up. Our body cameras, Digital Ally, they are outdated. They are not the best quality product that we can have. I can tell you that in some of the altercations that I often have with people, that the first thing they come off, they'll fall over there and you can hear what's going on, but you can't see it. And obviously, from the city standpoint and liability standpoint, we want that to be here so we can see what the officer's seeing at all times. So we transitioned some this year to Axon cameras, which have a MOLLE mount, which basically you can rip my shirt and the thing will come off of my shirt. Again, that is, I think, very important for us as a city to look at this in terms of liability, so we can make sure that we can see everything that's happening. We don't have to rely on, several different things. Last year, we replaced all our departments, firearms, handguns, which again, that was a big thing. I can tell you that we've had people, the state until this year, all you had to do is shoot 70% on your qualifications. We raised ours 2 years before to get ahead of the state standard because I knew it was coming. We had our people shoot 80%. I can tell you that the people that were shooting in the low 80s and barely passing with the new red dot, now they shoot in the high 90s.
Wow.
Again, that is a huge, that reduces huge liability for, the city and for the department. Obviously, we do a lot, again, like I said before, we do a lot with the community. These are some of the events that we have. Some of these events we cannot pull off without, again, a lot of the people behind us, with direct deputy and her group helping us, Steve and Public Works helping us, a lot of the staff there, and Camille and Cameron and all those people that volunteer for National Ballot. But I think we have a lot of different programs for a lot of different people of all ages. So again, this is, what we've done, we've expanded our community outreach, we've grown the police department staff, future growth. We also have a police department app, that people have on their phones, and that's the way that we communicate stuff, out to people. If you send an email or something like that, or you have a complaint, if you send it, it goes straight to me. I'll get it in a matter of seconds. And I think Commissioner Gleason can attest to the test that he did that day. I got it immediately, and I responded within a few minutes to that, and that helps because everybody doesn't want to come up face to face and say something face to face. Sometimes people just want to go and do something and want you to address it. Again, as I stated in the board meeting Tuesday, we finally added a second K-9 partner. He should be done with his training this week or next week, I think. So Officer Evan has him, and we are just excited in the direction that it's going in the police department. So again, just 2027, we'll try to put a schedule together to replace our tasers, because they're old and outdated, just like all this reorganization and reclassification of department personnel. And again, I'll bring to you the discussion about the education center, and we'll check this out.
Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you for the work you do as well. You also make my life easier right now, so. Mayor Pro Tem.
Chief, you and your department are world class. Thank you.
Commissioner Gleason.
Question that maybe I should ask. Do you keep records, of the amount of times between the closing of City Hall on normal work day and when it opens in the morning? How many visits our police station gets a year?
I don't keep records, but I feel like I would know if that happened, but I would say very, very, very few. I would think it would be, our telecommunicators having in here 24 hours a day, when we had a magistrate's office, or when there was a need to get in here after 5 o'clock, and now there's not, unless you're coming in handcuffs, something like that, there's no need to be in the building after 5 o'clock. So I would say very, very little. Even if we didn't have anybody here, as it works in other places and other departments, probably our size are smaller, because we're not considered a small department. 10 or less will be a small department. We are 24 strong, on the sworn side, full-time sworn. So we're not considered a small department, but, even if someone came up, there would be something posted to have them call. It is literally probably not that big of a difference in response time, because the people in the city down 911 right now, it's going to go to the county, and they're going to get back over our radio.
I don't think it necessarily would increase the response time if there was some kind of a 911 phone put on the front of the building.
Yeah, sure.
But I know in previous boards, they wanted the police, wanted somebody there. Bottom line is, I kind of agree with the fact that it's like the volunteer fire department. People say, I went and knocked on the door, nobody came to the door. How can you have a fire department? Nobody came to the door. Same with the police department. If you show up at the police station and we have a beautiful new building and there's nobody there, that's my only concern. But I would not be against if we did move it to 911.
Commissioner Moss.
I didn't know if you were.
Yeah. I didn't know.
Chief, I got a question, but I just wanted to go back to what Eddie was saying. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Were you advocating to keep the telecommunicators or move them to countywide 911?
I thought you were saying different positions here, right?
Yes, different positions here, yeah.
Our
But,
telecommunicators stay here.
not transitioning them unless they so choose to go that way.
Okay.
With repurpose and helping.
No, that makes me feel better. And
Yeah.
I would be very, hopefully straightforward with why I think it's a good idea to keep people here. Domestic violence, number one. And, I think I'll leave it at that for now, but I just think having that safe place, that was the other one. I did have a brain cramp there just for a second. What do you call it? I forget the exact terminology, but when people are handing off their kids.
Sure. That typically happens at fire departments more so than police departments.
But I don't know, I saw something
Drop-off signs.
bad happen in a drop-off not too long ago, and it's just, I thought about us.
Sure.
I don't think it's ever happened here, but, I think it's better than happen. The only other thing I was gonna ask, if you would mind, send me the link to the police app. I think that's a great tool. Thanks. But y'all do great work. Thank you.
Commissioner Kozinski?
So, Chief, even if you did transition the telecommunicators to 911, and you're gonna absorb them into the city, with the new police station being built, you still need to have somebody at that front desk 24/7.
Right,
And that's what will happen.
Yes, that's part of repurposing those positions.
Okay.
Yes, we definitely will. We'll always need that regardless.
Right.
When we transition them.
Like a desk sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
The other question that I had for you was, and I think Commissioner Way answered it for me because I didn't, we got the new handguns. Did we get new handguns for the new officers that are coming, or will they get their handguns when they get here?
They are currently using, because in VLET, you can't use a red optic on your gun. You have to use traditional.
The one like I used, that was fun.
I don't know what you meant.
You were there.
But yes, we have them where and we get a credit. So, we get a discount on the guns that we bought because we trade them in and we get a trade-in credit for this. So we don't keep them. They don't stay here and stay in the call and for us or whatever. We actually.
Will that happen with the tasers too?
Probably not. No, I'm going to say because, and then Axon they have the monopoly in a couple different things. Tasers and one, they bought tasers. And also body cameras, but they have the best products out there. And I'm going to say that now, even with our tasers, we currently have the X20T. I know that means
They're no longer.
Yeah, so they no longer will support it. So if one of those malfunctions or breaks,
Got a new one.
just hours, it's nothing. You throw it at somebody, that's it. And I can tell you that in the last at least 6 months, I think our guys have tried to use their taser on 2 different people and it had absolutely no effect whatsoever.
Oh, really? Terrible. We don't want that. Thank you, Chief.
Commissioner Way?
Well, as the self-proclaimed public safety guy here.
We proclaim you could do that.
He's been very, like with any department head, they want to tell you what's needed and how they plan to do it. This is one of our high liability areas as far as a city goes, with law enforcement and public safety. These are our ambassadors to the city that are out there 24/7 that people have contact with. And just as much as Dr. Winborn was talking about the kids in schools videoing fights and stuff like that, our officers with those body-worn cameras, they're twofold. They are there to protect the officer, and they're also there to protect the citizen that they encounter with, because it's digital evidence that's stored and used in multiple methods of training and court and things of that nature, and it's also a tool that the chief and administrative staff can go back to if a citizen complains the way they were treated. An officer can review the camera footage and see how the officer acted and talked and represented himself. So that's one of those costs where it's not really reoccurring. It's a cost of a one-time. We need to invest in replacing the body-worn cameras. And the same thing with the taser equipment. The tasers that our police officers currently carry are no longer supported by Taser. They're not taught in instruction that much anymore as far as updating the protocols. I can speak from being an instructor of TASER. The new products that are out there, what he was talking about, it was ineffective. The current tasers the officers use, they have one shot and then you have to reload it. The current tasers that are out there now for our use, you can use 2 shots. It's got a shot. If it fails, you got a second shot. It's already built into the cartridge. It's better technology. It's cross technology for the way it operates. It's more safe for the officer, and it also has a digital footprint. They are downloaded. They have a station for the officer comes in and he puts the battery from that unit into the station and it downloads the activity. It'll tell you if the officer pulled it out, cut it on, cut it off. All of that is recorded on that battery when they put it into the docking station. It'll tell you if they did a function test to make sure it was working when they went out, and because TASER requires all of this stuff to happen before they'll send their expert to court. Are you following our policies and procedures that set forth as we trained you to do? So the body-worn cameras and the TASER's equipment that he's asking for that's outdated, yes, it's an expense. It is a law enforcement expense. But in the long run, it is a responsibility, I believe, us as commissioners need to think about as far as the liability purpose that it covers as far for the city.
And I'll speak to that too, from what you say, and again, it's almost like Axon, TASER, they have several different things, and again, I know that, my department poses the biggest risk liability-wise to the city. I understand that. Probably doesn't make the person, probably the finance director. So understanding that, I think that we have to be smart in the way we use technology, and again, along with the body cameras in our new cars, we have, they have cameras in those cars too. So that sometimes when I'm doing things, and like if I'm going to stop a car, depending on what's happening, what my eyes see with that car, I may forget to tap that body camera. Or I may forget to reach up and turn on my in-car camera. But now the technology is where, as soon as I turn my lights, it activates all my cameras. So I don't have to take my eyes off of what I'm dealing with up there to do that. It automatically does that. And as you said, even with the TASER, they have it set, if it comes out of a holster, it's right in the digital footprint. They can have it with my gun. If I pull my gun out of the holster, then it's a digital footprint, so you do all that. So again,
because your camera on.
Yes.
And because everybody, if you have multiple officers, because everybody's cameras on.
That's amazing.
So if I have my body camera on, and I'm standing outside here, and let's just say the county comes through with a chase, if they have that same camera in their car, when they come up with lights on his customer.
That's his camera.
Wow.
Without me even having to do anything. So, again, technology is expensive, I get it, understand it, but again, is it worth one of our officers getting hurt? Having to go hands-on with somebody that I can't use the TASER from 21 feet. I just think it's things that we think about.
Commissioner Kozinski?
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot to ask you this. So we have 3 SROs and we use 3 SROs. Are you planning in the next year to have any more police officers trained so that if one goes on vacation, you have a replacement? I know that we have one who could, I don't know where her certification is, but, I just wanted to find out.
Yes, so we have, obviously, the 3 we have is Dave, Wallace, and Keith. There are 3 full-time certified. Jessica is also certified. She maintains her school resource officer certification. Thorson also recently on his own went and got his SR certification. That gives us 2 additional ones to use, whatever. So yes. Awesome.
And to piggyback off, you've got the biggest budget. I'm hoping that in the next year we can renegotiate this contract for SROs with the county and perhaps get more money, because I believe that the money that they're giving us, they've been giving us the same amount of money for too long, and it's time that our salaries are going up and their money's not going up.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wilkins?
So being 24 strong, how much, if you can answer it, would be both the body cameras, and the tasers.
I think that the way that they both work, I think it will be on a, kind of like on a leasing thing. So instead of kind of like a card, instead of incurring the whole cost up front, it's on a leasing program. I don't have those numbers.
So as I did with the flock equipment, I would strongly suggest you add both of those into the budget request.
And typically what I would do is, I feel like the chance of me needing my taser are very slim compared to one of my patrol officers. So obviously what I would do is, the guys on patrol would have first. There may come a time when I need it, but usually when I get there, whatever's happened already happened, and I'm just there to support or whatever, administrative things I have. Obviously, I would go to that point first, where instead of having 24, then obviously just get the patrol guys, what they need, and then we'll do it.
Okay, but I would put it into the budget request.
Any more questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, we already got the flock camera. We already got the flock camera. Community Development Presentation, Mr. Mike Frango.
Made it to this point.
Thank you for sticking with us.
I'm sorry. All right, I'm not gonna take forever. This is our staff. Rebecca is representing us in her colors there, the top left. You got a 20-year-old shot of Jerry in the lower right there.
Wow, he's got a lot of hair.
Yeah, a lot of hair.
That's an old
He never dresses that well normally. I look like I got a sunburn. I think Dallas looks like he's gonna have a sunburn on top of his head. That's him in the middle.
Oh, it looks perfect.
I was looking a little mischievous there in that picture. I'm not sure. He's got the eyes moving. I'm not really sure where he's looking. Permanent breakdown things that have been going on, for us, commercial was big this year. We did two large site plan reviews, Mavis and the City Hall PD. Mobile vendors, and our one special use permit was Zinc House. My update on Zinc House, unfortunately, is they've not been acting as fast as any of us expected. They have zoning approval, but if anybody's driven by the outside of it, you still see those great big vats just sitting in the parking lot. They're not in the building. I assume there's a building code problem of why they haven't moved those in, but certainly not as fast as anybody wants. Unfortunately, residential zoning permits, for us are down. We don't have, too much residential allocation remains. I think just about 37 gallons right now is the most recent number. 4 lots have been built, or homes have been built this year, and 4 lots are in progress. Those ones on South Elm, y'all might remember Miss Bailey who was here, the lots that adjoin her on South Elm near the intersection of Roger Street. The 4 homes that were built this year in '24, one on Circle Drive, 2 on Woodland, and the one on Irving Place, which was the fire rebuild down in Davenport. The photograph there is one that was a zoning compliance permit that was done in, that was originally built in '24, we approved it in '25, that's Watson Street. Beautiful, nice home on Watson. Code enforcement has been busy. Mr. Jerry is our part-timer, 3 days a week. He's out in the field, put about 5,000 miles on the truck in a year, which means he's driving the city every day, about 30 miles. Lots of complaints fielded from residents, but he solved the problem. 910 site inspections, and that's just for zoning and code ordinances violations. He does another 27 and 159 for stormwater, both outfall and SCM inspections. He got 3 zoning officers on staff. Dallas was recently certified as a CZO, and the truck and the graphics have gotten nothing but positive comments. Very visible in the field, and people know where we are and what we're doing. Biggest single project, City Hall site improvements. This is just the landscape plan, overview of the site plan. Not moving as fast as any of us want to right now. They did get the authorization to proceed. They've been working out there for about a month. I hope for them to be digging, foundations and having walls coming out of the ground, but, we're still working on utility issues, Frontier Communications. Anybody who knows about Frontier, knows that, they're usually a challenge to deal with. They have a major trunk line on South Elm that goes back to the days of the railroad, and, we're trying hard to get them to move it and fast. That's the cross-section, that's the elevation view of the City Hall building. You know, we'll have matching brick and the same roof color as the City Hall building. It's gonna be a nice addition to the landscape. Couple of status updates. There are a lot of people talk about housing here, ongoing, housing projects, you know, zoning approvals. Conditional zoning is a zoning approval, it is not a major subdivision plat. So you get the approval to proceed, you get the city's blessing that says, yes, we want you to continue, please go down and do more. Things like Creedmoor Village and Cedar Creek subdivision are still in the early phases of that kind of engineering work, the true three-dimensional design that needs to take place to put all those utilities and that infrastructure in place. Range Crossing, that is the one picture there on the right, is under construction. They're working really hard. If you've driven by the site recently, they probably have about 30 people working on site all throughout that area, going as fast as they can. They'll be boring under Highway 56 probably sometime next week. They're actually closing a small portion of the Cross City Trail to do that bore. It's a necessary connection for brains to the rest of the Seguasa system. And just to clarify, they do have allocation, right? They can build. They've told us that they would hopefully have houses on the ground, beginning construction for housing in fall of '26. So the first house might not be available for sale until spring of '27. Actual photo of fast-paced urgent care, which was our first nice addition to the out parcel at Food Line. And then the next couple of pictures there were, you know, illustrations of Zinc House. But that is not the Zinc House in the middle, it's just what we wished it could be. The other big commercial is Mavis. It's going on lot number 2. I think it's lot number 2 of the out parcels of the Food Line Shopping Center. It's going to be your traditional Mavis, about 7,000 square feet, 8 bays, double-sided building. Have like a teal and white finish, you know, mostly aluminum and glass, flat roof building, but it's gonna be a nice addition. Out there is still one vacant tract, lot 4, the one that's right next to the Food Line. We haven't really had a lot of inquiries about that one. Updates, things that have been going on, beautiful Creedmoor sign. You know, we didn't do it, we're just permitted it. Edge Environmental actually did it. They did get a small sign permit for that one portion that is an actual commercial sign, and it is John's Bonner's wall, and John was willing to allow them to paint on that wall. So there was some great communication. This board honored them edges and extended their thanks through resolution. Yeah, the wayfinding signs that went up downtown, I've heard nothing but positive comments about those. I don't know if anybody else has heard anything different, but, I think they're attractive, and I think they do what they were intended to do. Certainly there's room for phase 2 of those, additional signs if we wanted to. And, you know, there's the other parts of the gateway, landmark, plan that we have going on, the idea that we want to extend that, motif throughout the city. Lower left picture there is just about the Lake Rogers Dam testing. This is a photo from the drawdown that had happened when we lowered levels. It's showing a lot of the lower buttresses where the concrete was tested. Everybody needs to remember that dam is probably 90-plus years old. And Carl's going to talk a little bit more about it, but we alluded to the fact that there are expenses coming up related to the dam. And then the lower right is the beginnings of the City Hall, the Police Department headquarters at 121 Masonic. That's going to be the new address of the new building. If you notice those coiled cables and all the wire that's on those poles, that's the problem. That heavy cable at that location has to get moved. Biggest issue coming up for us
in the new year is our department relocation. The idea that our community development department's gonna get to move out of the remote location and into the renovated city hall. They expect to start that around September or so of '26. And our goal, of course, is to get into that building by the January date so that we can be out of our spot at 211 North Main. But a lot of work still has to go into that, consolidating our records, trying to digitize, like Barbara alluded to, some of our records that we're required to keep forever. We want to upgrade our iWork package with an online portal and try to have a little bit more seamless application process, totally online, less paper. And we're working our way through some of those costs. Those will be forthcoming in budget requests in the near future. The information management system is kind of the bigger project title that we put on everything from our file transfers, to file culling, to the permanent storage, to the scanning. There's lots of work to be done there, but our department is required to keep these records, so we have quite a bit of baggage, literally, that we come with. Ongoing initiatives, things, like we talked about, Barbie alluded to it again, the state mandated, Creedmoor development ordinance amendments. I think it was Drew who talked about downzoning, the idea that we can no longer downzone. We did our downzoning 12 years ago. 12 years ago when the city did its citywide rezoning in 2012, that's when we changed a lot of these outlying areas from what was called RR, rural residential, to our ag district. That was a reduction in density, that was a reduction in land use rights, but then it was lawful. As of this year, it is no longer. Just safe to say that Dallas will be before you in the coming months with new zoning text amendments to the CDO as necessitated by the 2025 legislative session. We have the Tar River Hazard Mitigation Plan. That's really just an update of the natural hazards plan with COG. We've been working on that. The one that Drew referred to as the Northwest Area Plan, it has been renamed because Northwest was super confusing to everybody, so it is the North Falls Lake Area Study. There was recently a meeting with Granville County, Butler, Stem, Oxford, Franklin County, Lewisburg, about recommendations from that. And then lastly, Granville County has been working diligently on its economic development strategies, trying to get, some traction and regarding small business and economic development efforts around each city, partnering with North Carolina Main Street and Rural Planning Center to get some recommendations for us. The mayor and I had a good meeting with Troy earlier this week, maybe last week, about some of those. It's been a blur.
This week.
This is the future of brains. Just so you see, Paddington is in the lower right corner, Sotheby is in the lower left. 171 units, they're only working on phase one right now, but phase one is extensive because of the lift station construction. They have a lot of work to do to utilities, like I alluded to, the bore, ultimately to connect to the rest of the system. This is Cedar Creek, and this kind of relates to what the fire department was talking about. We've stretched out to the furthest reaches east that we ever have, right across from Mount Energy Elementary School. This could potentially be somewhere between 600 to 700 maybe units, different lot sizes throughout here, some townhomes hopefully to provide some variety of housing type, but density, urban style, residential development. The response time from downtown station to Cedar Creek is very long comparatively to any other location in town. That's why a spot on the east side of the substation location would be good, I think, for everybody. Scott Schroyer alluded to these. These are, the biggies for me, CP1 and CP2, future Joe Pete lift station and the force main that gets us over to wastewater treatment plant. They're working out there vigorously right now. You see those pipes on the side of the road. You see the work being done at the lift station. Jerry's been a frequent visitor to the lift station, and he keeps close tabs on them. They did say they were ahead of schedule, just like Scott had reported that they feel they're ahead of schedule. On that one, unfortunately, CP2 is the one that's taking more time. You need CP2 in order for CP1 to be able to work. So we have to wait, essentially, for both of them. Picture on the right is just an illustration of the work that's being done at Cedar Creek. This is way out on the eastern side. There are some markings for utilities. Carl had been out there and snapped this shot for water, sewer, force main, communications, all these things that are out there on the side of the road that they're working right now to engineer and design subdivision amenities. I'm going to stop here, and I will let Carl take over from this point, carry on with on. Oh, here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Regarding solar, here's my handy dandy app. We are currently generating the max of 34.6 kilowatts.
Right now.
Right now.
Because it's sunny.
So now that the interconnection agreement has been signed, NC Solar is coming out with the building inspector next week to do the electrical inspection. The next step is for Duke to come out with the net metering equipment to install that. Last week, LLB was contacting Duke about right-sizing the transformer for the new PD, and I realized we want to make sure that any way possible that any excess energy we're generating here goes to that building and not to Duke at partial credit. So, don't know if it's possible, but I will push the issue. If there's any way of doing it, we'll have power there, even though it's not generated there, we can still use it on site.
Yep.
Oh my God, look at all those antennas.
So everybody sees the panels on the roof, and then these are on the side of the building.
Aren't they free?
Last year, we contracted with 6 engineering firms for what's called an on-call contract. We brought them in, and there's some overlap with their capabilities, but we had a long list of specialties that we needed, and that group of 6 covers all the necessary specialties. So one of the first projects that was authorized was called the sidewalk gaps. The long-range plan shows 12 sidewalk gaps. The board selected 4 to do a feasibility study on, and just coincidence they're sequential, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the first one is on Main Street. It starts at Dogwood Drive, where there is existing sidewalks, and it carries it down to Whitehall. The preferred estimate, or the preferred option, the estimated construction cost is $280. The next one is Northside Road from Fillmore to Mayview, basically connecting the Davenport subdivision to the Whitehall subdivision. Preferred option estimated $350,000. And then East Line Street starting at Main Street, with their sidewalk, of course, all the way up to Beverly Court, $790. And the fourth one is Peachtree Street from Church Street to Watson Street, for an estimated cost of $540. Now, the feasibility study phase is complete. So any further action on these relies on grant funding. And currently, we don't have any, but we're keeping our eyes open for that. Other authorized work, the Lake Rogers Emergency Action Plan Inundation Study. This is a requirement from NCDEQ for all dam owners. And I mean that in the best possible way. It seems to never get all the guys who work for the firm. They're used to it. Have your break. So the first draft is expected in a week. So the inundation study, there's 2 versions of it. Dry day, wet day. If the dam bursts today, what happens? And if it's monsoon season and it bursts, then what happens? So what actions do we need to put in place? What actions do we have to do? The next one is the Lake Rogers Dam structural evaluation and repair. This also went to RK&K, and they sent it to their sub-consultant Schnabel, who is a dam expert. And this is a requirement of NCDEQ. They completed phase 1. Phase 1 consisted of an inspection of the dam, doing some sound exotic ground penetrating radar to look inside, took a few core samples, and based on what they found, they recommended some additional testing. And that's phase 2. The proposal should be here, 2 weeks ago. So any day I'm expecting that proposal to come in for phase 2. And when they finish doing phase 2, what I'm expecting is a list of options. At the bottom is going to be, this is the minimum you must do to be in compliance with NCDEQ. DEQ saw cracks, they said the cracks must be, engineered, designed, and fixed. The vegetation that needs to be taken out, that's the easy part. It'd be a minimum to be in compliance. Then, there's gonna be, well, we strongly recommend you do this. We recommend you do this, if money's your object, do this. So I'm expecting a hierarchy of, options, and there's gonna be some tough decisions, because the whole point is, we can't afford to replace it. It costs more than that building back there. So we wanna extend the life, and it's gonna be an estimate. If you do this, we estimate you'll extend by X amount of time. This much, we estimate this much, there's no guarantees. So at what point do you cut it off and say, we've reached the point of diminishing returns, we won't go any further? So that's coming. Well, I forgot to tell you, I have good news. That, except the fund balance you have, I got it covered. Too bad you left early, because there's a whole bunch of unknowns coming your way. That's a big unknown. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. If you can spend a little bit to extend it for a meaningful amount of time, that's positive.
Yeah.
All right, next one, Main Street public parking. I already gave you details on that. We'll advertise for construction. When a bid comes in that we find acceptable and we want to proceed with that bid, then there'll be an additional, phase with RK&K for materials testing, construction inspection, construction admin. There's no point of doing that until we actually have an acceptable bid in hand that we're going to proceed with. Next project, we've already heard about Dawson Drive, Whitehall Drive. This is the 80,000, you see that's, continuing with the study and designing. Then there'll be another one to finish the plan, so the whole bid package is ready to advertise. Who knows what the actual construction cost is gonna be? That's a big unknown, a huge unknown. Well, yeah, we know it's gonna be big. Exactly, that's the hard part. There are other areas that have been tagged for a possible, drainage study in the future. Areas that we've received multiple complaints, and it appears to be beyond just a maintenance issue. So there's a couple of areas on Elm, two different areas in Elm that have come up. Charles Cotton should be, Helen Street over by the old sewer lagoon, several issues there, Apple and Cherry Street. So we're just sort of, monitoring those, they're in the pipeline. The next one, pipe evaluation and repair. There's several large pipes in the city. I've actually walked through them, they're that big. And you can see they've been there a while, they're starting to show their age and have some issues. The larger the pipe, these are cross pipes under road. The larger the pipe and the deeper it is, the more important it is to find a way to repair it than replacing it. Replacing it is very expensive, whole impact to traffic. So one of the firms that we brought on with the on-call services does that kind of work. They did a little bit of work for us down on the, Conroe project, repairing one of the pipes with the fiberglass epoxy method. So there's several of those around. We want to get them out to evaluate and find out which ones are critical to do now, which ones we can wait on, because we don't really know the timeline on these things. And then you can see the stormwater fees that were collected over the last 2 years. And this is extra common about the different types of things that can fall under stormwater management. Some things are considered maintenance. Cleaning out pipes, clearing debris from drainage structures, clearing debris from, or vegetation from ditches. That maintenance work, Public Works does that every day. Repairing or replacing in kind, things that are, broken pipes or drainage boxes, Public Works could do some of that also. But then there's new drainage systems or new components of systems. Those start with an engineering analysis and design, and they might be to correct or improve something in the existing infrastructure, or to be due to a change. Whenever there's development, it always leads to more impervious area, increased runoff, or the change could be an increase in rainfall. Whether it's actual rainfall causing the problem that we see, or an increase in the rainfall numbers, the probability of rainfall that the engineering firms are required to use when they do their computer modeling. I forget who the organization is that puts out those numbers, but they change periodically. I remember, RK&K was waiting the latest numbers from DEQ, the inundation study. So, if you're looking at a 50-year average, well, every year, 1 year drops off, and you add last year to it. So it's constantly changing. And then, we just talked about this, didn't we? I'm willing to bet that not all of you have driven on Holly Creek Lane. It is a gravel, dead-end road. It doesn't get much use. It has a double, culvert going underneath it. The pipe joints came disconnected, big hole, washed out, it's a mess. So, we want to know what our options are for that. repaired. The second one is the Douglas Drive. Obviously, you know, it needs to be repaved, but it needs much more than just repaving Douglas Drive. You don't know where the road stops and where the parking lots begin on the businesses on the outside of the curb, like where the bed is. So delineating the parking areas, whether it's with a curb, pavement markings, or something else, that needs to be done. There's some drainage improvements that are needed, pavement marking. And you can see the Powerball funds received for fiscal years 24 and 25. And that's all I have. Any questions for me?
Just two quick questions. Holly Creek Lane, is that a dead end?
It is.
It is a dead end that goes to the cemetery.
Correct.
Yeah, just want to make sure I had that right. And now my second question, when you engage me, so I will send you an email.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Thank you, Mr. Mike Frangos as well.
Yeah, noteworthy work.
Yes. Commissioner Kozinski?
Thank you, Mayor Moss, I'm sorry, old habit. Thank you, Darrell, Commissioner Moss, for that question, because I was thinking Holly Creek was a dead-end road also. I'm sorry. Carl, I have a question. Douglas Drive Engineering, you said you can't tell where the parking lot for the vet starts and the road stops? Can't we look at, plats?
I mean, when the driver is proceeding, they can't tell where it starts and
Oh,
stops.
so we have to put in curbs to...
To make it look right, to make it proper.
Exactly. Okay, that's what you said, and I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean?
And I think as you're driving along going toward the community center, it doesn't line up with the curved entrance going into the community center, just because it doesn't keep you where you need to be.
Okay.
It could be as simple as pavement marking, but curb and gutter would probably make.
So we don't have any engineering company set up for that at all yet, to take a look at it, right?
What would you term what Wooten did? It's preliminary cost estimate of what it would take to,
Cost opinion on what it would take.
Have we seen that yet?
A long time ago, it was over a year ago.
I'm not sure if their approach was not for lack of the cost or what it was. It was just sort of an idea of what it would take to get it going. But they showed, using curb and gutter and drainage improvements.
Okay. All right, we'll have to go back and look at old agendas.
Carl, before you sit down, this is very unsettling, but Georgiana helped me regain my thoughts. It's very unsettling.
Watch it.
It scares me. No, I know, my second question was gonna be, do we have, are you able to tell me, just in general, not down to the inches or anything, how many feet of unpaved road we have in Creedmoor today?
I bet.
We have 47 miles of gravel road in our colonies.
Didn't think it was much.
No, it's not much.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Great work. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Parks and Rec, Director Chastity McCurdy.
Good evening, Mayor Downey and Commissioners. I'm Chastity McCurdy, Parks and Recreation Director. I've had the pleasure of serving as director for the past 9 months, thinking 10 whole months. A lot has happened during these past months. You'll see my presentation is more of a highlight reel. And during this time, I've gotten to know the community, work with staff closely, do some trial and error of some programs, get to know, observe these programs, and identify any gaps and needs that will benefit the community as a whole. I came in at a special time as I got to work with Nick Adams and staff on the master plan, and we look forward to presenting that to you all for approval on the 17th of this month. All right, staff, we are a woman-empowered staff, full-time staff. Currently, our recreation supervisor is Cheyenne Mickens. She serves as our center supervisor, and she does a lot of the programming that we have at the community center. And also, too, we have our senior staff, Andy Terry, who has been with the city for a while now, does a lot of coordination of the Willow Oakland rentals, and all the special events that we've had within our department. Currently, we have about 8 seasonal part-time staff, recreation assistants. We did bring on 2 more about in October, as Camille spoke about earlier. They are mostly at the community center when the lake is not open. And then we have about 4 staff at the lake when we are in season that we rotate throughout the week. And then also this picture here is some of our CPRC committee members. We do have 1 current vacancy on that board. The community events, like I said, that Angie typically, and Cheyenne as well, hosts at the community. Or Martin Luther King breakfast. Unfortunately, this year I was not able to see this event because it was canceled due to weather. Next month we'll host our Easter egg hunt. Upcoming we have our Juneteenth celebration, our fireworks, National Night Out in collaboration with PD, the music festival, Trick or Treat on Main Street, the Veterans Day breakfast, the Christmas tree lighting, Christmas parade, Shop with the Cops, Letters to Santa, blood drive, the Grandville Wedding and Event Expo, and Job Fair. So the next couple slides, you see some photos at the event. So we have some Main Street pictures of Sunnyside staff at the Music Fest, the Job Fair, which was in collaboration with MC Works out of Henderson, and of course some other Music Fest pictures as well. I want to say there was about maybe 12 individuals who were able to come out to the job fair on this day, and come out and have some on-site interviews with employers, with different employers, and actually get hired that day. Pretty cool. We had a mobile truck with resumes and things like that. So. Recreation programs, so some highlights and things I've noticed with working with Nick Adams are that people like the family feel type of events and programs. They like to do something that is multi-generational. They want to bring the entire family out to the program. I've learned that our community enjoys, especially our mature population, likes to get involved in our passive recreation and also our group fitness classes. So for our recreation program, we've kind of been throwing some things out there that have been sticking, that are very popular, which is music bingo. We will have another session of music bingo coming up next month on March 6th. So we will have a theme night. It will be a 90s night. So it will be 90s music. So some feedback that staff receives during those types of events, to try to listen and try to tailor the programs based on the need to keep people coming back to these programs. They will want to more music sections that tailored to the taste of people that were coming out. They want to narrow it down. So we're just going to throw some things out to see what sticks. We're really proud of our Empower social group for adolescent girls. Typically we started with teenagers, but we've opened it up from ages 7 to 17, they had a lot of great activities planned. We've had a lip gloss workshop. We've had a vision board party. We've made body scrubs. Later this month we'll be making bath bombs. We also hosted our first Zoom-a-thon. We had some great vendors come out to this event, and I'll have some pictures on the next slide. We've had gingerbread workshop, and we just implemented our Slime Valentine's Day workshop, which was held on Thursday night. The kids were asking, and the parents too were asking when's the next workshop. So these are the type of events that get the community and get the kids out and their families out, and they want to be more involved in it. And also movies in the park, trying to offer those on a more consistent basis. Next fiscal year, we're going to be focused on family-friendly, multi-generational programs, more fitness and wellness events with community partners, sports camps, activating some of the spaces that we do have at our park, getting maybe out some fitness series out in the park, yoga in the park, Pilates in the park, things of that nature. Spring Festival, I know that was an initiative from Mayor that he wanted to see an extra concert series or something of that nature. So Angie has some things in her pocket that she wants to do this spring as well. So looking to get those recommendations from the master plan as well to put some of those things in motion. So here are some other photos from our Zoom-a-thon in the top left. Top right is our gingerbread workshop. With Santa, again, bottom left is also at our Zoom-a-thon, and then also I can't have a recreation and park presentation without talking about pickleball and a lot of the traction that we get from our users on a daily basis. We do have a lot of themed pickleball, like during holidays, they love dressing up, they love getting gifts, they love all the range of pickleball. So we have, been doing that. That was from our Boo Bash, and then next week on the 12th, we'll have our, Sweetheart Night for pickleball. More photos of some community events, have our Juneteenth event, celebration, another photo of our pickleball Boo Bash, some of our ladies from our Empower Her social group, down in Zoom 2, we had a science experiment with our lip gloss, workshop as well, and some other pictures of more photos as well. Again, this is a highlight reel, so just wanted to, showcase all the social work that staff has been doing. We had our daddy-daughter dance. That was a huge hit, and it was a cowboy thing, so that was really cute. And then also we did some activation at Lake Riders in the warmer months, doing some tie-dye activities as well. All right, I did some membership benchmarking. That was one of my first tasks when I came on as director, just looking at the fees at comparable facilities and things of that nature. So currently, this is our current membership rate, and I want to say around the same time, and I'll talk about the numbers of memberships that we currently have in place, but it hasn't dipped off too much. People are still coming in and getting memberships, even those who live in the city and who are not city residents. So there hasn't been any, maybe I would say a handful that have, said that, this is ridiculous, we're city residents, all the things, but again, those resident fees only went up $10, but essentially they end up getting the membership, but again, the positive has outweighed the negative comments that we've received. So those are our current fees, for our membership, but again, these new rates went into effect October of last year. Currently, active memberships as of last year around this time on 31st, about 1,728 memberships and 9 student memberships. These are South Granville High School memberships. Currently, we have 1,776 memberships. I pulled those numbers at the end of last month, and then we currently have 12 student memberships. I definitely want to have some revenue highlights from this year. Angie has done a great job at keeping the Willow Oak Room very active with rentals, baby showers, parties, anything you can think of. The Willow Oak Room has been heavily rented pretty much every weekend. We have something going on in the Willow Oak Room. That total revenue highlight equates to about $37,000. And then also, too, we've done a good job at activating the field, the multi-use field, B.C. Roberts Field. Those user groups have been the Granville Keepers Soccer Club and Commanders Football. I'm also looking
As I missed an event that I looked on Facebook and I saw it 3 hours and it had passed, the slime event. As much slime as we make at our house. I didn't look at the billboard, and I went by there and I talked to Cheyenne yesterday, but just advertisement. She handed me the pamphlet of when they're gonna be. I mean, it's probably my fault for not stopping by there and getting that ahead of time. I mean, but if it was a way that we could get that out there in a different way. As far as, and as long, for me, is with the student memberships, why do we only have 12 students from South Granville?
So,
Are they?
some things that I've noticed, because they're coming on a daily basis, they just rather pay the drop-in fee, but typically they come by themselves. So we'll send an application with them, because their parents have to sign off, they're underage. They don't bring it back, they're just like, oh, I'll just pay my $5, or I'll just pay. It's like, by the time you pay this $5 10 times, you've already paid the $30 for your student membership. So, it's
Well, could it be any way that we could keep a track of how many times this kid has paid $5 and give them the extra incentive, like, hey, you've already paid $30, why don't you take this membership here?
They do that.
Potentially, you mean if they've already come 5 times, like, if they've
Well, say they come 6 times and pay $5. Can they have a membership then, or do they have to, what's the?
So, our recreation software isn't really good at tracking guests. So we kind of just do that on old school pen and paper type thing. But, I mean, maybe if we had like a punch card for them or something like that, or some kind of system where if they keep up with it, they would just bring it, like, I've come so many times, this qualifies you for a membership.
Did your mom and dad sign it?
Something of that, and just so that they don't keep, it's easy for them, because they're coming in, they're there all the time. But they're just not choosing to get a membership. So I would definitely look into some research on how to better meet them and like, okay, well, come and get your membership.
Yeah, give them some initiative.
After so many times, they've given us $6. And it tells me, we want them to keep, coming back.
Keeps them out of trouble.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I talked about the slime. So I remember, I think Cheyenne had put that out on Facebook, and within those first couple hours, it filled up. So I don't know, we need to just work on like maybe a second offering or something like that, just so we can, because it was I think it was like one person on the wait list, but.
I'll bring the borax.
So, right. They had a good time with it. So I'll definitely keep that in mind as far as marketing, just to kind of get, so people know like our routine. So every first Thursday, I know we're going to have some sort of activity going, just so they know what to expect.
Cool. Thank you so much for this 10 months of working in Parks and Rec. I can already see it moving in the right direction. And that's kind of my baby. I mean, that's part of my plan to unify Creedmoor. Is this, if we can get together, then we can share ideas, then we can move together. So, all right.
Great work. You're exceptional. Thank you.
Commissioner Gleason?
I think the punch card or some kind of a way to keep track of it would be a good idea.
Commissioner Moss?
I know this is not necessarily related to the recreation center, but I do think it's important, just for the, older crowd, which obviously I'm in. So I am registered this year for the senior games. I will be participating in basketball shooting.
I'll be a rebounder.
And it all. So I'm in training.
Or you can come get some shots up there open gym, doing the practice. I'll have some spots out for you to shoot it.
I will set you up for you.
All right, I'll rebound for you. Just let me know.
Commissioner Way?
Yeah. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for the programming that's being offered for everybody in the community and focusing on that. It's greatly appreciated. And look forward to the other events that are planned and the spring festival maybe. So a lot of opportunity out there and we appreciate you.
Commissioner Gazinski?
Keep doing what you're doing. I mean, I know that with the weather, you've had to shut down an awful lot. But people are waiting to get back in as soon as the doors open up. So that's a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Chad. All right, we have our Public Works presentation. Mr. Steve, thank you for being so patient and staying with us. And yes, sir. So.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioners. But anyway, good to know that you're today, I don't know how to run the thing, First of all, I wanted to introduce you to your team, because we work for you. You guys come up with the ideas, you fund everything we do, you come up with the initiatives, pass it to the city manager, we try to make it happen, what we can internally. So I've got them alphabetically listed there, got 6 full-timers and 2 full-timers now. And thank you for that. We'll go to the next slide, we'll talk about how we're structured. There's the 6 full-timers I was just referring to, 2 part-timers, and just to let you know, we've got one person that in April will hit 26 years, so that 0 to 25 is no longer be relevant, it'll be 26. So, we have some on the tenured end of the scale, but we also have the opportunity to prove new ones to train them like that Creedmoor needs to be. So that's exciting as well. So that's how we're structured. Our areas of responsibility are, this is just a slide that captures some of them, but by street system, I mean power bills, parks maintenance, facility ground maintenance, and citizens curbside services, which means lots of our citizens that have that. The MS4 stormwater permit, we have something to do with that, as well as incident adverse weather response. We also support our city-sponsored events, and any board initiatives and capital improvement projects that we can be in assistance, we do our best to do that as well. The street system, the question you just asked Commissioner Moss, every year we have a certified statement that goes out for our power bill. Right now there's your paved mileage, 18.1 center lane miles of paved and 0.67 miles of gravel. Power bills should be based 75% on population and 25% on mileage. Kind of in practice, but anyway, that's how it's distributed. Anything in the right-of-way of easements, public works maintained, and we're looking first and foremost for safety, function, and then aesthetics is the third thing, but number one is safety. We see something that's like a stop sign now, or a hole, or something that's unsafe, that's how we prioritize things. Aesthetics is last, but we're also concerned with that. Like banners, the flag displays, and so forth. We inspect and maintain the infrastructure within the rights of ways, existing and new development. These 6 RRFBs, rapid rectangular flashing beacons, we inspect those monthly, document that, to make sure they're working, and when they don't work, we go out and work on those. The manual for uniform traffic control devices, we go by that book. As far as our signage, all the regulatory signage on the Cabo streets is us, and the street nameplate. Anything outside that's on a DOT road, the county takes care of those sign names. So if you ever want to know who does that, that would be them. Maintain and inspect the sidewalk and walkways, such as the cross-city trails and our subdivisions, and by that I mean not the maintenance like grass cutting, but say someone drives over to practice. When we're out and we see it, that's a liability for the city, so we get on that and we take care of that. And we coordinate with Division 5 at MTDOT all the time real well. There's a flu going around through their office right now. If you're wondering, I hadn't seen them, but hopefully they'll get better soon, but we have constant touch with those folks. And then we also repair utility systems if Boston has to come out and fix any water leaks. And we bill them at $14.33 a square foot for that service. One, it gives us the result we want. 2, a timely patch instead of waiting a year or whatever. So we do parts maintenance, and this just touches on a little bit of the different parts that we do, the things that we did this past year, what we do every day basically. And then the next slide is a little more parts maintenance. Community center, there's an outside and an inside. So the community center inside to me is facility maintenance. The outside would be more for park maintenance. But anyway, I tried to put it on this system. I mean, on this slide, show the life safety system is obviously most important. And by that, I mean anything to do with your elevator, your egress, your fire extinguishers, anything life safety. You know, the state comes in and makes sure we have to do that. So records are kept and inspections are done. The backflows annually have to be tested. Harris Park, some things are going over there. We have a small CIP project we're waiting to complete over there. We've already got a PO for the materials, just a matter of working out the joint property, I think. When that gets okay, we'll be right on that real quick, not get that knocked out. So the ground maintenance, let me go to the next one for you guys, just an idea of some of the facilities. Again, you see community center, that's not because that's trying to be redundant, it's just because that's the inside part, and square with the flowers out front. Let's see, mowing, Creek, get us again. Pesticides, for instance, we have to be licensed in that because this is a commercial application of pesticides. At home, you can put all around if you want, you do what you want, but when it comes to the city government, we have to have a license for pesticide application. We got an hour computerized maintenance software system that we've been using, and we've got a new part-time administrative staff that supports me in trying to put all the data we should be putting into that system. Like, the guys work, they can be busy all they want, but if they don't give notes to her to put in there, it didn't happen. So we've been really, really drilling on to that, and every day they turn in a piece of paper to her. Because they're not very computer sometimes. Into a computer, they don't want to be, so they just write it down, give it to her, and then we turn that into data. And give credit for telling the story of what we did. So, next one, the MS4 permit that we had. Rebecca's been a great help in explaining this all. She's just wonderful. But everything we do under that, like the street sweeping, it happens quarterly downtown, neighborhoods, and then it happens monthly downtown, all the way down to the litter sweeps that we help participate in. That's part of our MS4 obligations, if you will. And also our curbside pickup's pretty popular certain times of year for yard boys. We pick up for folks, and that's the first and third Wednesdays of every month. Free, no charge. And we enjoy doing that. It gives us a chance to be frontline face to face with a lot of our residents, and built some good relationships. All right, I'm trying to go quickly, so here we go. We are first responder. After 9/11, the president made us the first responder, which is amazing, but we're not nowhere near you guys first responder, but we are there for you because typically you're the incident commander. And all we do is report under the ICS, and that's our role. We're the emergency support function number 3. I've been to a lot of EOCs. I spent a lot of weeks down the coast, not just like the cold weather stuff, but more wind and hurricanes. But lately, getting better at the ice and the other stuff. I haven't been to an EOC here yet. But anyway, I'm all familiar with that, and FEMA forms that we're going to fill out to try to get reimbursed for the hours that we were working during this last, what was she called, Fran? No, Fran was her.
Helene.
Ellie.
Yeah, but there's two of them that we'd like to make some money, but it's not that, but recover money. And that's just some of our, way we roll. We support the police department 24/7. On call as needed. I don't care about the rule that it's gotta be this many instances. It's when he tells me there's a problem, he can tell you I'm there. That's just the way it is. And then secondly, if we do need something to go by, our template's always been that we deploy 3 snow plows at a 2-inch accumulation. And who's gonna be out there making it? It's kind of a storm by storm basis, man. A freezing rain followed by snow accumulation is different than a dry, as you just saw with these last 2 storms. There's no 2 storms that are alike. But just know that man right there, he tells us, man, we're there. It don't matter what time of day it is. For limbs or trees down, whatever, power lines. And then we have a sand and salt capability, 50 cubic cars on our largest dump truck. We can go out with our salt dog and put sand and salt on inclines or trouble areas. Next slide. We support city-sponsored events. I'm gonna go into all this. We do that in new tree. Thank you, board. That's panel tree and some new deer.
Looks amazing.
They kind of don't like being locked up the rest of the year, so we're gonna try to let them out this summer, eat a little bit, and then put them back. They're big. Yeah. We like to do, some accomplishments we had last year was we, finally got driftwood circles over in the apartments resurfaced, and it was neat and bad. We took that speed bump out, which is that speed bump, so now there isn't a speed bump. And Scott Street's in the same area, if you're not familiar with there. It needed it, so while we were there for, logistical purposes, it was cheaper to go and get it right now than to go across town. So we did that. The fountain project, we were able to put that in-house. The only thing we had to sub out was the actual electrician looking at it and saying, he puts his license on it. So the county would say it looks good. But I got that going, and it's been turned off for Stephen. CIP project over at the community center, we just put that out to bid and made sure that happened. We relocated the city storage building, city hall storage building, and PD storage. We assisted with that down at the lot across from the lake. Gives us room to grow, it gives them room to have the PD. We received the hometown hero veteran application from both. We send them to the vendor, get them approved, communicate back with the person that's the sponsor, make sure it looks good and looks like what they want, and they sign off, and then we go forward with ordering it. We also store them in a tube so they don't get any damage at all with their name on the side of the tube. So it's very respectable, I mean, as it should be for what they've done for veterans. A large pavement repair, and I won't get into all the new full times and, stuff like that. But anyway, we also have an open house every year, so I'd like you to come to that in May. It coincides with the National Public Works Week, put on, we remember the APWA, American Public Works Association. So I encourage you to do that. Don't just wait for that, man. Come down to the shop anytime. We got free air, and that's the most popular thing around there, is the free air. So come on down, see us anytime. It's your building, so welcome you down there. And some goals. And I'm getting ready to wrap up. Continued development of our standard operating procedures. A lot of them are outdated. We've been working on them. We need to get those to finish. Work with the city engineer on any capital improvement plans. Projects that we can, if any way that we could, help the city save money by doing any kind of work or being a participant in that, we're glad to do that. A pavement condition rating survey needs to be done for every street in Creedmoor. We started it and got pulled off, but I'm going to try to get back and finish it. We're using DOT's method of PCR scoring, and then that way each street has a score. It gives us a part of this, how to pay going forward, based on your score. And like in golf, the lower score, the better score. So, recertified as certified playground safety inspector certification, which will be in 2 weeks. I'll go for 3 days to get that. Just a manager with, completing your initiatives and plan and host our open house. Concerns. Continued development of SOPs. I already said that, never mind. We're on the next slide. This is the final one. It just says thank you, and I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. And a little quote that I like to remember is that we can't build a reputation on what we're going to do. Everybody's always saying what they're going to do, but, you know, you got to do, so that's what our motto is. We can't build our reputation for, we're here for you, we work for you, so we show you, hey, we're going to do it. So we try to do whatever it is you guys have in mind, let him know, and we'll be your arms. We'll listen for you, whatever, get it done for the people.
Thank you, Mr. Steve.
That might not have been the right way to say things, but I'm trying to.
You are amazing and dedicated, and we thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Putting the rubber to the pavement, as I like to say.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Steve.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Gleason?
All I can say is, Steve, we don't speak much, but I'm on a very few occasions call the city managers and say there's an issue or whatever. I don't think I could ever understand how fast the two of you communicate and you guys get it fixed. So I just want to thank you and your employees for really stepping up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes, sir, Steve. I was just sitting here thinking, kind of a small history fact. You may know this, you may not know this, but where the new police station is going up right now,
yes, sir.
That's where the original Creedmoor maintenance shop was many years ago.
Wow, I've seen a picture once.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Yeah, so that is kind of ironic how things kind of come around and circle back, so that's pretty cool. But the thing that I really wanted to say is, and I respect everything that everybody does for the city. I really do. But the work that your team does is work that most of us, I can pretty much assure you, we wouldn't want to have to do it.
I can't do it.
It's just,
I can't do it.
Probably can't do it. You're right.
I can't do it.
So that's why I hold you in the highest regard, you and your team in the highest regard. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you much. Commissioner Kaczynski?
Steve, you've done so much that I know of personally. And you make Creedmoor a fun place with the things that you and your department do. The float was a major project 2 years ago, and I think we have all had fun on it. And the work that your group has done for that just to put smiles on citizens' faces, aside from all this hard work that we ask you to do.
Okay.
But I think there's a labor law about having children that small operating those equipment.
Yeah. On the open house run.
That was an open house.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Commissioner Way?
As always, Steve, appreciate it. You and your team do a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
I'm glad that we're able to get you what you need. Yes, sir. Glad that, always feel free to come forward as a department and tell us what you need.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Moss?
Just a quick one, Mr. Mayor, if you could, next year, if you could work on the seating chart for the Christmas, parade float. This year was a little interesting.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Steve. Members of the board, I would like for the department heads to be able to leave. Does anybody have any qualms with them having to stay before?
We can't leave these in the.
No, not Lee, not Lee,
So
with
poor
the
Lee.
exception of Lee.
Sorry, lady. And Barbara can't leave either.
Yeah.
And, no.
How about me?
Yes, please,
I wanna
you can
leave.
leave, but the city manager can't.
Please don't leave. They got to stay.
Anybody? Yeah, let's do a 5-minute break. Department heads, thank you all so much. Lee, see you in 5 minutes. All right.
Man, nurse texted me well, we did beat we beat Webb in JB. The girls are playing right now. And I'm trying to see if I can get out of here by about 3:45 so I can catch the second half of that game. They're probably gonna play at about 3:30. Washington's gonna play at 3:30. They're home. They're South Brown. Yep, they're playing well. Yeah, when they yep. So they're at home. So Angie texted me too. She texted me the score. She's like, we just won. JB just won. So. She don't get, she has that humor that it's always antagonized.
It's a one-way street.
Yeah, it's always, you picking on me. My wife has that humor. Like, why are you picking on me? I can say something to Sarah and laugh. If I say it again, she gets upset. Like, come on, man, stop getting so live a little. But that's the one that I chose. I can't live without him.
Oh, man. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm gonna take it over to next year. Yep. We're getting
I'm supposed to be on Monday. I'm going to get my laptop because I got to do something Monday. So you can have a good one.
You too.
They get a little chilly.
Oh my God, it's
Have a
so
drink.
hot in here.
See you later.
All right, see you.
Oh my God, it's 500 degrees. Oh, you coming in?
No, I'm not, but thank you anyway. Open the window. You gotta be dying in that sweatshirt.
And the heat is off.
It's the sun. It's the solar panels, they're heating up the building.
Yeah. This wind was a good test, to make sure they're down. Oh, yeah.
Please put that on the front page of the paper, that Mark was the one sitting next to it.
What?
No, he was, like, he said it like the same restaurant.
Well, I didn't know what he meant.
Two comments.
Oh, yeah, I heard, well, I didn't say that, but I didn't know what the context was.
I'm not saying that, that's not right. I'm sure you put the second last.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Oh, I like their red. I didn't find it easier than the other.
We did not.
I'm gonna get y'all to
Oh, you're
go
using,
down here.
you're using the code? They won't fix it in Really? I have one in my office, I think, no, I just have to go.
I think both is.
Why? I thought I had one. I maybe have one. Put it on. No, I think I have, well, because we have, like this, wow. Like that. Take some money. For that, you owe me 10 minutes off your presentation. I mean, guys, freaking exhausted. This is the longest I've ever sat in one place in a half.
Well, we shouldn't have had all that morning
I
shit.
agree.
That was ridiculous.
We're on YouTube.
You wanna know about the school and you wanna know about the county, go to a freaking meeting. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Well, we'll be here until the
Done, yeah.
And I'm gonna get y'all to
Oh, we're still on?
YouTube.
How many people are watching now?
Two. Right, Russ and Mike, that's what we told me. How many pages you got, just so I know where to read it in? How many pages is your presentation?
There's one more on that.
So I'm on 19, we're almost done.
Yeah. I'm gonna get y'all to.
Put it on the front page of the No, give it to Archie. No. He's been giving them away all afternoon. No, I don't want that. Do we need to take anything with us?
We'll continue to record.
Lee, do we need anything with us besides the book, pens, pencils?
I got you.
Okay. You are so spoiled. No, we should have wasted this whole morning on shit that doesn't concern us. We could have been done already. Are we moving? Yeah, we gotta sit down there. He's using the easel. Is it cooler down there? Cause I'm sweating. I told them I'm taking clothes off. Put the air conditioner on.
My son looked at me, he's like, yes, he's like, that's what you get for buying sausage, baby, that chicken wings. I was like, okay.
But we're the same.
Chicken.
Wait. I need, oh, you need an apple? I need to see you. If you're presenting, I need you like, yeah, a little bit to your, that way if you can. Yeah. Okay.
No, I won't have to think because I got to.
No, that's
not.
not. I think. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. See, here's the thing. When I click on my settings, I'm getting one that was fast on your phone. But I'm gonna need to start my meeting and then I'll put that on. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. You gotta sit down there.
I gotta sit down here.
Apparently, that's the rule.
You already got everything up here?
Everything you should need. I've been looking, I had something right one that I wanted, but this is the one that I needed.
You got no
No, I've been looking for it. But I haven't found the one that I wanted. And, it is.
I got a lot in here. I have no idea what the word yeah, so it's German.
Yeah.
Yeah, put your name there, try to get you.
That's cool.
Right, now, somebody.
Oh, I'm good. Yes, sir, I'm good. I'm gonna get a bottle of water.
Get in a corner right now.
Sit up by. I can feel it right there. Well, put it right here then, so you can see. Where you gonna sit, Sonny?
Can I try that bottle of water? I'll pull that one over here. Actually, Bobby can just hold that one over here. I'm glad
He
the
does
police
not
chief
mind
put it
it.
out.
I'm very glad the police chief.
I'm glad the police chief.
Look, I told you I was saying it halfway in the door.
You got the answer there now.
I'll hold you to the parking lot.
I didn't drive the car down there. I drove, it didn't run up there.
You drove the city manager's car?
I drove mine.
It looks just like it.
It looks black.
Yeah, it was black.
Yeah.
Mine is diesel, I don't like
Nobody wants to drive that.
Y'all ready?
I am recording, so, sir, we back in second session?
All right, so, this is the second part of the day. I know we are beyond the time where it started, but in this section, it's just to go back over what I brought to you all, at the first meeting in December, of the draft strategic plan that myself, Commissioner Wilkins, Commissioner Kaczynski, and former Mayor, Bobby Willard, when we went to Winston-Salem to the strategic planning workshop for smaller government, where they kind of helped us focus on developing a plan that best fits our municipality. Going into this, I wanted to be, you all to interact with one another. So that's why I asked for you all to come down, so it might be a point I need you all to just discuss, talk, and brief with each other, to gather some ideas from one another that I knew you all couldn't do up here, instead of shouting across from one another. So, the same thing that you're gonna see today, it's the same thing that was presented. Just added a few slides where, because one thing I wanted to talk about and kind of see if you all are okay with it, you stick with the creating a new one or sticking what's in this plan, was the vision and the mission statement. I know those were items that we kind of bounced from previous years where our previous manager or in the city plan, but we have a new board, so I wanted to see if you all wanted to brief one another and see if you want to develop a new one or go forward with making what's in the current draft strategic plan the official mission and vision statement for the city. That way we can start putting it on our website, putting it in our audit books, budget books, so it can be publicized for the city to see what the city's mission and vision statement is and what the city's core values are. So, working on it.
Thanks, please. Go ahead. No, we don't.
Okay, there we go. First, before I go into the mission and vision, I just want you all to take a look at, in your books, I put some examples of some smaller government, their strategic plan, so you can see what the format of the strategic plan looks like. It was good that Butler had one. It was good for you all to see what our neighboring municipalities had. And then also another smaller government, Spring Lake, of what their
plan looks like. So, but I really wanted you to see,
What's the display we got up here on the screen?
see, this one is, Spring Lake, I think so. Holly Springs is another good one. I couldn't get there to print to put in the book because they have theirs online. But there is another, if you ever get a chance, go look at Holly Springs. Take a look at their, strategic plan and how it's well developed. So whenever you get a chance, you can take a look at those. But to go back into the vision statement. A vision statement is a statement that is, nice, inspirational, and forward-looking. Declaration that defines the organization's long-term goals, purpose, and desired future state, typically 5 to 10 years ahead. Key components that within the vision statement is forward-looking, what is the desired future state of the city. Aspirational and ambitious, sets a high, challenging, yet attainable bar that motivates stakeholders and employees. It's clear and concise, communicates the vision in 1 or 2 sentences, so it's not lengthy. You don't need to vision statement that is short and to the point. And it's purpose-driven. It reflects the organization's core values, so it reflects what Creedmoor is about. So the vision statement that we have come from the 2040 city plan that was adopted in May, on May 3rd, 2022, Creedmoor will continue to be the best rural small town in the region while raising to meet change through innovative planning, community engagement, and operational strategy. So I just want you all to take 3 to 5 minutes, talk to one another, see if that is something that you like, if there's something you want to change within that. And going from what I get from you all today, I can go and modify and make a vision statement to bring it back before you. The draft plan to adopt. But if you're fine with it, if you feel like this vision statement fits Creedmoor, that's perfect as well. That's less work that I would have to do to create it. But if you'd like to take 5 minutes, you don't have to.
That's just community development department.
The city plan, so I don't know who was here at that time, 2021. I mean,
I was here for 2040, but I don't know. Hold that.
Yes, sir.
I could be wrong, Brandon, but it should be rising, so raising. It might be right.
It might be on me, I might have put that incorrectly, but that is something, yeah.
I could be wrong.
But if there's something that you all agree collectively that you all like as a vision statement for Creedmoor, that we can set as a vision statement for Creedmoor, that's fine. But if you want to just take 5 minutes within the groups you all at the table and see if that is something that you will go forward with.
I both of them went back and forth. I think this is more friendly.
I wonder if it's the same.
Is the city friendly? Yeah, but isn't the city plan the friendly to the babies?
We'll go with it, just check that one word. And it could be
I
right.
wonder if that's the same vision statement they had in the 2030 one, and they just averaged over.
Personally, I would like to see,
Oh, no.
I'd like to see, something involved with working together to create a positive outcome, working together to make a better town.
Does community engagement kind of cover that? Does community engagement kind of cover that?
Community engagement could be, it's a little vague.
Well, you want to be broad though. You don't want to be so specific.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I think, yeah.
Would you like unity to capitalize like we utilize it with our community policing effort?
Maybe.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
So innovative
Yeah.
planning, unity.
Capitalize that you, yeah.
We did the whole unity part of it. And then the community capital. Good job, Rob. Thank you, man.
I'm here. Might not have all that kind of code that, Mr. Mayor.
It does.
Can you,
It does.
good. Very much, sir.
All right, so I'll check on the spelling and see if that's the correct word, and I will emphasize the unity and community. All right. Yes, sir. So next we're going to move to the mission statement. A mission statement defines the organization's fundamental purpose, explaining why it exists, who it serves, the customers, the citizens in the community, and what it does, what it offers for the products, services, and how it does it. Unique approach to providing those things. So the elements of a strong mission statement, one, purpose, what purpose do the city serve? Value, how does the city add value to the citizens' lives? Is inspirational, does the statement spark emotion in the citizens as they read it? And possibility, is the mission statement believable? So the mission statement that came, and this one was from 2014, from the manager at that time. That's the last mission statement that we found on record. And it reads, to officially provide local government services which support a safe, healthy, and economically viable community, having the flexibility to adapt to cultural, social, and economic change while effectively fostering growth. I love it.
I love it too. I like it just the way it is.
I wouldn't touch it.
It covers everything. So we're gonna keep the mission statement, as it is, and like I said, with those two things, we're gonna make that, put that on our website once we adopt the strategic plan, and make it visible, so citizens can see what the vision and mission statement is. Yes.
It should have been, yeah, it should have been.
No,
It wasn't on this.
no, because I started 2015, he started when I started. This is 2014. Who was it?
In February.
We had to ask it.
This is my shit.
All right, next is, and this is something that Creedmoor doesn't have anywhere, are core values. A principle of belief that a person or organization views as being of central importance. The city has nowhere posted what our core values are. That defines what the city values, what we hold true to our day-to-day, how we serve the citizens at hand. So this section, I do want to get you all's opinion, amongst you all at the table. Briefly, let's discuss, let's take 5 minutes, come up with these 5, core values that we can all agree on. So 5 on each table, and then we can come back together and get the, let's say, 5 of them that you want to see in a strategic plan. But we can also do more. The 5, I believe, is a good enough number. So let's spend time with one another, and I put some examples here to kind of help you out in the kind of focus to local government that you can pull from if you like. So just take 5 minutes. So let's take 5 items, core values, and we'll go from there. What did I don't see?
Yeah, so it was really warm, and it got really cool, but, find a good medium.
Community transparency, accountability, fiscal responsibility, expectation. Fiscal responsibility.
I got that one, I got commitment, responsibility, liability.
So we're down on this side. And we're in unison over here.
Oh, we got new words there. We're having new
We
words.
put new words on
We
here.
put new words out.
Oh, okay.
We just hit it up.
Let's see. You ready? Everyone?
If both taken, we're ready. We're good, go ahead.
I only got four, I need to.
Don't pray on that.
I'm ready.
So we're gonna start with, say one over here.
No, I want them to start.
They got the mayor over there. Yeah, we go with the mayor. All right, what's your five?
We got commitment. And change yours over there, I want to see no pencil. Fiscal responsibility. Ethics. Reliability. And sustainability.
All right, number two.
Community. That's right. That's how our police chief rolls, you know that.
All right.
Transparency. Accountability. Fiscal responsibility. Ready for this one?
Yes, sir.
Sustainability.
All right, so we got two of them.
That's right.
Okay, so based off what we got, of course, we know fiscal responsibility and sustainability are two given. So based on this list, if you can agree on three that you feel, best fits Creedmoor, and I'm just going off what we have already discussed, I'm going to say community, based off of that's already in our, vision, so.
Well, then that speaks to commitment. If you're unified in your message to your community, then you're going to be committed to the cause.
I feel like ethics and accountability are pretty much similar.
I think that's a problem in our nation right now, and just not being accountable, not being able to be held accountable for what we do. Do it, and.
No, Don, you over there.
our values that we're gonna post and stay committed to, and how we operate day to day, commitment, community, fiscal responsibility, accountability, and sustainability. You all good with that?
Yes, sir. Amazing.
All right, now, we're gonna go to the fun part.
That wasn't a fun part. Oh, here we go. Wait, when I have to check my side, that's yours. Go ahead.
All right, so now we want to get into, the actual, strategic plan. And I like what, Stan said earlier, Stan Whitmore from the schools, that in their strategic plan, this is what they conduct all of their business on. This is what they put and how they conduct their meetings. They don't do it if it's not in their strategic plan. So from the meeting, the workshop that we got, your strategic plan should basically be your guidelines, your basis on how you're going to budget and all of the things that you want to get done in the next 5 years. So what you have in your strategic plan are things that you know you can do. I know there are a lot of things that we want to do, but we may not be physically able to do it. So the things that, when we were developing this draft, we talked about things that we are currently doing now, and that we are working on, and those things that we already know in the future that we are going to work on. So the first focus area was safe, vibrant, and a healthy community. And then within that focus area, you have your objectives. So objective 1 was to provide a highly responsive public safety service that reduce the occurrences and severity of crime and accidents in the community. Objective 2 was support an active lifestyle for our residents by providing the vital parks and recreational opportunities.
We keep both of them, right?
Yes, all of you all. You all are agreeing that those are.
I think when we went through this in December, one really changed, and that was on the environmental portion.
So, save some time. We don't have to go through all of them. If you all were in agreement with, so the focus area was safe, the safe, vibrant, and healthy community. And then if you all were fine with the initiatives that we're given in those things, in those, this focus area, in objectives, please proceed to the second.
Yeah, the only change we made is in the school section. Focus area 3, environmental character, and that objective 1 is what we changed, partner with county, regional, and state organizations to collaborate on ways to ensure long-term quality of water resources.
So collectively, you're fine with focus area 1, you're okay with focus area 2, tourism and cultural resources. But this one was kind of just talked about tourism, our festivals, and highlighting the historical aspect of the city. All right, so focus area 3, when it was first discussed, this was the one that we were going to talk about and seeing if you all would like to change maybe objectives.
I really want to change it, but I don't know if the rest of the board, I want to leave it.
So this one, we can spend some time, if you all would like to talk collectively to see if you all are in agreement with it. So objective 1, focus area 3, was part of the county, regional, and state organizations to collaborate on ways to ensure long-term quality of water resources. Objective 2, provide ongoing information and education to our residents to promote the importance of environmental responsibility. And also, in these objectives, we can get specific, because this is specific to Creedmoor.
In objective number 1, we should have Steve Lawson in there.
We can name the
Good point.
organization.
Rather than saying regional, drill down, I agree.
observation, and I'm not disagreeing, it's just an observation. But possibly leaving it like it is, because obviously Sigwasa is a key partner, but we also have the Upper News River Basin Association, Tarpan, those kind of folks that we may need to work with from time to time.
I don't disagree, but I think if you just took out the county
And the aqua,
and put in Sigwasa,
if we jump out of Sigwasa altogether, City of Creedmoor can opt to get their water from aqua if they want.
what you say, I'm saying substitute Sigwasa for county, leave regional and state, for Commissioner Morrison.
Everything can be left there except for just adding to
Just
what's
add,
there and not marking.
just add Sigwasa.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
That makes it easy, yeah.
It's just the way it reads now, it just seems to provide maximum flexibility, because we don't know where we might have to go.
Okay.
But I agree with that.
So the second one, we're gonna add to partner with, Wassa. In the county, I can spell out Brown County, because we're in Brown County, and regional and the state, organizations to collaborate on with to ensure long-term quality of water resource. Okay? So in objective 2, are we just okay with how that one is spelled out, because that one is not specific to a, if we want to spell out Brown County school systems, because we're talking about education, but then we also talk about citizens as well, on, how we can educate them on.
I think we're talking more educating our citizens, not so much the citizens.
All right.
I think.
And that's in there to educate our residents, so.
Moving on.
So the first objective, the initiatives, and your initiatives are your actions. The action, what you're gonna actually do to implement these objectives. Initiative 1 of focus area 3, participate in state efforts to improve sustainability of municipal water and sewer systems.
So, Aaron, would you ask Sigwasa there too? Would you ask Sigwasa there too?
Yeah, because I don't know about state efforts. You know, because we reached out to the state several times, a bunch of us, and we don't see that they did any of it.
I'll substitute.
Definitely not the response that we had a couple of years ago. Our portion have been non-existent on the Senate and, on the House side this year, this past few years. This is a statement, this is a question, not a statement. I'm not sure how this is gonna come out like this. But, thinking back to the water quality policy that I suggested, I'm wondering, yes, it's a question, I'm wondering if, just what y'all said, we're not sure where the county is, the state is, so forth. Maybe this could be an opportunity for us to provide leadership and say, and let me say this just as a precursor. So the statement that I think I got in my packet, it accomplishes what I was hoping that it could possibly accomplish if it were adopted. And I say that because from what I've heard here today, what y'all reported at the last meeting, I think everything that I'm looking for is either underway or close to being underway, close to getting done. So I say that genuinely. I say that genuinely. So that's why, hopefully, it won't be such a big deal to pass it, but I think what it also does, and could you go back one slide, if you don't mind? Because what it does, when we're talking to the county, the state, or whoever, we're able to say, we're standing on water quality, and we need for you to stand on water quality too. We're putting our money where our mouth is, kind of so to speak. But I think you might get my point, but I just think that will help us out.
Okay. So, gather from what you just stated, I think it would be good to say to participate in state efforts to improve sustainability and leadership of the municipal water sources.
Yeah.
Everyone in agreement with that?
You're saying, and improve leadership?
No, participate in state efforts to improve sustainability
and provide leadership
Okay.
of the municipal water and sewer system.
I like that, that's great.
We have 3.1, so should we add entities
Collaborate with other government
and entities,
entities.
which would include SWAT?
Okay. You can start out to walk there as well. Okay, so yeah, they collaborate with other government and SWAT and well, it says other government, let's just say with Brown County and SWAT, and communication and education strategy. And encouraging ongoing water safety and pollution reduction initiatives.
Other governments should be understand interest.
Yes, because for all those who are on as well.
How about collaborate with the WASA partners in a communication and education strategy?
That's right.
Because that covers like if a state rate came up,
Yeah.
would be covered.
All right, so we're all good with these two initiatives?
I think you're good.
Yeah.
Move to the next one. So, there's two more initiatives for objective 2, which was the, portion of providing information, ongoing information, and educating to the residents. So this one says provide online and printed guides to residents on correct disposal items for common household items. That one's pretty straightforward, that is, providing pamphlets, things in the middle of that nature. The second one is work with Brown County schools to incorporate information on environmental issues and responsibilities into education, curriculum, and school activities.
We're already doing both of these things in a list, so
So we all fine with that one?
I'm good now.
All right, the last focus area, transportation.
I'm learning too much.
Just one.
I think this is another big one. As you all hear from community development, sidewalk project that we have coming up. So the two objectives, objective 1, improve connectivity and growth of neighborhood and downtown areas by investing in roads and sidewalk infrastructure. And being proactive with other governments, and expanding transportation needs that will positively impact our communities. Of course, both of these things we heard from today, one being from Drew Cummins at the county level regarding the transit options for the community and providing that loop in Creedmoor as well. So were we okay with the initiatives for both this objective? First, we got a capital improvement plan on how we want to tackle the streets and sidewalk infrastructure projects.
That's what we're doing, right? There's a 4 different.
So we haven't developed a multi-year CIP.
We have a CIP, but it needs to be updated to what do we want to really focus on.
Right.
I think the CIP that we developed, 2 years my first hand board was too broad. And I think we had too many miscellaneous items, and we need to really just hone in, like I was saying earlier, on the things that we know we're actually going to do. Right, so to actually get actual funding on what we think it's going to cost, so we can better plan for that. Like I said, this
will directly tie into the CIP. So we're okay with those two initiatives.
We left them out over there. You gotta share the job.
Can we get a
Plan, where's the
picture of the Creedmoor sidewalk?
Oh, yeah. So when I actually developed the strategic plan, I'm going to put it in a book format. It's on Creedmoor, like the Creedmoor office.
Put it on our website.
So once it's out, it will be posted on our website for stakeholders, citizens, and anyone that will take it.
Lee, I don't intend to further or lengthen this conversation. I do wonder if, and we talked about this a few weeks ago, I think, if internet connectivity is something that we may need to focus on. A lot of our stuff up here involves people being able to access it via the internet. And I think it's a fairly fair statement that not everybody has the same internet access that others do. And maybe that's something similar to, maybe to the environmental piece, or maybe the transportation piece. That we work with partners to improve internet connectivity in our community.
That's where I was gonna go, because Granville County's focused on that. That way it's partners with Granville County.
Okay.
And that's just, I'm not trying to prolong the conversation, but I think technology is a big thing for all of us.
Problem is they can't get.
That's right.
Really?
Did you turn it off by accident?
That's the problem. They've been trying, but I think
That's right, yeah, there you go. I don't know what happened.
So let's see,
4.2? Where'd it go?
I was just trying to think of, what you were saying, which folder it can fall under.
I think if you go to the transportation one, I think you could almost copy it. Yeah, that right there. They approve internet connectivity.
So this means something that you like as another focus area?
I don't know.
No, I wouldn't just spit in there.
I don't know, maybe.
I think it would just have a hard time falling under transportation.
I'm saying if you were to do a new category, you basically take those words and tweak them.
Right.
And say something about, that's their area of expertise, you probably can put better words to it than I can, but.
And I can do some more research, to see, because I know that was a county, project push at one point in time. I think in multiple counties, because when I was in Warren County, I think they were all going on at the same time, because the state had received so much funding, and greater funding for, to provide broadband, and I think Charter Communications was the one that won the agreement, and the Charter, I think, received, or whoever was pushing it, received additional grant for another provider to provide, broadband services to those services that that Charter couldn't use. So I will try to see if anybody at the county level had any knowledge of it, what was that push at that time, and what was Granville County's, how did they proceed with that project?
I had no idea what the percentage of the folks in the community that work from home. I did when I was working. Without high-speed internet, I couldn't have done what I do. And I think there are a lot of folks that work from home.
Another thing that a lot of places were doing, we're providing hubs for people to come in as workspaces. So a lot of towns now have buildings just dedicated for office space.
So 2 years ago at a county retreat, when they put aside the money for the Stonewall Senior Center, they put the exact same amount of money, which is $4 million. Commissioner May had them secure $4 million for broadband in the southern end of the county. They did have Charter. Charter came back and said they couldn't put it in, that there weren't enough requests for them to be profitable. So right now, they don't have a provider, but there is $4 million in the county budget somewhere to hold for broadband services in southern end of county.
And I can check with the economic, development director, and, cause me and her work together in North County during this time. And she was heading that project at the time. All the time.
All those people down on Blue Sky Corner, Road have nothing. They are really struggling.
Yeah, that's something that I can check on, and when I bring this back to you all for review and possibly, adoption, I will have that included, and maybe get you a feedback on that.
Do we have any more than, I know we have one provider, we have T-Mobile, which now gives you a 5G. I don't know if anybody's used that or tried it, or see if it works, but we have no fiber anywhere.
Google stops at the county line.
We have fiber here, right?
Yeah, here we do.
Somehow, I don't know how they got the fiber here, whether it's.
When they did, VC3, when they just did the VC3, things where they're, in the cloud, and how,
I don't know how they did that, but.
they got it with special things, like fiber, just.
The Frontier DSL stuff is junk.
I think it's pricey.
I would like to find out if anybody, I can't make a call on my phone from my house on Verizon unless it's connected to my Wi-Fi. My wife has T-Mobile. We finally got her one that doesn't keep disconnecting. And T-Mobile works in our house, so I was just wondering how I'm gonna try to maybe get one on 5G, put in my house, see how it works, and then send it back. Yeah.
I think we got ours here when we updated the phones to the VoIP phone system.
With the fiber?
Yeah.
I think that's when.
The fiber, I think,
Yeah.
And that, by the way, Telware has changed their name, they're not Telware anymore, I forgot to tell you. I don't believe Telware is Telware anymore.
I mean, I have a gigabyte of Wi-Fi in my house, which is more than our data center had in the 90s.
All right, so, the last objective under focus area 4 was be proactive with other government, and planning transportation needs. I could be being changed to be proactive with, the county and neighboring municipalities, to be more specific there. And also that goes for the initiative as well. But are you all in agreement of these two initiatives that they are fine as is? So, that is my part of the strategic planning portion. So, from here, I'm going to develop the actual strategic plan within itself and bring that back to you all. When the budget season, maybe, I know after this today, I'm going to be headed into budget. So after I'm in my time on budget, I'm going to put this together for you all to bring for adoption. We can move forward.
We're going back up, right?
Yes. Thank you, Ray. You're welcome. Appreciate you all.
Push this back, appreciate your hard work, folks.
Push on that.
Yes, sir. Got 2516 campus.
Okay.
Building here.
My husband used a 16 by 20 in the middle. I got a 16 by 20.
I got a 16 by 20, I got a 4 by 5.
Okay. That's what James got too. I got, Wilson Castle on and their artists are going to donate 10 4
He like to shit.
Hey, okay, I just want to make sure that we.
Also, buddy, we're going back into session.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's do this, please, we're out of here.
All right, here we go.
We're still on.
2 seconds. But first, I'd like to read this book to you all. All right.
He doesn't want it.
Here we go. All right. Water quality draft statement. Mayor Pro Tem, who was that on that? Oh, Commissioner Moss.
I was trying to be proactive, a few minutes ago, but no, the water quality statement, again, that, as it's been presented to us, I think it says exactly what I was hoping it would say, and as I said, and I meant it sincerely, we are accomplishing, or either close to accomplishing, the things that I had in mind, and I feel good about it. So,
Commissioner White? Any discussion? Any discussion, Commissioner?
Yeah, I just wanted to get an explanation on the funding paragraph at the end.
read that to me.
It says the city shall make good faith efforts to establish funding for one or more of the objectives identified in this policy during each year's budget cycle. What I would like is if we took it on a case-by-case basis and not put this broad statement in there. That's just my idea.
You know what? I think you make a great point. I would suggest we just take that out.
Thank you. I just think it's a little broad and it's too wide open. That's the only thing I think. Everything else is fine.
Could we make, that's the second page of it?
Yeah.
Is that in?
That's the last paragraph on the second page.
Could you make it a little bigger so my old eyes can?
Hold on.
On the first page.
No, I know, give me a second, I just gotta get it back.
That's all right.
Wrong way. It jumped.
Girl.
No, it jumped because I wanted just to do this, and it jumped, hold on.
There you go. I tell you,
How's that better? Okay, go one more.
Can you go back one
There
page?
you go, that one, you got it.
Okay.
Tell me what you want me to do.
Somewhere in that, and you wrote it, it says somewhere that neither the city, we cannot make the city or Seguasa do.
In the first paragraph, go up a little bit more to the purple.
Oh, that's right, I knew it was.
Right up in the, there it is, in the very first paragraph. Neither the city nor Seguasa water testing.
Does not oppose.
Talking about?
Third paragraph. Oh, okay, at the end, the last sentence. Yeah, right there. It says the policy does not impose any obligation on the city, Seguasa, or any other entity to undertake any specific action. That's like the bank president saying to me, I want to make sure you have $100,000 in your bank account, but we have no responsibility doing that, or whatever. So we're telling the people before we give them the policy that we really can't do anything, but here's our policy. Whether that sentence should be kind of made more rewritten or something, so that it really, before you even start reading the policy, you're telling the constituents that we can't really do anything or be held responsible
Yeah.
or anything.
I get your point. I disagree, but I get your point. That sentence to me says, it goes back to the partnership thing. You know, Ziguasa has its areas of responsibility. What we are saying here, what I'm trying to say here is, we're not going to be in a position of trying to tell Ziguasa what to do. But we are working to partner with whomever it is that we can for clean water. That, I don't know any other way to say it. If you want to take it out, that's fine.
The other objectives are fine.
If you want to take it out, I'm not going to quibble about it.
Okay, so we're taking it out?
That's fine.
City Clerk?
Do we all
We're taking
agree
it
to take it out, or is that what we're doing? I don't know what we're doing.
The author's fine with it, I'm fine with it.
Take it out.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't wanna, I just, when I read it, I felt like, well, why go any further, because we can't do anything, which made me feel,
Well, I think we just need a consensus. So,
But here's the
we-
thing, if we take it out,
I make a motion that we take that one
okay,
sentence.
and I'm okay with that, but I just want to understand, if we take that out, where does that leave us?
I still say
Like
we
Commissioner
open-ended.
Moss said, it says his interpretation is we're working in partnership, but if we take that out, I don't understand where it leaves us.
So we gotta rephrase it.
All of the rest, if you go through A, B, C, there is nothing there that says, we're going to do this.
Okay.
Other than information. Keep in touch with the information related to water and sewer within the corporate limits. And go do whatever we can do, working with Ziguasa, working like we're doing with the, survey. There are things we can do. So,
All right.
like I said, I really don't see any problem with any of the other parts of the objectives.
Okay.
I can't remember who said it, but I think it was at the last meeting. You know, this, to net it out, this is a rather symbolic gesture at best. But I think what it does say to our citizens is that we understand water quality is an issue. We're working on it, and we're gonna work with other people on it.
Yeah.
That's what this says to me. I think you can take out that sentence, Commissioner Gleason and Commissioner Kaczynski, that last sentence,
And it still portrays the same message.
and it's still, yeah, the same message.
All right, so we're in consensus to take those two sentences out and let's move on. All right, do we need a motion, you think?
No, consensus.
Are you all
Consensus is good.
good with that?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, consensus.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. All right, let's move on to 10B, 413 Washington Street property.
Do we have to call that meeting to order?
Now we have to.
I mean, I don't think it should be,
Well, I think legal.
legally doesn't have to be.
Yes, that's like anything else.
Oh, yeah, you have to call a special meeting.
All right, so, make an adjournment to close.
Run the close for 2 weeks?
We have to close.
Closed session, is that what we're
No,
doing?
no.
No, we're talking about, does he need to close the strategic planning meeting now and open
And
up
go to
a
a special meeting.
Yes, yes.
I make a motion that we close the strategic planning meeting.
All right, it's been a motion to close this strategic planning meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. We close for,
And then you gotta call a special meeting to order.
Meeting.
You call the special meeting to order.
I now call special meeting to order. All right.
Make a motion, we go into closed session?
That's an open session.
If you're gonna do it, yeah. Unless it's.
If it's no discussion about this 413 Washington Street, then we can just go ahead and do it. I mean, because it's been said that we were gonna buy
Can we ask any
$37,000.
questions? Can we ask any questions or have any discussion?
Not in open session, I don't think.
According to my conversation with the city attorney, if there's any discussion that needs to be in closed session. If we're not discussing it and
After the other property.
the commission vote on it, then we don't have to have closed session.
And then you go into closed session after talking about the acquisition of property. Then you come out of closed session if you're going to make a motion to vote on said property.
We can make the motion now.
You can make a motion now, if you want to discuss it, you have to go.
I make a motion to approve.
All right, it's been a motion to approve the 413 Washington Street offer to purchase contract. All in favor?
Wait a minute, in the amount of?
In the amount of not to exceed $38,000, yeah. Not to exceed $38,000 is also in the motion. Yeah.
So 37 purchase price with $1,000
Closing.
closing cost. And also whoever the board is allowed to execute that, whether it's city manager, city attorney, city manager.
Do we need to continue, or do we need to put that in there too? Okay.
Well, who's gonna execute it?
City manager, interim city manager.
We're discussing. Are we discussing?
No, we're just figuring out the motion. All right. It's been a motion that we purchase the 413 Watson Street, with contract not to exceed $38,000 to be handled by the interim city manager. Is that it? All right, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Mine is no, because there's no discussion. And I had a question, so.
All right, passes 4-1. All right. It's been a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Yeah, no, we never went, that's right. Go ahead.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Yes.
Bye, family. People seeing things.
All right, sir, be careful up there.
See you later, sir.